Chapter 291 Retribution is inevitable. After this person was transformed into a zombie, the white coat adjusted the new dosage and injected the drug into the body of the fresh zombie. Like the previous zombie, he was quiet for about half a minute. The white coat said coldly, "Record? This dosage is also wrong." "Yes. The experimental subjects are used up. Notify the people outside to send another batch of people in." "Yes." As soon as the voice fell, another white coat asked the people outside to send them a batch of experimental subjects. Lin Ran knew that the experimental subjects they were talking about should be living people. These scums actually transformed living people into zombies to test the dosage of some injection. What the hell are they doing? Is it some research on the X virus again? But isn't this research on the X virus aimed at living people? When did they start doing this research on zombies? The three of them hid in the dark outside the glass room. The people inside couldn't see here. Since Lin Ran was here, she decided to stay and see what these people were researching. After all, they couldn't go forward because there was another door ahead. The door cards in their hands couldn't open the door here, unless they broke through the transparent laboratory in front of them and walked in from this laboratory. However, Lin Ran was very suspicious that Zhang Huan and the others were brought in just to be the so-called experimental subjects. "Where are the experimental subjects?" the white coat asked. "They will be here soon. They said that they just caught a batch of experimental subjects and sent them here after disinfection." "Okay." Lin Ran's eyes flickered slightly in the dark. She was now very sure that the experimental subjects sent in later would definitely be Zhang Huan and the others. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the door outside the laboratory was opened. 2 soldiers came in from outside. The women in their custody must be Zhang Huan and Xiao. "Professor Wang, there are 20 more test subjects outside, all of which have been disinfected. Call me anytime when you need them, and we send them to you right away." "Got it. You help me clean up these wastes, and then tie up the test subjects for me. And then let's go," the white coat said unenthusiastically. "Yes." The 2 soldiers walked up to the 2 zombie test subjects, picked them up from the experimental table like chickens, and temporarily threw them into an iron cage next to them. Then, they grabbed Zhang Huan and Xiao and tied them to the experimental table. "Let me go! Don't touch us with your dirty hands." Zhang Huan and Xiao struggled violently, and the soldiers who grabbed them thought they were noisy, raised their hands, and waved them in the face. "Shut up." Lin Ran was furious when she saw that he dared to hit Zhang Huan. Louisa on the side was also so angry that he clenched his hands tightly. "Do it." At Lin Ran's command, Jiangchen took the lead. The bulletproof glass room in front of him shattered. The white coat of Professor Wang flashed with fear in his eyes. He stretched out his hand and wanted to press the alarm on the wall. Jiangchen said coldly, "Stand still." In an instant, everyone except him, Lin Ran, and Louisa was frozen in place. This was the first time Lin Ran saw Jiangchen's time ability. Although Jiangchen had told her that he had time ability, it was the first time Lin Ran saw this ability in action. It was really useful. Jiangchen said that his ability could last for 3 minutes. 3 minutes? You can do a lot of things. Louisa stared blankly at those motionless people, and Jiangchen explained it to him before he understood. "The master is really amazing. What are you waiting for? Save people quickly." He rushed over and rescued Zhang Huan and Xiao from the experimental table. Lin Ran tied the 2 highly powerful soldiers tightly to the experimental table. Jiangchen released the 2 zombies from the iron cage and gave them an order. Lin Ran also put all the experimental supplies and reagents in the room into the space. After everything was done, only 1 minute had passed. Then, they took the door cards of 2 soldiers and swiped open the door of the laboratory. Now they were going to save others. There was another big house outside the door. Lin Ran saw at a glance that the cages in the corner of the house were all locked up with women from the Axe gang. Seeing Lin Ran and the others appear, the women were so excited that tears were about to flow. "Sister Ran, are you here to save us?" "Yes." Lin Ran went over with a purple lightning and split the lock on the cage. "Are you all here? Are there others?" Xiaoling, who was in the lead, saw Zhang Huan and Xiao, who were still in the time power and supported by Louisa, and said hurriedly, "No. They are all here." Lin Ran looked at another door next to the cage and said, "Do you know where behind this?" Xiaoling said, "It's a big disinfection room. There are 1 or 2 soldiers and many white coats in it. And I don't know about the others." Lin Ran nodded, indicating that he understood. Another minute passed, and they had to leave. Okay. We go out now. Everyone follow closely. Okay. Lin Ran turned around and swiped the card in her hand to open the door next to the cage. She had been unhappy with these people for a long time, and now she was giving them a gift. Everyone accelerated and ran in the direction they came from. When passing by the laboratory, Jiangchen let the two zombies resume their actions. The moment they resumed their actions, they rushed towards the living people in the laboratory. 3 minutes passed, but it was too late. The awakened white coats and the soldiers tied to the bed were no longer spared. They all became food in the mouths of the zombies they had just created. When passing through the glass room full of zombies, Lin Ran's purple lightning mercilessly struck the glass. The powerful purple lightning penetrated the bulletproof glass, turning them into pieces in an instant. And those zombies were like beasts out of their cages, rushing towards the living humans in front of them. But with Jiangchen here, how could these zombies do what they wanted? He immediately issued an order, asking the zombies to go somewhere else to find food. Where else could they go? Of course, they ran behind the door that also had the smell of living people. The glass house in front of them was all shattered by Lin Ran. Thousands of zombies were released by her just like that. Screams continued to come from behind, and Lin Ran raised the corners of her lips with satisfaction. It must feel good to suffer the consequences of one's own actions. Zhang Huan and Xiuxiu had already woken up. Seeing Louisa and Lin Ran, they were filled with gratitude, knowing that it was not the time to talk just now. Only when a group of people climbed out of the manhole cover again. Zhang Huan then hugged Lin Ran gratefully. Thank you, Ran Ran. You saved my life again. Lin Ran was stunned by Zhang Huan's action. She was not so sentimental in her previous life. Lin Ran hugged Zhang Huan back and patted her back gently. You're welcome, Sister Huan. As long as you're okay. Then, Lin Ran saw Louisa standing behind Zhang Huan with a little loneliness in his eyes. He said, in fact, in addition to Jiang Chun and me, Captain Liu has contributed more. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't know you were arrested. Chapter 292. The plan begins. Louisa was suddenly cued by Lin Ran, and he was so embarrassed that he was at a loss. No, I just reported a message. If it weren't for Captain Lin, I couldn't save you. I actually have nothing. Zhang Huan, thank you. Captain Liu. Zhang Huan let go of Lin Ran's hand, turned around and sincerely thanked Louisa. Louisa was even more flustered. Hee. This is me. I should do it. Didn't you help me last time? Zhang Huan frowned and hesitated. Did I help you? Louisa hurriedly said, I did. Do you remember that we were doing a mission together before? And I dropped my things. Didn't you pick them up for me? Zhang Huan looked confused. Obviously he forgot about it. I actually went on a mission with you. Captain Liu. When was it? My memory is bad now. I can't remember. Louisa, it's normal that I can't remember. It's been several months. Lin Ran was watching this scene and found it a little funny. I didn't expect that Sister Huan, who was single in her previous life, would have a romantic partner in this life. Looking at Louisa's appearance, he is obviously in love. And it's unrequited love. In fact, Louisa is a very good person. He is smart, courageous, kind and righteous. If he is really destined to be with Sister Huan, it will be a good story. But whether this matter will succeed or not depends on Louisa himself. Lin Ran chuckled and said, Let's go back and talk about the past. This is a place of trouble. We'd better leave here first. Okay. Zhang Huan said hurriedly. Then let's go quickly. Lin Ran, no hurry. Jiangchen has hidden a car nearby. Let's wait here and let him drive the car over to pick us up. As she said that, she winked at Jiangchen. Jiangchen instantly understood what Lin Ran meant. He turned and left. And when he left everyone's sight, he found a medium-sized truck from the space. Such trucks are not uncommon in the base. It is a very low-key model. It is definitely not as comfortable as a bus. But for safety reasons, Jiangchen still thinks this car is more suitable. The cockpit of this truck can squeeze up to 4 people. Lin Ran, Jiangchen, Louisa and Zhang Huan sat in the front. The other women of the Axe Gang sat in the back of the truck. After everyone was seated, Jiangchen drove the truck and set off. On the way, Zhang Huan couldn't wait to tell what he had just seen and heard. Ran, there is something wrong with this base. Their mission is also problematic. And their army is even more problematic. We were originally going to the mission center to find someone. Yesterday, Xiaolan and the others went out to do a mission and never came back. We sent them to the truck but came back. As a result, we didn't find anyone, and the base sent troops to suppress us. We were sent to such a terrible place. The soldiers said we were disobedient and wanted to make us experimental subjects. We became disgusting zombies. If you hadn't appeared, we would have become the same as the zombies locked in the sewer. Ran. I suspect Xiaolin and the others have been killed. Lin Ran looked at the bleak and pale earth. Yes. I suspect it too. Zhang Huan shook his head painfully. It's all my fault. I didn't stop them forcefully. They are too strong. They want to lighten the burden on everyone. They are all good girls. Lin Ran thought of Xiaolin's cute and resolute face and nodded. Yes. She is a very good girl. She is also one of the girls they rescued from the hot spring town with Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan, Ran. What should we do now? This base is not safe. They don't treat us as human beings. Ran. Those soldiers are so strong. I am no match for them at all. Why don't we leave here? If we stay here, I am afraid that we will become their experimental subjects sooner or later. Those zombies are all people who have disappeared in the base. When I ran out, I found that many faces were familiar. It's okay if I die. But the children are still so young. They are so innocent. Lin Ran patted Zhang Huan's shaking hand and said, You won't die. And everyone won't die. However, you really can't stay in that home. The laboratory over there in the sewer is now probably a paradise for zombies. When the base commander finds out about the situation here, he will find out that it was caused by Zhang Huan and the others after a little investigation. So, for safety reasons, Zhang Huan and the others must change their place of residence. Fortunately, the time for counterattack is coming. Jiang Chen just whispered in her ear that the things under the ground could no longer be restrained and were about to come out. Zhang Huan said, Yes. We can no longer live in our home. If the people from the base come to check, they will immediately find something wrong. But with so many of us, where can we move to in this icy and snowy place? Louisa heard this and said hurriedly, Go to our place. We have a secret shelter in Area D. It's more than enough to accommodate all of you. Lin Ran looked at Louisa with appreciation. This guy is really on the road. Yes, you will stay with Captain Lu for the time being. But you won't be able to stay there for long. After tonight, you can choose any place in the base you want to live in. Louisa opened his mouth in surprise. Captain Lin, you mean to start the action tonight? Lin Ran nodded, Yes. We will start the action tonight. So, Captain Lu, you have a lot of tasks to do when you go back today. Lin Ran assigned some tasks to Louisa. Zhang Huan was stunned listening to the side. It turned out that Ran and Louisa had done so many things. So many preparations were made to overthrow this terrible base and the terrible base commander. But she didn't know anything. It was really too backward. Zhang Huan looked at the two people talking in front of her and felt that she had to do something to help. Arrived at Zhang Huan's house in Area C. It was already 2 p.m. Louisa didn't have time to help here. He told Zhang Huan the address and asked them to go there by themselves later. And then he was going to get busy. Zhang Huan hurriedly called Louisa, Captain Lu. Are you going to distribute sachets now? Louisa nodded, Yes. Zhang Huan, do you have so much time? Louisa didn't expect the counterattack to be so fast. Thinking about his own affairs, he was indeed a little overwhelmed. Seeing Louisa's look, Zhang Huan knew that he didn't have enough time. Leave this to me. You go do something else. Louisa was surprised to hear this. Can you? Zhang Huan, I may not be able to do other things, but this one is still okay. But Ran, I want to borrow your car. Lin Ran, no problem. Chapter 293 Mutated Bugs. Lin Ran could see that Zhang Huan really wanted to help. And she never said empty words. Since she said she would help, she must be very sure to say so. So she was willing to support her. Lin Ran smiled and blinked. Sister Huan, I will ask Jiang Chen to drive a car for you. Under Lin Ran's vague hint, Zhang Huan thought that Jiang Chen's car was stolen. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to have this ability. Her evaluation of him instantly became higher. Louisa also followed Jiang Chen, because he also needed to borrow a car from Jiang Chen. Now he must rush to District D and discuss the general attack with Rong Han. Zhang Huan handed the retreat to Xiuxiu. Lin Ran asked everyone to retreat as soon as possible, and it would be best not to take anything except necessities. District D has abundant supplies, and no worries about food and drink. Everyone just needs to wear warm clothes, and wear the sachet on their body. Xiao and the others were very obedient this time. They knew the seriousness of the matter. After dressing the children and themselves warmly, they drove everyone onto the truck. Sister Ran, these are the sachets we just made. There is no room in the truck. Lin Ran nodded. Leave them there. Your sister Huan just needs them. Jiang Chen drove 2 more trucks over. Zhang Huan had so many people that 1 car could not accommodate them. 2 cars were needed. The remaining truck was for Zhang Huan. She was going to distribute sachets, and it would be best to use a truck to carry the sachets. Zhang Huan asked Xiaoling, Will you and Julie? A total of 8 superpowers to be in 1 car with her. And the others followed Xiao to Area D. She gave everyone a few instructions, and promised Lin Ran that she would definitely complete the task, and then drove away. Lin Ran said goodbye to Zhang Huan and the others, and hurried home with Jiang Chen. Time was of the essence. Jiang Chen felt the vigorous vitality under the ground and said, Ran, they are about to come out. Lin Ran smiled coldly. Okay. Let them come out. I can't wait to see them come out and revel. The base commander's army is very powerful. But these treasures are not vegetarians. They come in groups, and their number is amazing. No matter how high your ability is, as long as there are enough of them, no matter how hard your bones are, they can be chewed up. Lin Ran stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and drove fast while ensuring safety. When passing by the mission hall, she saw that there were still many people queuing at the door. There are still too many people who are hungry and cold in the end times. For a little material, everyone even wants their lives. Be patient. This cannibalistic base is about to be destroyed. When I got home, Lin's mother came to meet me. Ran, I heard that something big happened to the base commander. Lin's mother looked gloating. It is said that one of their experimental bases was destroyed by a zombie riot. The base commander was very angry because of the big mess. He is now lying in the bedroom with a headache and can't get up. Lin Ran said with a smile, You can't get up with a headache. But this is just the beginning. Tonight is his nightmare. By the way, how is Nin? The base commander sent so many people out. Did he catch him? Mother Lin, probably not. I didn't hear anyone report. Speaking of this, Mother Lin also laughed. If Nin was caught, I guess the base commander wouldn't have such a headache. That's true. The mother and daughter looked at each other tacitly and laughed. Dad Lin and Grandpa Jiang were both upgrading in the house. And Lin Ran asked Lin Zai to call them all out. Now she was going to hold a family meeting. 5 minutes later, all the people in the Lin family gathered in the living room. Of course, they also included Grandpa Jiang, Rong Mei, De Huang, and Bao Zhu. Lin Ran, Xiao Zai. Didn't you go to my room to look for Yuang? Lin Zai said while eating McDonald's chicken nuggets. I went. But it hasn't come back yet. Lin Ran looked at the sky outside and said worriedly, Why hasn't it come back yet? It's getting dark. This time, I must teach it a lesson and stop it from running around. Bao Zhu, who was nestled in Jiang Chen's arms, meowed when she heard it. That's right. Teach it a lesson. Don't let a cat always sneak out. At least take it with you. Lin Ran touched De Huang's furry head. You are still good and never run around. De Huang heard the words and barked happily several times. Dad Lin played with the fire in his palm and raised the temperature in the room by a few degrees. Now his fire ability has risen several levels. And he is very proud of it. I wish he could perform in front of everyone all the time. Seeing that Lin's father was playing with fire more and more excessively, he almost burned the carpet in the house. Lin's mother couldn't bear it anymore and glared at Lin's father fiercely. He was so old. And he was still playing with this. Lin's father received Lin's mother's warning, reluctantly took back his fire ability, and smiled. Ran, what are you going to talk about in the meeting today? Hearing this, Lin Ran took back the hand that was touching De Huang's head and got back to the point. He briefly explained what was going to happen tonight and what they were going to do. Dad Lin, so the general attack will begin tonight? Lin Ran, yes. Mom Lin smiled and said, It's a bit sudden. But why are you so excited? Dad Lin rubbed his hands excitedly. I'm excited too. Ran, Dad will be the forward this time. Grandpa Jiang said seriously. Ran, Grandpa also wants to help. You must assign me a task. Rong Mei stood behind Grandpa Jiang and said, Sister Ran, I also want to help. De Huang and Bao Zhu also stood up, meowing and barking at Lin Ran non-stop, both looking excited to go to the battlefield. Seeing everyone like this, Lin Ran couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips. Okay. Let's mobilize the whole family this time, and fight the enemy together. Everyone, great. Lin Ran continued, if it goes as expected. A big thing will happen in the base tonight. The snakes, insects, rats and ants hiding underground have limited living space and lack of food. They are going to come out to find food. And those living people are the most delicious food. It was rumored in the previous life that mutant rats, mutant snakes, mutant cockroaches, and mutant termites with huge wings suddenly emerged from the ground, turning the peace base into a hell on Earth. This insect plague has led to the destruction of this refuge built by humans in the early days of the end of the world. Even if the base commander has such a powerful team of superpowers and base troops, what can they do? Can they resist the attack of hundreds of these little things? Ants can eat elephants. Lin Ran's words made Lin Zhe numb all over. Too scary. Luckily, we have a sachet made of the leaves of the life fruit. If we wear it, will those mutant bugs really not eat us? Lin Ran nodded, yes. This is the smell they hate the most. Wear it well, and it will keep you safe. Lin Zhe held the sachet and said curiously, so this sachet is so powerful. Then I have to hang a few more on my body. Lin Ran smiled and said, it's up to you. I still have a lot in my space. If you are worried, you can hang a few more on your body. Chapter 294 An Ant's Trace. As Lin Ran spoke, he took out a bunch of sachets from the space and placed them on the table. These were all made by their family a few days ago. Lin Ran gave most of them to Zhang Huan and kept a small part for himself. After hearing Lin Ran's horrible description just now, everyone was not polite and picked up the sachets on the table, wishing to hang them all over their bodies. It seems that everyone is almost ready, Lin Ran added, for this general attack. We need to cooperate with Louisa, Rong Han and others. In fact, my original plan was to use sachets to protect ordinary people in the base as much as possible. As for the base commander and Xie Chang's people, let the mutant bugs eat as much as they want, and we just wait and reap the benefits later. But the base commander still has some people imprisoned. We can't ignore their lives. And Anne's grandparents are there. And Wu Zhiqing, who Louisa and others have been looking for, may also be imprisoned there. Now Zhang Huan's sisters have also been caught in there. Although their lives are uncertain, we can't sit idly by. And for William, I still have something to ask him. So, we have to follow the mutant bugs. When the time comes, everyone will do this. Lin Ran talked about his plan, and everyone nodded. They don't have the ability to predict the future, and they can't help too much. So for the tasks arranged by Lin Ran, they have to do their best. At least they can't hold her back. Lin Ran has selfish motives for this mission. She could have stayed at home and waited for the insect plague to pass safely. But she wanted to rescue an aunt's grandparents. Those two old people were too important. William and his team had always valued them so much, which showed that their scientific research value was much greater than that of the X organization itself. To put it bluntly, they were the scientific research treasures of mankind. In her space, there were so many things and equipment stolen from William Laboratory, as well as a full set of equipment and information from an Ann's laboratory. If they could be rescued, they could continue to develop the X virus. Maybe they could really develop an antidote for the X virus. Then Jiang Chen, and then Rong Mei, and Louisa would be saved. But I don't know where An is now. Lin Ran knew that he was the key to pry open the mouths of Zhou Jiaming and his wife. I just hope that this child will not be found by the base commander's people before they launch the general attack. The base commander lay in the bedroom with a splitting headache. Come here. Give me an injection. Xiang Wei rushed in when she heard this. Base commander, I go get you a doctor right now. No doctor. Bring me that box. Yes. That's it. The password is MK9900. Bring it here. Give me an injection. Xiang Wei opened the box and saw several special syringes inside. She looked at the syringe with a gleam in her eyes, took out one of them, and injected it into the base commander's arm. As the syringe was pushed, the base commander felt that his headache was finally not so severe. He calmed down and lay quietly on the bed. After Xiang Wei finished the injection, she began to bring him a basin of hot water in an orderly manner. She wiped the sweat on her face and head. Zhou Yi squinted his eyes and looked at the little girl squatting in front of him. She was small, but she didn't expect her to be so smart. She was also very careful in doing things. What's your name? Xiang Wei raised her head and glanced at Zhou Yi gently. She has been serving here for so long. This is the first time he starts to care about his name. Jiangwei suppressed her disgust and replied crisply, "My name is Jiangwei. Base Commander. Jiangwei." Shou-Yi slowly read out the name and said, "It sounds nice. What's your last name?" Jiangwei lowered her head and said, "My last name is Li." Li? Shou-Yi frowned slightly when he heard it. Why is it this last name? But the girl in front of him is very good. She is careful. She also does a good job. He looked at the box on the table and said, "This box will be handed over to you for safekeeping in the future. If I feel uncomfortable again in the future, you can give me an injection. Do you remember the password?" It's great to give her such an important box for safekeeping. Jiangwei suppressed her excitement and said carefully, "Okay, Base Commander. But I didn't remember the password." Shou-Yi nodded secretly when he heard this. They like smart people. They don't want people around them to be too smart. He smiled and said, "The password is MK9900. Remember it?" Jiangwei nodded. "Yeah, I remember it this time." The injection just now made Shou-Yi calm down a little. He even leaned on the bed and slept for a while. When he woke up, he quickly turned on the walkie-talkie on his wrist. "What's the situation outside? Have you found the child in?" The other side quickly replied, reporting to the base commander. "We haven't found an yet. But we found a row of children's footprints near the base's wall. Now we are doing our best to track the footprints." "Great." Shou-Yi heard this and sat up from the bed. "Track with all our strength to see if he slipped in." "Okay, Base Commander. We will report to you as soon as we have news." "And, Shou-Yi, what else?" "And we found some bugs around the base. These bugs are much bigger than before the end of the world. The cockroaches are as big as birds. And they bite people so painfully." When Shou-Yi heard this, he said impatiently, "It's just some mutated bugs. You can just burn them. No need to report this to me specifically. Go find an An's whereabouts quickly. I can't wait for him to reunite with his grandparents." Wei Ran frowned at the sudden appearance of another group of huge cockroaches in front of him and said, "I know. Base Commander. We will deal with the bugs here." Shou-Yi cut off the signal here and immediately connected with William. This time, it took a long time before the other party picked up the phone. "Hello, brother." William's voice was still weak, and Shou-Yi felt sad. "William, do you feel better now?" "No, brother. I still feel very uncomfortable. The meat of these ordinary humans is really too disgusting. I want superpowers," Shou-Yi said, "but most of the superpowers signed up yesterday. And today it's mainly ordinary people. Our peace base is still too small. And there are not enough superpowers. William, please bear with it. After this period, I will attack other bases. Brother. But I feel so uncomfortable." Shou-Yi heard that William was uncomfortable and said distressedly, "Be patient. Brother has good news for you. Just now, they received news from outside that they have found an An's trace." Chapter 295 Find the Know-It-All. "Really?" William asked in surprise. "It's true. His footprints were found near the base wall. Now they are tracking him with all their strength. Once they catch him, they are not afraid that Zhou Jiaming and his wife will not cooperate." "That's great. It's really great." William laughed hoarsely on the other side of the intercom. "Brother, I'm saved." Hearing William's voice on the intercom jump up again, Shou-Yi also laughed. "Brother, you must help me catch an." Shou-Yi stood up and nodded heavily. "Okay. Don't worry. Brother will catch him personally. I will definitely catch him back." He was going to do it himself. He was not afraid that he could not catch the little zombie king. Before she finished speaking, Lin's mother received the news from the mutant Rose. She immediately told Lin Ran what she heard. Ran, they found An's trace." Lin Ran was shocked. "What? This is too unfortunate. It happened at this critical moment. Mother Lin, it is said that a row of children's footprints were found near the base wall, and they are tracking the traces. Now, the base commander has rushed over. He said he would take action himself. And it seems that he is determined to win. Also, the people over there reported that some mutant insects have appeared near the periphery of the base. And the mutated cockroaches are bigger than birds." Lin Ran nodded with a heavy face. "It seems to be tonight." Lin Ran looked at the sky slowly sinking outside the window and prayed silently, hoping that An could hold on a little longer. "Don't get caught. Just hold on for a while. I don't know how Louisa, Rohan and Zhang Huan are doing. Area D, the entire management camp is busy." Rohan said to Datu, "Have you arranged everything?" Datu nodded. The guns and sachets have been distributed. Adult men and women without superpowers each have a gun and a sachet. They only need to stay here to protect themselves and the children who stay here. Rong-han nodded. Okay. How are the superpowers arranged? Datu, Li Xiang and I have almost arranged it. Those superpowers hate the base commander and others. When they heard that we were going to fight, they were so excited. I also distributed weapons to them. Everyone is gathered in the hall now. Boss, do you want to go over and take a look? Okay. After Rong-han finished speaking, he strode towards the direction of the hall. When he went over, Louisa and Li Xiang were also in the hall. They were arranging plans for the superpowers for the evening. Louisa, don't be afraid. Everyone. Our action this time is to surprise everyone. We are not afraid. Captain Liu. We have all died once. There is nothing to be afraid of. As long as we can get revenge. I, Feng San, can do anything. Yes. We want revenge. We are not afraid. We will risk our lives to bring down the damn base commander and William. Louisa looked at the reactions of the crowd with satisfaction. It is better to maintain this kind of anger. Well, we will follow the plan when the time comes. Have you all put on your sachets? Everyone, yes. They are all on your body. Louisa, okay. Then we are all ready. We will have a good meal later. Just wait for dark. Everyone, just wait for dark. Just wait for dark. After Louisa finished speaking, Rong-han came to meet him. Rong-han, the car is ready. Do you want to go over and talk to Captain Lin and the others? Louisa shook his head. No need to go over. It's getting dark. We just need to wait now. Rong-han nodded. And the two turned their heads at the same time and looked out the window. The sky outside is darkened. And there seems to be some terrible monster hidden in the gray twilight. He raised his lips and couldn't help but smile. There are countless monsters hidden in this endless twilight. I'm really looking forward to it. Louisa was not as happy as Rong-han. He was a little worried about Zhang Huan, the strong-willed woman. Just now they came to take a batch of sachets and left. And asked for another car. I don't know how the distribution is going now. It's so late. They have to protect themselves. Zhang Huan glanced at Songwen in the car and said, Know-it-all. This community is full of ordinary people. Right? Songwen ate potato chips and said vaguely, Yes. They are all ordinary people. Zhang Huan picked up the sachet and said, Okay. You wait for us in the car. Don't run around. We're going to distribute things. Songwen smiled and said, I won't run around. There are so many delicious foods here. I won't leave. Songwen was just found by Zhang Huan. If you want to say who knows the situation of this base best, it must be Songwen. He is a know-it-all in the base. So it is most reliable to let him help with the things entrusted by Ran Ran. But before coming, Zhang Huan still had some doubts in her heart. I was afraid that Songwen would encounter something unexpected after such a long period of extreme cold. After all, many people can't live well in such extreme conditions. She went to the address Songwen left before. Number 28 Qinshan Street. District C. She knocked for a long time, but no one opened the door. She thought Songwen was dead inside. Just when she was about to turn around and leave in disappointment, who knew that the trash can at his door suddenly spoke. Captain Zhang, are you looking for me? Zhang Huan was startled and went over to find that Songwen, whom she was looking for, was actually hiding in the trash can. He still looked half dead. She rescued him and asked him, only to find out that he had no income after the extreme cold and could not pay points to the base. He was driven out of the house. He had no choice but to sleep here temporarily. If Zhang Huan didn't come, he might not survive tonight. Zhang Huan took him to the car and brought him some food and drinks. And then he came back to life. Seeing Songwen wolfing down his food, looking like he had been hungry for a long time, Zhang Huan deliberately asked, Aren't you a know-it-all? The base has such a good mission these 2 days. Why don't you sign up for it? Songwen said, I dare not participate. I'm afraid I will die faster if I go. Zhang Huan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Songwen to really know everything. What do you know? Songwen, anyway. This base is very complicated. And good things won't happen to ordinary people like us. Captain Zhang, you saved me today and gave me so many delicious foods. I tell you more. You capable people should leave this base as soon as possible. Zhang Huan chuckled. It seems that you know a lot of things. Songwen looked at the expression on Zhang Huan's face and said hurriedly, If you ask me why again? I really don't know. Zhang Huan saw Songwen's fear of death and laughed. Don't worry. I won't embarrass you. I won't ask about the secrets of these bases. I just ask you some simple things. Songwen said vigilantly. What is it? Zhang Huan took out the sachet in his pocket. Simple things. Just help me distribute the sachets. Songwen's reputation as a know-it-all is well-deserved. And she has just verified this. So, he will definitely be able to help her do this thing. She can finally help Ran Ran. Chapter 296, I will help you find your grandparents. Zhou Yi hurried to the outskirts of the base. He looked at the clear little footprints in the snow, and his face was slightly gloomy. What happened? The subordinates hurriedly replied, We don't know. It was cold outside, and no one came out of the base. The little footprints left in the snow were very clear. We were lucky that we would find someone by following the footprints. Who knew that when we chased them here, the footprints suddenly disappeared? How could the footprints suddenly disappear? Zhou Yi looked at the footprints on the ground and fell into deep thought. He glanced at the tall wall not far away. Could it be that he had already gone in? But how did he get in? William said that his superpower was a psychic superpower. How could a zombie with this superpower suddenly disappear at a distance from the wall? Unless someone helped him. But who would help him? Zhou Yi couldn't figure it out, and said to his subordinates in a deep voice, he should have gone in. Call the people outside back, and we go in and find him. And then stood in the abandoned house. Glanced at the person in front of him, and said unhappily, Didn't you say you could help me find my grandparents? But where are my grandparents? Are you lying to me? Hee hee. I'm not lying to you. The person on the other side replied in a rough voice. I said I know where your grandparents are and can help you get into the base. I didn't agree to anything else. Enon was instantly furious. Humph. You stinky zombie. I knew you were in the same group with that bad guy. I shouldn't have believed you. The person on the other side was not angry when he heard it. He bent down, took out a piece of fresh venison from a shabby cabinet in the house, and threw a piece to Enon. Eat something. Don't take in some energy. You are no match for those people. Enon smelled the sweet venison with fresh blood in front of him, and looked at the person in front of him with a complicated expression. I don't know whether to believe him or not. He suddenly appeared on the high wall, staring at me, and said he could help me get into the base. Enon knew that there were many people outside looking for me. I didn't want to believe him at first, but he said that he had broken up with those bad guys. So he helped him. And he also knew the specific whereabouts of his grandparents. He temporarily believed him. Otherwise, he would not be willing to come here with him. But he brought him here and did nothing. And he didn't keep his promise to take him to find his grandparents. This man must be a liar. He didn't want to eat this man's food. I don't want to eat. I don't care. I'm leaving now. I want to find my grandparents. And didn't look at the venison anymore. Stood up and wanted to leave willfully. Yi Ning looked at An's childish movements and didn't say anything. He ate the venison he had brought back from outside in big mouthfuls, letting An do whatever he wanted. It was not until An was about to open the door that he said, If I'm not mistaken, they should have come in to find you by now. The people in the base are not simple. They are not all fools like William. Besides, kid, do you know where your grandparents are? Will you know the way after you go out? An hesitated. It was his first time here, and he really didn't know where his grandparents were. He was unfamiliar with the place. So he wanted to find Sister Lin Ran and the master first. But he didn't know where they were. An thought about it and retreated back to the house. He picked up the piece of venison on the ground and ate it in big mouthfuls. No matter what this bad guy wanted to do, he was right in what he said. That is, he couldn't do anything without energy intake. He wanted to eat his fill. Then he went to find Sister Lin Ran and the master. Yi Ning saw that An had become obedient again, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. No matter why he was willing to stay, he would stay. Yi Ning threw some more venison to An ate it all. When he finished, the sky outside turned dark. Yi Ning stood by the window and looked meaningfully in the direction of the base commander's manor. You stay here and don't run around. I go over to help you find your grandparents. How about that? An opened his eyes in doubt. Really? Of course it's true. But you have to give me something of yours. An, why? Yi Ning raised his eyebrows and said, If I don't take something of yours, how can your grandparents believe that you asked me to find them? An suddenly realized. Then what do you want from me? Yi Ning pointed at An's clothes and said, Just your shirt. An hurriedly took off the blue coat on his body. There was a big Doraemon on the back of the coat, which was his favorite cartoon character. It would be nice if he also had a doryman. I can ask him to help me do anything. At least, I can find my grandpa and the others. Yining took the coat from an An's hand, touched his head and said, "Very good. You stay here obediently. I will help you find your grandpa." And then suppressed his disgust and nodded to Yining. "Thank you, uncle. I will wait for you obediently. Can you really help me bring back my grandpa and grandma?" Yining laughed, "Of course. After all, I hate William too." Yining took an An's coat and disappeared into the night. If it was before the end of the world, he might have helped the little zombie find his grandpa and grandma. After all, he was also a kind and motivated young man back then. He was willing to help all the weak. But now, he was not willing to do such a thing. He helped this little zombie just for the clothes on his body. He hated William very much. It was he who turned himself into such a monster. This kind of monster has no future, no friends, and cannot have all the life he once dreamed of. He wanted to find Lin Ran. But how could he, who was so ugly, go to find her? He wanted to kill the culprit who harmed him. He knew that William did not blow himself up that day, so he was unwilling to accept it. He wanted to use the clothes of the little zombie to lure William out. Then he would die with him. Yining took advantage of the cover of the night and slowly walked towards the manor of the base commander, and then lay on the window, looking at the direction where Yining disappeared. His little face was full of anxiety. Will that bad guy really help him find his grandparents? Should he follow him quietly? But he just said it. If he followed him, he would not go to find them. Should he be obedient or not? And Anne's tangled little face was about to wrinkle into a ball. Suddenly, he saw a pair of dark green eyes. Ah! And Anne was startled by the eyes that suddenly appeared in front of him. He was afraid that he would become the only zombie in the world who was scared to death. Meow. Just when Anne was doubting his life as a zombie, the owner of the eyes suddenly meowed softly. Chapter 297 Terror is coming. And Anne calmed down instantly when he heard the cat cry. He looked at the fat cat in front of him quietly, and then shouted in surprise, You are Sister Ranran's cat. Right? Wayne, meow. Little friend. You got it right. Lin Ran walked around anxiously in the living room, seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker. Why didn't Wayne come back? Although I know it is very powerful. Those bugs are also very powerful. Ants can also eat elephants. Okay. When I went out, I didn't hang a sachet on my body. What if it was targeted by mutant bugs? Day by day. It's really not worry-free. She was so anxious. When I come back, punish it by not allowing it to eat dried fish for a day. Sister, can you stop wandering in the living room? It makes me dizzy. Lindsay muttered to Lin Ran. Mother Lin glanced at her eldest son and said, Don't bother your sister. Your sister is very annoying. Lindsay, what is she bothering about? Mother Lin glanced at De Huang and said, If your De Huang disappeared now, would you be bothered? Lindsay, it is indeed annoying. Lindsay hugged De Huang lying at his feet. You can't run around. Lin Ran took out a watch from the space and looked at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. I go outside to look for it. I go with you. Jiangchen stood up immediately after hearing this. Suddenly, the frown between his brows relaxed. Ran, we don't have to go out. Yuing is back. Yuing is back. Great. Mother Lin soon received the news from her ear-reporting god. She opened her eyes wide in shock. Ran, the mutant trees said that Yuing brought a child back. Child? How could it bring a child in? As soon as the words fell, Lin Ran heard the sound of cat claws scratching the door. Yuing is back. Lin Ran immediately ran to the door and opened it. He saw the chubby kitten squatting at the door. He didn't know what he had experienced today, and his body was dirty. Meow. Yuing called softly, and Lin Ran's heart softened. He couldn't say a word of blame. It was cold and cold. It was good enough that it could come back by itself. Why blame it? Sister Ran, it's really you. A little boy's voice came, attracting Lin Ran's attention. There was a big-eyed child in thin clothes standing in the corner of the door. It was An. An, how did you find this place? Lin Ran excitedly grabbed An's little hand. Your cat brought me here. Hearing this, Lin Ran turned his head to look at Yuing. There was no shadow of it at the door at this moment. It had already entered the house. Lin Ran looked at Yuing's proud little back with amusement. She was really a little cat with hidden merits and fame. Come in quickly. Lin Ran pulled An into the house. Until An was settled on the dining table, Lin Ran couldn't believe that Anan actually came to their house. Now, she had no worries. Anan ate the delicious KFC on the table, and didn't forget to tell them about her experiences along the way. At that time, I didn't know if I was deceived by that bad zombie. Who knew that I would see your little cat when I turned around? Sister Ran Ran. Master, my luck is really good. Now that I have found you, I will definitely find my grandparents tomorrow. Lin Ran touched An's little head. It won't take that long. We will help you find your grandparents tonight. And An's eyes lit up. And the whole person was in great surprise. Really? Lin Ran nodded with a smile. Really? I'm not lying to you. Jiang Chen's eyes moved to the ground and released his mental power to explore. Then he said to Lin Ran, Ran, they are coming. Outside the base wall, Zhou Yi was about to take people to the base to look for Anan. He firmly believed that he had already entered the base. He urged his subordinates. Why haven't they come yet? Wei Yun hurriedly said, I have already sent a message to them. They will come soon. Zhou Yi frowned impatiently. If they don't come, forget it. You wait here. The rest of you come with me to find someone. Zhou Yi pointed at a few people, then turned around and jumped over the wall. The few people he had just pointed at also followed him into the base. Wei Yun watched Zhou Yi leave and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he left. The base commander's own pressure was too great. Just standing next to him made him nervous. Wei Yun took out a cigarette and wanted to take a puff. Before he lit the cigarette, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. He quickly turned on the flashlight and looked in the direction of the sound. As a result, he saw a hole in the snow that appeared at some point. And something was constantly drilling up in that hole. Squeaky, squeaky. An unpleasant sound came from the pile of things. He bent down and brought the flashlight closer to see what those things were. Suddenly, he met a pair of eyes as big as light bulbs. Looking down, there were several long whiskers and a triangular mouth. And a huge body. Damn. Mutant rats. The moment Wei Yun saw the mutant rats clearly, the leading rat also jumped straight towards his face. Wei Yun never knew that the mouth of a rat could open so wide. Its teeth could grow so long. Just when the mutant rat's stinky mouth was about to bite him, he hurriedly threw out a ball of soil to block the mutant rat's deadly attack. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, countless mutant rats rustled and attacked him. Only then did he realize that he was surrounded by mutant rats. How could there be so many disgusting things? Wei Yun's cold sweat flowed down. While he was fighting back with his earth power, he quickly turned on the intercom in his hand and began to call the nearest team to come to support him. Team number 1. Come over here to support me. No one responded on the intercom. Wei Yun felt a chill in his heart and shouted again, Number 2. Where are the people in team number 2? Come over here to support us. Someone responded this time. But the sound coming from the other side was not what he wanted to hear. The voice on the intercom was not a human voice. It was the sound of a rat. They were also attacked by mutant rats. Wei Yun was frightened by the sound coming from the other side. When he was not paying attention, a huge mutant rat jumped on him. Ah! Get off, you nasty rat. Wei Yun shook his body frantically, trying to shake the rat off. But the claws of this rat were extremely sharp, and the powerful claws made it firmly grasp Wei Yun. Then 1, 2, 3. More rats jumped on Wei Yun again. Crack! Wei Yun's ear was bitten off by a mutant rat. Ah! A heart-wrenching cry came. Chapter 298 Dark Night at the Base. Wei Yun's supernatural power was output like crazy, hitting himself and the mutant rats. A dust tornado covering the sky rose from the ground. Unexpectedly, after the tornado blew, countless mutant rats and mutant cockroaches crawled out from under the ground he uncovered. The most terrifying thing was that there were mutant termites with wings. After a long time, he was bitten into a blood gourd and finally got rid of the attacks of various mutant poisonous insects. He stumbled towards the place where he had agreed to meet with other teams. He didn't know where the flashlight in his hand had just been thrown. Wei Yun groped in the dark. And suddenly, he was delighted to find that many flashlights appeared in front of him. That place was exactly where they agreed to meet. It was his own people. Wei Yun ran over in surprise, but suddenly stopped when he got close to there. Rustle. Squeak. This nightmare-like sound made Wei Yun's whole body shiver. He realized that what he just saw was not a flashlight, but the eyes of mutant rats and mutant snakes. The ground was covered with the bones of his team members. Ah! Wei Yun only had time to scream before he was completely drowned in the tide of mutant rats and mutant snakes. when he was eaten to a skeleton. The mutant poisonous insects, still hungry, ran madly towards the inside of the base. The high walls outside the base were covered with black mutant animals. They climbed over the walls in groups and ran wildly towards the base that smelled of fresh meat. They endured hibernation for so long and came out now just to fill their stomachs. Eat. You must eat. The residents of District D now live in the tall buildings on the side of the administrator's residence. This is the location closest to the edge of the base. The people living here will always remember this day. They stood on a tall building and looked outside. Thousands of mutant mice bigger than cats. Mutant cockroaches as big as chickens. Mutant snakes as thick as adult men's arms. And mutant termites bigger than birds when flying, climbed over the tall walls at the edge of the base that night and rushed into the peace base frantically. They had huge teeth and opened their abyssal mouths. And they left a mess wherever they went. They had no doubt that if they were outside, those things would eat them to the bone. The child who had not fallen asleep yet came out curiously and stood on the balcony to look at the scene outside. When he saw the things below clearly, he screamed in fear. The adult next to him hurriedly covered his mouth. But it was too late. Those things still heard the movement here. The adult standing on the balcony saw that the mutant animals changed direction and ran towards them. Louisa, who was standing on a high place, also saw this scene. But he was prepared. Near the wall of their building, there were leaves of the tree of life. If Captain Lin is right, those things will not come in when they smell the scent of the tree of life. Sure enough, when they approached their building, the mutant beasts suddenly stopped. After a rustling sound, they changed direction and continued to run deep into the base. Except for a few mutant termites leading the way. They fluttered their wings, crossed the wall, and flew towards the balcony where the child was. The adult holding the child saw such a big termite. He was so scared that cold sweats flowed down. But he was still calm and remembered what Louisa said. He took out the sachet from his arms and held it in front of him. The magical thing was that the termites really fluttered their wings and left here again the moment he took out the sachet. Seeing this scene, Louisa silently retracted the supernatural power in his palm. He waved his hand and asked Li Xiang to quickly drive back the people who were watching the excitement on the balcony. It's better not to watch this excitement. It's too scary. A huge crowd of mutant animals were running in the base. They were a little depressed. They had been running for so long. But they had not found any edible prey except at the beginning. They had smelled fresh and delicious prey. But those prey had an unpleasant smell. They were discouraged. It was really annoying. I was so hungry. Where could I find delicious prey? Squeaky. The mutant rat leading the way suddenly smelled delicious prey in front of it without any odor. It sent a signal to the back, telling them to go in that direction. At the moment of receiving the signal, the mutant rats turned around and moved at full speed towards the location of the prey. Zhou Yi was still wandering around Area C. It seemed that it was not so easy to find a child in such a large base. He realized that he had to use some means. Otherwise, it would be a waste of life. He said to several subordinates around him, "Let's go. Go back first." After saying that, Zhou Yi took out a military off-road vehicle from the space. The subordinates were already cold. Hearing Zhou Yi's words, they were as if they had been pardoned. They opened the car door and were about to get in. Suddenly one of them stopped. He stared at the front of the car, with disbelief in his eyes. "Base Commander, it seems that something is coming." Zhou Yi also discovered it at this time. His level was high, and his sensitivity was naturally stronger. There were black things there, rushing towards them in an overwhelming manner. Zhou Yi's face suddenly became solemn, and he shouted, "Everyone get in the car and go full speed towards the manor." "Yes." The off-road vehicle ran in the opposite direction like crazy. Zhou Yi was frightened. How could there be so many mutant animals? He suddenly remembered that in the afternoon, Wei Yun reported to him that many mutant rats and mutant cockroaches suddenly appeared around the base. He turned on the intercom and called Wei Yun. Unfortunately, no one responded to him over there. The huge roar of the off-road vehicle made the mutant animals behind it even more excited. They must get the delicious prey. "Waste. Drive faster." Zhou Yi shouted at his subordinate, who was driving because he found that something had caught up with him. The black and white flying things were huge termites with wings spread. "Heh. They are just mutant termites. Let me do it." There was a fire-type mutant in the car. He was not afraid of the termites. He stuck his head out of the car window and threw several huge fireballs at the termites. Boom! A large wave of termites flying in the front were burned and fell down. and the ground was full of termite corpses. But it doesn't matter. There are enough of them. If this batch dies, there will be another batch. A large wave of termites flew up again. After this level 9 fire-type mutant used large fireballs to attack for more than 10 minutes. His ability was finally exhausted. Seeing that the fireballs were getting smaller and smaller, despair flashed in this person's eyes. There is no way to kill them all. These things can never be killed all. Crack. Crack. Joe suddenly heard a series of crackling sounds from the roof of the car. Like eating. Chapter 299 Attack. Joe looked at the direction of the roof in confusion. Suddenly, the fire-type mutant exclaimed, "Base Commander. It's termites biting the iron sheet. Our car is finished." As soon as the voice fell, the car running at high speed lost its roof. Before everyone could react, a termite opened its huge mouthparts and bit the person driving in front. The man's scalp was bitten off instantly. Then the termite's mouthparts pierced deeply into the man's delicious brain. The severe pain made him unable to hold the steering wheel anymore. The car skidded at high speed and turned over on the ground when it hit the roadside building. Joe jumped out of the car before the car turned over, facing the termites rushing towards him. He used a tornado to send the annoying termites away. But this thing is more annoying than zombies. They sent away a batch. And another batch came up behind, buzzing with huge wings, with bright red mouthparts. They only know how to kill. And following closely behind them are countless mutant rats and mutant snakes. Joe's eyes turned cold, and he grabbed the only subordinate who was not unconscious on the ground, and took out another car from the space. Drive. Go quickly. There are so many damn mutant animals. If they don't escape, they will be finished. Lin Ran stood by the window on the second floor of the villa, looking at the dark night outside the window. Jiang Chen approached Lin Ran and said, Ran. They will pass by here soon. Their villa area is not far from the manor of the base director, which is one of the must-pass roads for mutant animals. Lin Ran nodded, and Lin Ran took out a tang sword from the space. Okay. We will catch up when they come. The people behind him heard Lin Ran's words and responded. Everyone had a handy weapon in their hands. Grandpa Zhang's was AK, and the others had tang swords. Lin Ran turned around and said, Everyone, put on your sachets and act according to the plan. Mimi will wait for us at home with it, and Rong Mei nodded obediently. Her brother and master told her to listen to Sister Lin, and she would listen to everything she said. But Anin was unhappy. He pouted and said, Sister Ran, I want to go too. I can help. And I want to see my grandparents as soon as possible. And Anne's little face was full of stubborn determination. Lin Ran looked at him like this, and knew that it was impossible not to take him with him, thinking that he was not an ordinary child. Lin Ran said, Okay. Then you follow us. But you have to follow us closely at that time. And you must not act alone at will. Understand? Anin nodded heavily. Lin Ran was worried, so she asked Jiang Chen to give him another order. She knew An's value too well. There must be no possibility for William and others to capture him. Rustle. Swish. 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 There were strange noises coming from outside the window. Curious Lin Zhe came over to take a look and got goosebumps. Under the pale moonlight, a large group of animals he hated came over the road outside the villa. Leading the way were mutant termites flying in the sky, followed closely by mutant rats, mutant snakes, and mutant cockroaches. Everywhere they went was a mess. Sister, it's so disgusting. Lin Ran also felt disgusted. Hold it. Wait for their large group to pass, and we will follow. Okay. The mutant termites leading the way were very annoyed. Why was there such a bad smell everywhere along the way? They were forced to fly continuously due to hunger, looking for food in places without bad smells. Finally, the mutant termites in the front excitedly found a good place. It flapped its wings and buzzed to pass the information to the large group behind. Brothers, there is something delicious ahead that doesn't stink. Let's go! In the manner of the base commander, the people on the sentry post are waiting for the shift change. They have been on duty for a day and are a little tired now. A sentry yawned out of boredom, and after a yawn, he felt a little sleepy again. He reached out and wiped his eyes quietly, and then opened his eyes again. He suddenly saw that there were many more lights in the distance. No! How could those lights move? He quickly reached out and wiped his eyes again. Then he took out the night vision binoculars on his waist and glanced down. He was frightened and gasped at just one glance. Those moving light bulbs are obviously pairs of mutant animal eyes. Outside the manor, there are thousands of densely packed, strange-shaped, mutant termites, termite rats, mutant cockroaches, and mutant snakes that are like alien creatures. My goodness! If these things come over here, will they still be alive? He stumbled and ran to the captain, who was sitting in a pavilion not far away. Captain! Captain! There are mutant animals down there. The mutant captain at the sentry post was a level 10 mutant. Hearing this, he said impatiently, "What's the big deal? It's just 1 or 2 mutant animals. You, a level 7 wood mutant, can't handle it." The sentry shook his head frantically. "I can't handle it. I can't handle it. Captain, it's not just one. It's a group. A large group. There are countless." The sentry's description also scared the captain. He hurriedly walked out of the pavilion and looked down. The mutant animals were very close to them at this time. He could see clearly without night vision binoculars. What a terrible group of things running towards the manor. There are really countless. The captain roared, "Sound the alarm. Level 10 alarm. There is an enemy. Come to support." Yes, there are countless mutant animals coming. Bang bang bang. Countless gunshots rang out from the sentry post. They were all carefully trained by Joey, and each of them had great shooting skills. The mutant animals below kept falling down. But more mutant animals came up from behind. Dense, colorful mutant snakes crawled in through the crack of the manor gate and bit anyone they saw. They all had deadly venom in their mouths, and one bite would make people numb. The alarm sounded, and the base commander's core of superpowers came out in full force. The superpowers were very powerful, but they lacked experience in dealing with these tens of thousands of hungry mutant animals. People were constantly bitten on the neck by mutant snakes. The winged mutant cockroaches crawled into the superpowers' mouths, ears, and brains. A piece of meat on the superpowers was gone after one bite from the mutant rats. The most terrifying thing was the mutant termites. They could fly anywhere, and a mouthful of venom would melt the skin of the mutants. Since the establishment of the base, Zhou Yi's invincible mutant corps had encountered such a Waterloo for the first time. Each of them had advanced superpowers. But facing such a large number of mutant insects, they had no rules. They were so vulnerable under the attack of these mutant animals. People kept falling down. And once they fell down, they could not get up again. They used their superpowers to kill some poisonous insects, snakes and ants. But superpowers can be used up. And these damn poisonous insects, snakes and ants cannot be killed. They even felt that this was more terrible than the zombie tide. Wei Yun. Wei Yun. Where are you? Wei Dong, the captain of the superpower army, hid in a house with a few people, using a walkie-talkie to call his brother Wei Yun, who was on duty outside. But the other party did not answer for a long time. In fact, he could no longer answer. Wei Dong did not care about the majesty of the base commander at this time, and dialed Zhou Yi's intercom with trembling hands. "Base commander, the manor was attacked by a large number of mutant animals. We can't hold on." Chapter 300 Breaking into the manor. Zhou Yi's heart sank when he heard Wei Dong's report. The situation was worse than he thought. These disgusting things following their car actually went to the manor. His mutant army couldn't resist their attack. "No. William is there too." Zhou Yi held the intercom and said in a deep voice, "Retreat. Retreat to the underground laboratory. And do our best to protect Mr. William. 10 minutes. I will be back in 10 minutes. Yes. These things actually broke out here. It seems that this place can't stay. Zhou Yi knows too well how powerful these mutant animals are. That's not just one or hundreds of them. It's unknown how many tens of thousands of them there are. This place can't be kept. Although it's a pity to abandon the peaceful base, it's a good thing to keep the Green Mountains. As long as he is still alive. With his and William abilities, he can build a new base somewhere else." Zhou Yi thought of this and stretched out his hand to shoot a gust of wind behind him, blow away the mutant termites that were about to approach. Then he turned on the intercom and called William. This time William intercom was quickly connected. William asked excitedly, "Brother, have you found an inn?" Zhou Yi said, "William, listen carefully. Don't worry about an inn. The base has suffered a very serious attack now. We must abandon the base and leave immediately." Hearing this, William threw the half-bitten arm in his hand to the ground. "Brother, are you kidding? No. It's mutant animals. Countless mutant animals attacked the base. Our mutant army can't hold on anymore. You pack up now. Wait for me to come back. We will take a helicopter to leave." William Browse frowned more and more. He knew his brother's personality too well. How could he abandon this base unless it was absolutely necessary? It seems that the situation outside is extremely dangerous. William, okay. I know. Brother. After hanging up the intercom, William stood up from the ground and ran straight to his own exclusive laboratory. He wanted to take away all the important medicines and research materials there. By the way, Zhou Jianjun and his wife must also be taken away. Lin ran, and the others came right after the mutant animal army. She drove a 7-seater off-road vehicle, and the leaves of the tree of life were hung all around the vehicle. The mutant animals outside, smelling the smell on their car, all stayed away from them. So, they were very safe. The only thing that was not very friendly to them was that these things were too disgusting. Looking at their twisted and terrifying appearance, it was very challenging to people's psychology. Lin Ren drove the car into the gate of the base director's manor. The gate that was heavily guarded in the past had been bitten by the mutant animals. The off-road vehicle drove into the manor without any hindrance. However, they seemed to be late. The manor was full of white and naked corpses of dead people, and mutant animals lying on those corpses greedily sucking. There was no living person. Sister, why is there no one here? Could it be that all those people were eaten? And then got anxious when she heard this. What about my grandparents? Were they also eaten by these bad rats? Jiangchen said, no. Many people are hiding. I take you to find them. Louisa and Ronghan also rushed over with their people. The mission they received was not very dangerous. They didn't need to enter the manor. Just guard the vicinity, and be careful not to let Zhou Yi and William run away. Once they found William and his traces, they would send a signal gun to Lin Ran and his people. Ronghan and his people drove a car full of sachets to guard the periphery. There were no mutant animals to harass them, so they were very safe. After waiting outside for a while, they saw many people running out of the base. These were the lackeys of the base commander, and they usually did a lot of evil things. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Ronghan ordered that all those who ran out should be chopped off. Until Data ran over to report, "Boss, we just caught a man. He said he knew Captain Liu and asked to meet him." Louisa, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, jumped down after hearing this. "Someone who knows me. Go and have a look." Louisa rushed over and saw a man who was beaten half to death by a group of superpowers. The man was thin and had a scar on his face. "It must be Xuechang." Louisa hurriedly said, "Let him go quickly. This is one of ours." Xuechang raised his head and took a look at Louisa's convoy lined up neatly outside the manor. Although he didn't know whether the mutant animal attack had anything to do with Louisa, he could see that Louisa and his men were here to deal with the base commander today. Xuechang smiled and said, "Captain Liu, I knew this day would come. You will never let Zhou Yi go." Louisa helped Xuechang up from the ground and said, "If Zhou Yi was a good person who was dedicated to the people, I wouldn't do this unnecessary thing. Xuechang, you have been with him for so long. You should know a lot of the dirty things Zhou Yi has done. He is not a good guy." Xuechang sneered, "Yes. He and his brother are devils. Do you want to find him? I will take you there. If we go too late, they will probably run away." Louisa and Ronghan, who followed him, looked at each other, and then fired a flare into the air. Jiangwei hid in the bedroom trembling. She held the password box with the injection tightly in her arms. Outside the window were densely packed mutant snakes and mutant rats and other terrible things. She was not sure if she was going to die. Just now, Xuechang came to her and said he would take her away. She refused. She didn't want to leave. She had finally endured for so long and worked so hard to come to Zhou Yi and make him trust her. She would wait for him here. She bet that Zhou Yi would definitely come to get this box of injections. And she bet with her life. In this box of injections, there was an injection that she had added an ingredient to. As long as Zhou Yi could be killed, everything she did today would be worth it. The bedroom door was closed tightly, and Jiangwei also stuffed 2 towels into the crack of the door to prevent the mutant snakes from getting in. But she still heard a hissing sound. Jiangwei suddenly looked up at the place where the sound came from, and realized that she had underestimated the snakes. They actually pushed the towels open and wanted to get in. Chapter 301 Headache. Under the leadership of Jiangchen, Lin Ran and his team found several groups of Legion superpowers hiding in the house. When they asked them about the whereabouts of Zhou Yi and William, no one told them. And not only did they not tell, they were also ferocious and wanted to attack them. They were spoiled. The Lin family and Mr. Jiang went into battle together and attacked these lackeys. These people were neither high nor low in level, just right for their own family to practice. After dealing with them, and about to go to the next house, Lin Ran saw a signal flare rising in the air. Lin Ran's eyes suddenly lit up. It's Louisa and the others. They found William, and the others' traces. Go and meet them. Everyone hurriedly ran in the direction of the signal flare. As a result, Lin's mother paused and almost fell when she ran to Lin Ran's side. Be careful. Wife. Lin's father, who always pays attention to his wife, hurriedly supported Lin's mother and said. Lin Ran also noticed the abnormality here. Mom. What's wrong? Mother Lin smiled apologetically and said, nothing. Just a poor little girl was in danger. And Mom just helped her. Rose looked at the mutant snake corpse on the ground, and the rose flower, that suddenly grew bigger in disbelief. It was it that just helped her. Otherwise she would have been eaten by the mutant snake. Rose stretched out her hand, and was about to touch the rose flower. Suddenly it changed back to its original form, becoming a small plant again, shrinking in the flower pot. Bang, the next second. The bedroom door was kicked open, and Zhou Yi and his subordinates rushed in from outside. Rose looked at Zhou Yi and found that he, who had always been meticulous, was actually a little embarrassed. It seems that he was also very annoyed to deal with the mutant animals outside. Rose, why are you here? Zhou Yi saw Rose at the first time. Xiangwei acted as if she was scared out of her wits, and said with tears in her eyes, Base Commander, there are so many scary mutant animals outside. Many of them ran away, and I was planning to run away with them. But here is the box you asked me to take care of. You asked me to keep it. I was worried if I didn't take it with me. But when I ran to the bedroom to get the box, the outside was surrounded by mutant snakes. I just thought I was going to die. Base Commander, fortunately you are back. Only then did Zhou Yi see that Xiangwei was holding her own injection box tightly in her arms. That was one of the reasons why he ran here as soon as he returned to the base. Damn. His headache came back again. I didn't expect this little girl to be so loyal. Zhou Yi glanced at the mutant snake corpse on the ground and pulled Xiangwei up from the ground. Take the box. Xiangwei was stunned for a moment and nodded fiercely at Zhou Yi. I get it, Base Commander. As he spoke, the mutant snake that smelled the blood and flesh swam in from outside with its tongue hissing. Come on. Follow me to a safe place. Zhou Yi blew another tornado and blocked the mutant snakes outside the door. Then he kicked open the mattress in his bedroom, and Xiangwei discovered that there was a secret room under the mattress. Zhou Yi, come on. Xiangwei nodded, and when she left, she caught a glimpse of the rose on the table. The rose was a small plant, and the flower pot was not big. Xiangwei's eyes flashed, and she hugged the rose in her arms. Zhou Yi went down first, followed by Xiangwei. Then came Durong, who had been following Zhou Yi. The moment the three of them entered the secret room, the mattress on top returned to its original state. The secret room leads directly to William Laboratory, and it is also the only place in the entire base that has not been set foot by mutant animals. It's safe here. Zhou Yi rubbed his forehead and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The intercom on his wrist was dialed and Zhou Yi picked up. Brother, where are you? Our helicopter is almost ready, and we are waiting for you to come. I'm already in the laboratory. Come right over. Okay. I wait for you to load things in my laboratory. After William hung up the intercom, he looked at his fully packed laboratory. There were countless injections, experimental equipment, and experimental data. Other things were moved onto the helicopter, and these most important things were left for his brother to load in the space. After all, he would only feel at ease if they were placed with him. 2 wounded people were tied up in the corner of the laboratory. They were Zhou Jianmin and his wife, who had not recovered from being tortured by Zhou Yi. Zhou Jianming looked at William and said, Where are you taking us? William smiled and said, Of course. We are taking you to find an inn. We finally found out his whereabouts. You miss your grandson very much. My brother and I have been looking for people for you these 2 days. Now, we will take you to see him. Zhou Jianmin and his wife looked at each other. There was disbelief in their eyes. But now they had no choice. They were the meat on the chopping board. What else could they do except believe it? William's idea was simple. He had to ensure safe evacuation now. So, just say something nice to trick the old couple and let them calm down. Zhou Yi had just overdrawn a lot of superpowers. He wanted to hold on to William's place. But once he relaxed, the severe headache could no longer be suppressed. Xiangwei. Come on. Give me an injection. Qiangwei's eyes flickered when she heard the words, suppressing the strong excitement in her heart. Okay. Base Commander. I do it now. Qiangwei glanced at the man named Durong who had been following Zhou Yi. Durong was obviously exhausted. Standing aside with a look of absent-mindedness, Qiangwei put the flower pot on the ground, then calmly entered the password, and accurately found the injection she had added. Zhou Yi sat on the ground with a pale face and sweat on his forehead. Qiangwei walked over, rolled up the clothes on his arm, and then slowly pushed the injection into his body. The effect was immediate. Zhou Yi's headache soon stopped. He looked at Qiangwei and nodded with satisfaction. Good technique. Give me the injection box. Qiangwei handed the password box to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi took it and put the password box in his own space, then stood up and left, looking at Zhou Yi's back. Qiangwei, who followed him with a rose pot, couldn't help but curl her lips. She almost laughed out loud. She was not afraid that Zhou Yi would no longer use her for injections, and she was not afraid that she would become a useless person. Her goal had been achieved, and the injection password box was useless to her. Injections? Damn Zhou Yi who likes to use injections for experiments. You use the best injections, but treat others as cheap experimental subjects. You irresponsibly inject others with injections with great side effects. Her only brother, Li Jin, who had a very good relationship with Xuechang, was used as an experimental subject by him. After injecting their damn injections, he turned into a pile of rotten meat and died. Now Zhou Yi, I wonder what will happen to you after you use this failed injection. She couldn't wait to see Zhou Yi's final retribution. Chapter 302 The Revenge. After Lin Ran met with Louisa, she found a way to the laboratory under the leadership of Xuechang. Unfortunately, there are too many mutant animals here. At this entrance, there are countless mutant animals gathered inside and outside. Xuechang said, the people of the Legion retreated from here. I guess these animals chased them and gathered here. Lin Ran frowned. If she went in from here, she would have to get rid of all these mutant animals. It's not a difficult task. But she didn't want to do good things for William and the others. When Lin Ran was struggling, Lin's mother said happily, Ran, Mom knows another way. So, 5 minutes later, the group came to the base chief's bedroom again. Lin's mother uncovered the mattress and found the entrance to the laboratory. Lin's mother smiled and said, Qiangwei is right. This is it. Lin Ran looked at her mother with praise and walked into the entrance first. Let's go. Lin's mother told Lin Ran along the way that the girl Qiangwei brought her Qiangwei to the laboratory. Following Zhou Yi, they are now on their way to meet up with William. Moreover, they are going to run away. If they run away, it will be too late. She must catch them all here. After the group went down to the laboratory, Lin Ma led the way and hurriedly chased in the direction indicated by the rose. Louisa and Rong Han were still surrounding the periphery of the manor, except for Xuechang. The people who followed Lin Ran down were all their family members. Xuechang soon found that he could not keep up with their pace. This family is a bit outrageous. They don't look like powerful people. How can they be so strong? They run too fast. He even found that he couldn't keep up with the pace of their children and the old man. He, an 8th series Wood-type mutant, is too useless. Lin Ran glanced at Xuechang, who was obviously struggling, and said, Find a place to hide, or go back to find Louisa and the others. Xuechang shook his head stubbornly. No. Since I'm here, I have to follow you, Lin Ran said. In that case, you can follow by yourself. If you get out of the team, I won't care about you. Xuechang nodded while panting. I know. I won't hold you back. Xuechang tried hard to follow Lin Ran and the others. He just heard Qiangwei's name from them. Qiangwei is the only relative of his best friend, and he is afraid that she will be in danger. So, he should go and take a look. William looked at his men, and they sent all the supplies to the helicopter one by one. Their underground airfield has been built for more than half a year, and now it is finally going to work. As long as his brother comes, they can open the dome buried underground and fly directly out from underground. Finally, Zhou Yi's voice came from the intercom again. William, I be there soon. Where are you? Brother, go to my lab to pack something. I be there soon. Okay. William was excited and was about to go to the lab when suddenly a subordinate ran over. Mr. William, I found this piece of clothing and a letter in the ventilation duct over there. The letter is signed by you. William glanced at the things in the man's hand casually without caring. And then his eyes shrank suddenly. Why does this piece of clothing look so familiar? That's right. Isn't this an Anne's coat? Why is it here? Is it in here? William took the letter from the man's hand, opened it and took a look. And his pupils shrank suddenly. Yi Ning? The damn Yi Ning again. It turned out that he caught Annan and asked him to pick someone up in the manor. Damn it. He wasn't eaten by the hateful mutant animals. Where did you find these two things? The man who came to deliver the things was startled and pointed at the ventilation duct and said, I picked them up from under the ventilation duct. It might have been thrown down by the people above. William walked under the ventilation duct and looked up curiously. Then he heard rustling, hissing, and squeaking sounds. William said to himself, this sound is a bit strange. Like the cry of an animal. Then he realized something. Damn. Yi Ning is going to kill us. It must be Yi Ning who destroyed the airtightness of the ventilation duct above and let the mutant animals come down. Sure enough, the next second, a huge mutant rat jumped out of the ventilation duct. It saw William and jumped directly at his face. William used a wood-type ability to knock the mutant rat to the ground. However, following closely behind was a mutant giant snake thicker than a human thigh. William was horrified and screamed, hurry up. Some mutant animals are rushing in. At this time, Zhou Yi arrived at William Laboratory and looked coldly at Zhou Jianjun and his wife, who were tied to the ground. Without answering their questions about Annan, who knows what his brother told him, he ignored these two stubborn old men. He put all the things in William Laboratory in his own space, and then waited for William to come. Brother, come to the airport quickly. We will leave immediately. William's voice came from the intercom. The mutant animals are coming. They are coming to the laboratory. We must leave immediately. Zhou Yi's heart tightened. Those damn mutant pests actually followed him here. Okay. I come right away. Take Zhou Jianjun and his wife. Got it. Zhou Yi grabbed Zhou Jianmin and his wife on the ground like a chicken. Then he ran towards the door of the laboratory. Qiangwei saw with sharp eyes that another piece of meat on Zhou Yi's hand had turned black. Just like what she saw on her brother. Seeing that Zhou Yi was about to run, she stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Yi's arm. What are you doing? Zhou Yi looked at Qiangwei in confusion, thinking that she wanted to escape with him. Zhou Yi looked at Qiangwei and Du Rong coldly. You two stay here and wish for the best. The helicopter can't accommodate so many people. Qiangwei grabbed Zhou Yi's hand fiercely. No. You can't leave either. She had to watch Zhou Yi die with her own eyes. She had to watch him suffer the same pain as his brother when he died. Get out of here. Zhou Yi's eyes turned cold. She was just a girl. But she really thought she was a toy. He stretched out his right foot and kicked at Qiangwei's thin body. Du Rong, who had been following him, showed reluctance in his eyes. Although he knew that he could become an abandoned child at any time if he followed the base commander, he didn't expect that he would still be afraid when he was abandoned. He was not even as brave as this girl and dared to pull the base commander to say no. Unfortunately, this girl was going to die. At the moment when Qiangwei was about to be kicked by Zhou Yi, the mutant rose in her arms grew bigger again and blocked the fatal blow for Qiangwei. Zhou Yi looked at the mutant rose and said angrily, You actually have mutant plants. Damn it. Who are you? Rose had a cold face and didn't say anything. Zhou Yi sneered. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. It's just a third-level mutant plant. He let go of Zhou Jianjun and his wife, who had been holding him in his hand. I will send you and your mutant plants to hell now. After saying that, a strong tornado with a majestic murderous aura hit the direction of Rose and the rose flower. Just when the overwhelming tornado was about to blow to Rose, a purple lightning, like a giant dragon, came out with majestic power, blocking this fatal attack. Chapter 303 Fighting. Who are you? Two powers collided in the air. After the sparks of the explosion dissipated, Zhou Yi looked at the people in front of him and said coldly. Lin Ran chuckled and said, You are the base commander. We are naturally here to take your life. Qiangwei saw Shui Chong behind Lin Ran and the others. She picked up the mutant Qiangwei, who saved her life, and ran towards Shui Chong, who waved at her. Grandpa and Grandma, Annan, who was standing at the back, saw Zhou Jianjun and his wife thrown on the ground with scars all over their bodies, and shouted heartbreakingly. His grandparents who were so good, were actually treated like this by these bad guys. Annan! Annan! Zhou Jianjun and his wife opened their eyes wide in surprise. William and the others actually said the truth. Annan is really not dead. There Annan. He actually crawled out of the grave. So you are Nin. A crazy light flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes. That's great. So I don't have to go out to look for you. Now I will reunite your family of 3. Come with me. Zhou Yi stretched out his hand and wanted to grab Nin. How could Lin Ran let him succeed? She released a purple lightning and slashed at his hand. Zhou Yi was startled and quickly retreated. At the same time, a tornado blew towards them. This tornado was incredibly powerful. Lin Ran found that there was not only wind, but also hail and heavy rain. It seems that this base manager not only has wind power, but also ice and water power. Ran, be careful. He is a 14th level power user. Jiang Qin's voice came from the side. Lin Ran nodded slightly. 2 levels higher than her. But how can his power, which was shot out with a needle, be compared with hers, that were upgraded level by level? Lin Ran was not afraid at all. A purple lightning wall shot up to the sky to meet the attack. The violent tornado was blocked by the purple lightning wall. Zhou Yi didn't expect that the other party was still a tough guy. He knew rationally that he should leave now. But looking at Nin who was so close, he really couldn't bear to leave like this. Obviously, as long as he caught Nin, he could make Zhou Jianjun and his wife work for him. Zhou Yi turned on the intercom. Brother, where are you? Why don't you come over? William, I'm in your laboratory. And Nin is also here. Send someone to support me. And Nin, okay. I send someone over right away. Brother, you must catch him. Soon. There were bursts of footsteps in the corridor outside. And Nin nervously held Lin Ma's hand. And Lin Ma patted his head gently. Don't be afraid. They are all here to deliver food. Soon. A large number of young people with a murderous aura rushed into the door of the laboratory. These are the core backbones of Zhou Yi's mutant army. And each of them has a superpower of more than level 10. Base Commander, we are here. Zhou Yi pointed coldly at Lin Ran and the others on the opposite side and said, kill them and take the child away. Yes. Lin Ran took out the Tang sword, looking for death. The bloody war began. White, purple, red, yellow, and green lights appeared in the small laboratory. And Nin was tightly protected by his family behind him. Xiangwei and Xuechong also benefited from the light. Xuechong stared at the war in amazement. He never thought that there would be anyone in this base who could compete with the base commander's core of superpowers, or compete with their backbone forces. But these people did it. Who are they? Lin Ran released the 3 little ones who were napping in the space at the beginning of the war. Wei, Bao Zhu, and De Huang jumped out of the space instantly. De Huang, protect Nin and Grandpa Jiang. Woof. As ordered, De Huang stood in front of the 2 with a strong figure like a guardian angel. As long as the enemy dares to approach, it will immediately spit out a pillar of fire that shoots up to the sky and burns them to death. Wei and the little cat joined the war nimbly. Kill! 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 This war is either you or I. No one has a good impression of this cannibalistic superpower army. No one showed mercy. Grandpa Jiang did not have an attacking superpower. But the AK in his hand was not a vegetarian. He stood behind De Huang, always paying attention to the battle situation. When those superpowers were injured and weak, his bullets would be accurately delivered to their foreheads. Lin Zhe was simply a killing god. The Tang sword in his hand, which carried the 10th level gold superpower, was the best murderous aura. Those superpowers who relied on injections to reach the 10th level were not his opponents at all. 1, 2, 3. Lin Zhe ruthlessly chopped the heads of these superpowers. Mother Lin manipulated the Wit superpower to dance wildly in the field. She is like a beautiful carnivorous plant. Any mutant who enters her attack range will be caught by her mutated plant. Then, in the next second, her ice knife will accurately dig out his crystal core. Father Lin is a violent person. He has great strength and a fire ability with strong attack power. The 10th level fire ability plus the 8th level power ability is the perfect combination. He ruthlessly set fire to the superpowers. Then, at the moment when they were panicked, he raised the Tang sword with the power of crushing withered and rotten to pierce their eyebrows. And the 2 cats are the devils who harvest the lives of superpowers. They are obviously small, but the power on their bodies is so strong that these self-proclaimed superpowers are afraid. They have never seen such cats. The mutant animals seen outside the base before are weak in front of them. Facing them, they seem to have no choice but to give up their lives. Zhou Yi looked at this one-sided battlefield in disbelief. That was the most proud work of him and William, The superpower army he carefully built. When did his base have such a wave of people with such strong strength? Who are they? Lin Ran walked up to Zhou Yi with a bloody tank sword. Base commander. And then, you can't take it away today. Zhou Yi stared at Lin Ran with a cold look. Who are you? Lin Ran curled her lips and smiled. Didn't I say that I want to kill you? You're looking for death. Zhou Yi attacked instantly. And the ceiling of the laboratory collapsed instantly, smashing towards Lin Ran. With it fell countless mutant rats hiding on the ceiling who had not found the exit. Lin Ran easily avoided the attack of the collapsed objects and stood beside Zhou Yi, looking at him like a clown. Squeak! Squeak! The sound of mutant rats came from all directions. The delicious human flesh in the laboratory made them crazy. They jumped onto the bodies of those mutants without hesitation, biting their flesh mercilessly. Lin Ran laughed immediately when he saw this scene. This base commander is actually one of them. He took the initiative to give them a knife. Zhou Yi was dumbfounded again. He slashed a rat that wanted to bite him with an ice knife and killed it. He didn't understand what was going on. Why don't these mutant rats bite you? Lin Ran laughed out loud. Good question. But I won't tell you. At the same time, she stretched out her hand and grabbed Zhou Jianjun and his wife, who were lying on the ground. Chapter 3:0 For their retribution. Zhou Yi noticed Lin Ran's purpose and quickly used his wood ability to trap the couple in a wooden cage covered with spikes. However, he seemed to be a bit slower. When he made the net, he found that there was no trace of Zhou Jianjun and his wife on the ground. You are a space ability user? Lin Ran, oh? You found out. But it's okay, because you are going to die. Bang! Lin Ran's tang sword slashed at Zhou Yi without any hesitation. He retreated quickly and threw a golden sword at Lin Ran. He not only has wind, water, and ice abilities, but also wood and gold. At the moment the golden sword hit his body, Lin Ran disappeared on the spot. Zhou Yi felt that his eyes were blurry. Where did the person who just stood in front of him go? Then his heel hurt, and he looked down and saw that several mutant rats were entangled with him. Get lost. Zhou Yi kicked away the mutant rats that hurt him. But he didn't expect more mutant rats to rush towards him. He used the tornado again. But he didn't expect that this time he didn't blow away the damn rats. They rushed towards his face, opened their bloody mouths, and were about to bite his neck. No! The pain he imagined didn't come. Zhou Yi found that there was a knife on his stomach. It was the tang sword of the woman just now. You can hallucinate? Lin Ran blinked in a good mood. Yes. You guessed it right again. After saying that, Lin Ran pulled the handle of the knife and let the knife turn a circle in his body. She knew that it was the most painful to cut the flesh and stir the internal organs. She could have chopped off his head with a knife just now. But she couldn't bear it. How could such a black-hearted person die so happily? As she moved, Lin Ran looked at Zhou Yi's face with satisfaction and showed an extremely painful look. Boom! A dazzling fire-type superpower like a fire dragon hit Lin Ran. This is another superpower of Zhou Yi. However, the moment it was used, Lin Ran disappeared again. Zhou Yi looked at his superpower blankly, not understanding why he lost. Ah! He felt a piercing pain in his heel. He looked down and saw a mutant rat swallowing a piece of meat from his foot. Unlike the illusion just now, this time it was real. No! Zhou Yi used all kinds of superpowers frantically and hit the mutant rats around him. When he calmed down and looked at the battlefield, he was shocked to find that there were not many mutant legions that could still stand to fight. It's over. The intercom on his wrist rang again. It was William. Brother, why don't you come over yet? There are so many nasty mutant animals here. We can't hold on any longer. Let's go. Zhou Yi's eyes darkened. William, listen to me. You go first. Click, when the doll's hand was broken by Lin Ran. Zhou Yi's hand with the intercom also disappeared. Brother, what did you say? Zhou Yi looked blankly at his bleeding right arm, and then at his right hand that fell to the ground. Brother, what's wrong with you? Talk? William, hurry up. Click. Lin Ran hugged the broken-arm doll and crushed the intercom on the ground. Oops. I crushed it. But I did it on purpose. Lin Ran said with a playful smile. Now your brother won't leave you and run away alone. Zhou Yi, no. He will definitely leave if he can't wait for me. Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing not far from him, and said, then please call him back. After all, how can he not know that you are dead? Jiang Chen nodded. Wait for me a few minutes. After saying that, Jiang Chen used his speed ability and disappeared instantly. Joey saw Jiang Chen leave, fearing that he might do something unexpected to William, and actually burst out with great potential. He used all his strength towards Lin Ran and used his terrifying ability. It was a tornado that was wrapped with gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Lin Ran was not afraid at all when he saw the tornado approaching. On the contrary, he looked at Joey with a little sympathy. This tornado had almost used up his ability. Lin Ran calmly used the lightning ability to take it. At the same time, she took out a knife and gently scratched Zhou Yi's body. As she moved, Zhou Yi's body flowed with tempting blood. Ah! The mutant rat that couldn't bear the temptation rushed towards Zhou Yi frantically. Just when he wanted to use his ability again, Lin Ran mercilessly broke his left hand. Crack, another one. It was his left leg. Crack this time. It was his right foot. She threw the broken limbs on the ground like garbage. Zhou Yi watched helplessly as part of his body was eaten by the mutant rats. He screamed in despair. No! We can't do this. Lin Ran, what can't we do? Yes. What can't we do? Chong Wei looked at Zhou Yi's miserable appearance and couldn't help but run out from behind De Huang. Xue Chong followed him. You are allowed to treat others like this, taking their lives for granted, using them as meaningless experiments, and then throwing them away like garbage? Really? Chong Wei said heartbrokenly. Zhou Yi tried his best to block the bites of the mutant rats. He only had his mouth now. He fell to the ground and spit out the energy ball with his mouth. He barely drove away the mutant rats on his body. Who are you? Li Qiangwei. You lowly girl. Do you have a grudge against me too? Qiangwei looked at the black stuff under the red wound on Zhou Yi's face and laughed loudly. Yes. I have a grudge against you. So I put something in your injection. What? Do you remember your failed experiments before? When that kind of injection is injected, the flesh on the human body will rot inch by inch. And there is no way to save it. Just like you are now. Zhou Yi subconsciously looked at his bloody arm. The head began to hurt violently again. No. It won't. We have destroyed the failed experimental reagents. I won't become like that. Lin Ran smiled and said. I see. I was wondering why your flesh is different from others. It's black. It turns out that it's going to rot inch by inch. That's good. I won't dirty my knife again. Base leader. I don't know if this kind of retribution is good or not. Zhou Yi looked at Lin Ran and Qiangwei angrily. Kill me. Bitches. If you have the guts to kill me, William will avenge me. He will tie you to the experimental table and make you into zombies. Zhou Yi's words haven't been finished yet. A person with a twisted body and a blue-white body was thrown in by Jiang Chen. Is the William you said you want to avenge you this low-level zombie? Chapter 305 Their Fate. William. Seeing his brother in such a miserable state, Zhou Yi screamed heartbreakingly. It was even more painful than turning into this ghost. Lin Ran smiled and said, Now, you two are reunited. Zhou Yi looked at the smile on Lin Ran's flawless white face and felt the bone-chilling cold for the first time. Hiss, buzz, as he spoke. Mutant snakes and mutant termites also flew in. William's joints were broken by Jiang Chen. He raised his head with difficulty and said, Brother, we can't run away. The key to the helicopter was taken away by that terrible man. He also broke all my joints. Brother, help me. Just after asking for help, William noticed Zhou Yi's situation. He seemed to be even worse than himself. No, brother. How did you become like this? Zhou Yi's face was extremely horrifying. I don't know when the red blood turned into a foul-smelling black. It's all these damn people who harm them. Qiangwei wished that she could crush the crystal cores of these two bastards every minute. She opened her mouth and cursed. If we deserve to die, you should go to the 18 levels of hell thousands of times. This is all your retribution. Lin Ran patted Qiangwei's shoulder soothingly. Yes, their retribution has come. You just stand here and watch. Colorful snakes smelled the blood and crawled towards Zhou Yi. Termites also followed the smell and flew onto his body. Mutant rats kept hovering around him, wishing to eat up his flesh and blood. Now the battles in other places are over. Zhou Yi was the only living person in the room who was not protected by the sachet. And all those things crawled towards him. Ah! No! William! Save me! The bright red snake tongue fell on his flesh again and again. And the termites and mutant rats opened their bloody mouths to bite his flesh. Zhou Yi was able to spit out a few energy balls to fight back at first. But later there were only screams. Being bitten to death by these ugly things. This feeling is probably more painful than being executed by slow slicing. Lin Ran stood aside and watched coldly, feeling that he deserved it. Soon, Zhou Yi was tortured to death. And with his death, piles of equipment exploded around him. William laboratory equipment, medicines, experimental materials, various materials, gold, and weapons all exploded. So many good things. Lin Ran naturally couldn't let go. She waved her hand and put all these things into her space. Soon, Zhou Yi turned into a pile of broken bones. The moment the crystal core was exposed, Lin Ran hurriedly picked up the good stuff. Then she turned her head and looked at William, who had been scared to death. William, it's your turn now. Ah, I bite you to death. William opened his mouth and stretched his mouth to a degree that a normal person couldn't open and close. This look, regardless of whether it is useful or not, looks quite scary. Before Lin Ran made any move, Jiang Chen ordered him not to move, so William could only keep the huge mouth of the abyss open. Lin Ran smiled and said, "This mouth is really wide open. I really want to know what's inside. How about letting the mutant rat go in and take a look for me?" Hearing this, William looked at Lin Ran in horror. At this moment, he felt the bone-chilling cold. How could this woman be so scary? Lin Ran enjoyed William's fear. She knew too well what it felt like to have a guillotine hanging over her head. In her previous life, she was frightened by this feeling for several years. How should I treat this thing that doesn't treat people as human beings? Lin Ran coldly looked at William's pale, dead face and said faintly, "Do you want to die?" William hissed, "Kill me. But be careful. My organization will not let you go. If you kill their backbone, they will hunt you down forever." Hearing this, Lin Ran smiled happily. "So you have an organization. That's great. Are you scared?" Lin Ran shook her head. "No. But you don't have to die. Now I want you to live and tell me about your organization." William looked at Lin Ran in disbelief, as if he was looking at a madman. "Aren't you scared? They are very powerful." Lin Ran chuckled. "Of course I am scared. So I plan to get to know them well, and then take the initiative to kill them." "Okay. You are dreaming. I won't say anything." William's voice was interrupted again. He found that he couldn't say what he wanted to say anyway. A sharp pain flashed through his mind, and after an unknown amount of time, he heard himself say, "Master, whatever you want to know, I will tell you everything." What he saw was a woman who was laughing extremely wildly. This is a good awareness. Jiang Chen. Lock him up first, and we interrogate him when we're free. Got it. Ran. A long time later, the history of Peace Base recorded that 1 week before the end of the extreme cold, an unprecedented wave of mutant animals attacked the base. In the entire base, except for the former base commander Zhou Yi and deputy base commander Xie Cheng's accommodation being breached, there were no related casualties. Since then, Peace Base has been taken over by Captains Lu Yize and Rong Han. That night, as soon as Zhou Yi and his men died, the mutant animals were driven away by Yuang and Baolu. At first, they hid their breath, so these mutant animals dared to come in and act recklessly. Now with these two mutant beast kings, they ran faster than when they came in. If you don't pay attention to the white bones on the ground, the base will become as peaceful as before. Zhang Huan and her team completed their task in excess that night. With the help of Songwen, they hung sachets of peace and security on every household, because they preserve the precious population for the base. It also provides more possibilities for the next step of production and reconstruction. In the following time, Lin Ran gave the stage to Lu Yize and Rong Han. They rescued dozens of people who had not been eaten by William in a disinfection room in William Laboratory. Because of their existence, everyone in the base knew the true identity of the former base commander and William. So people are more respectful of Lu Yize and Rong Han, who have the blood of Orthodox soldiers, as new leaders. And Wu Zhiqing, who Lu Yize has been looking for, was also found. Like Lu Yize, they also became advanced zombies. But it was precisely because they became zombies that they were not eaten by William. It can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Because of their strong willpower, they are the same as Lu Yize, except for their appearance. After Lu Yize's disguise training during this period, they returned to normal life, contribute to the reconstruction of the base with Lu Yize. And Lin Ran, of course, was not idle. After the careful care of Mr. Jiang, and Anne's grandparents finally returned to normal. Now, Lin Ran can talk to them about business. Chapter 306 The extreme cold is over. And Anne's grandparents were very weak when they were rescued. After seeing Anne alive, but turned into a zombie. They were so surprised that they almost died. Fortunately, Mr. Jiang has been upgrading day and night during this period, and has upgraded his healing ability to level 3. He saved the couple's lives, but their bodies were still too weak. Mr. Jiang used the spiritual spring water from Lin Ran's space and the ginseng and Ganoderma produced in the space, supplemented by the healing ability, to recuperate them for a period of time, and their bodies got better. 5 days later, when Lin Ran asked Mr. Jiang about the health of Zhou Jianjun and his wife, he smiled proudly and said, "They have recovered well. They were originally over 70 years old, but now after my care, they have become a young man and a young girl in their 50s. Ha ha ha. Lin Ran, a young man and a young girl in their 50s? Okay. 20 years younger. It sounds really good. Zhou Jianjun and his wife have accepted the fact that Anan has become a zombie. They are very peaceful with Anan, enjoying the happiness of family life." When Lin Ran entered the study, she saw the serious Zhou Jianjun teaching Anan how to read. Grandpa Zhou, Grandma Zhou, Anan. Hello. Lin Ran didn't expect that both of them had the surname Zhou. The old lady's name was Zhou Fang. She was the virology expert she had seen in the textbook. Sister Ran Ran, you are here. Lin Ran put down the watermelon in her hand. Yes, I bring you some fruit. Zhou Jianjun and his wife felt very good about Lin Ran. On the one hand, Lin Ran really saved their lives. On the other hand, Anan really liked Lin Ran. Mrs. Zhou smiled warmly. Thank you, Ran Ran, for your trouble. Anan raised her sweet smile. Thank you, Sister Ran Ran. I like watermelon the most. Lin Ran touched Anne's white and tender face. You're welcome. Eat quickly. Anan obediently picked up the fork and ate the watermelon, eating it herself. She did not forget to share it with her grandparents. Grandpa and Grandma, you eat it. Sister Ran Ran will eat it too. Anan took the fork and forked a piece for everyone. Looking at their grandson being so sensible, the couple's hearts ached. What a sensible child. If he was a normal child, it would be great. Seeing the regret in the couple's eyes, Lin Ran chuckled and said, Grandpa Zhou, Grandma Zhou, what are your plans next? Zhou Jianjun didn't say anything, and Mrs. Zhou said, we are old and have no skills. We just want to live a good life with Anan. It would be even better if we can find Anan's parents by the way. Hearing this, Lin Ran remembered that Anan's parents were missing. Where did they go? Mrs. Zhou sighed. We went separately at that time. At that time, we heard that our research institute had a base in City A. So we let them go there. And we chose the direction of the peace base. But we didn't expect that we would be in the tiger's mouth. Lin Ran didn't expect that the National Research Institute also had a base. But City A is not a safe place. There are millions of people there. And it is the first place where the zombie tide broke out. In the previous life, City A was full of zombies, and was the first land abandoned by humans. Anan's parents may no longer be here. Lin Ran didn't dare to show too much of her emotions, and continued to guide the topic towards Anan. She said straight to the point, I don't know. Grandpa Zhou and Grandma Zhou, do you want Anan to return to normal? Hearing Lin Ran's words, the couple looked at each other very quickly. Zhou Jianjun shook his head helplessly and said, I want to. How can I not want to? But it's not easy to recover. Let alone other things. We don't have the conditions here. You know, to study viruses. You need advanced equipment and laboratories. And a large number of scientific researchers. After listening to Zhou Jianjun's words, Lin Ran said, I have a laboratory. And I can also provide the equipment you want. As for the experimental data, I have it here too. Mrs. Zhou said excitedly, Really? Ran Ran girl. Where did you get it? Lin Ran curled her lips and smiled. Actually, it's yours. Huh? How is it possible? Didn't William burn our house later? Everything was burned to ashes. That's what William said himself. In fact, we had seen Anan before William went to the zombie town to find Anan. We met Anan in the zombie town before the extreme cold. And he took us to your house, where we found your laboratory secret room, as well as all your research materials and research logs. We learned about the X organization and the X virus from you. So we speculated that the zombie virus sweeping the world was related to this organization. I also know that you two may have studied something unknown. It's a pity that we can't understand your experimental data. But we also know that those things are very precious. So I took the initiative to store your things in the space, thinking that if there is a chance, I will return them to their original owners. If there is no chance, I will find an expert in this field to help me. And maybe I can find something. If the antidote to the zombie virus is developed, we will also make a contribution to mankind. After listening to Lin Rand's statement, Mrs. Zhou was so excited that tears flowed. Good child. You did a great job. Thank you, Grandma. Those things are all our hard work. We didn't expect you to save them for us. It's really great. Grandpa Zhou was also very excited. Yes. Thank you so much, Ran girl. As long as the laboratory and our experimental data are there, our Anan can be saved. Grandpa Zhou said a lot more. But Lin Ran didn't pay attention. She only heard that Anan was saved. If Anan is saved, then doesn't that mean Jiangchen is saved? If Jiangchen recovers to be a normal person, how great it would be. Lin Ran suppressed her inner joy and left the study. She told Zhou Jianjun and his wife to wait for 2 more days. 2 days. After that, she gave them a brand new laboratory. As Lin Ran expected, the next morning, the heavy snow outside the window had begun to melt. The stove in the house was so hot that they were upset. Lin Ran quickly directed everyone to put out the stove. By noon, Lin Ran felt that she could not wear her down jacket anymore. She looked at the yellow land exposed outside the window after the snow melted, and opened and closed a window that was extremely cold. It was great. The extreme cold was finally over. The production recovery period of human beings was coming. Chapter 307 Going Home. No one expected the extreme cold to pass so quickly. It was so cold yesterday that we couldn't even go out. And everything was frozen. Today, the snow actually melted. And by noon, they couldn't wear their thick clothes anymore. By the afternoon, the wind in the air was warm. The extreme cold was really over. Everyone cheered as they watched the sun, which was emitting heat again and hanging high in the sky. They finally survived this terrifying extreme cold and were relieved. In the afternoon, Lin Ran had already started wearing a short-sleeved shirt with a coat at home. Ran, I want to eat chilled watermelon. Old man Jiang sat on the sofa, wanting to eat some cool watermelon for the first time in a long time. Lin Ran smiled and said, Okay, arrange it right away. When Lin Ran and Jiangchen brought the chilled watermelon to the living room, someone knocked on the door of the villa. The person who came was Louisa. He was busy with the base's affairs during this period. And this was his first time here. Captain Lin, there are watermelons on your table. As soon as Louisa entered the room, he was attracted by the watermelons on the table in Lin Ran's living room. Lin Ran nodded. It's a watermelon. It looks very good. Lin Ran chuckled. It tastes good, too. Would you like some? This is the watermelon produced in her space. And the taste is unique in the world. The melon skin is thin. The flesh is sweet. And it is full of water. It is so delicious. Hearing Lin Ran's question, Louisa nodded instantly. Thank you, Captain Lin. After saying that, he took a piece without hesitation and started to eat it. Lin Ran was amused. Seeing that the watermelon was so popular, she asked Jiangchen to go in and cut another watermelon. After eating 2 watermelons, everyone felt a little more comfortable. Louisa sighed. How come the weather changes so quickly? I can't imagine it. It's like summer in a second. Lin Ran looked at the garden outside the window, which was completely exposed, and said, Yes, it's summer in a second. Louisa continued, But it's good this way. Extreme cold is too unfriendly to ordinary people. It will be better for everyone if it passes sooner. Lin Ran said, But it's not good for the snow to melt too quickly. You'd better take measures to drain and prevent floods in the next few days. Louisa nodded hurriedly. Captain Lin is right. We do it when we get back. We have a few people who are engaged in construction. So let them do it. We were flooded so badly before. We can't be flooded again now. Yes. The previous heavy rains and floods really scared everyone. The degree of disaster caused by that was not much less than that of extreme cold. But after the heavy snow melted this time, the impact was much smaller than that time. It's just a few days of inconvenience in travel. Thinking of this, Lin Ran said, Just check the drainage of the base. There is no need to make a big fuss. What are your and Rohan's plans for the next step? Louisa said, We have just dealt with the base's affairs in the past few days, and sorted out some supplies and subordinates left by Zhou Yi and Xie Chenghe. Now we have time to start thinking about what to do next. In fact, The purpose of my coming here today is to ask Captain Lin and the Master for your suggestions on what our base should do next. Jiangchen said directly, "Don't ask me. I listened to Ran Ran." Lin Ran thought for a while and said, "Who is the base chief, and who is the deputy base chief between you and Rong Han now?" Speaking of this, Louisa smiled helplessly. "I am the base chief, and Rong Han is the deputy base chief. Originally, I didn't want to be the base chief. But Rong Han was too lazy and too cold. No matter what, I was unwilling to be the base chief and bear the responsibilities of the base chief. I must be the base chief. At that time, so many brothers were watching. What could I do? I could only agree to it. Rong Han is still indifferent to fame and fortune as always. A man like him probably can't let go of his brothers, and Rong Mei if he stays in the base. He really doesn't care about other things. But since Louisa is the head of the base, she can do some things more easily. After all, Louisa is one of us. And he is definitely one of us." Lin Ran said, "Such good weather can last for a while. The next step is of course to invest all our efforts in the production and self-construction of the base." Louisa scratched his head. "Actually, I think so too. But how to do it specifically?" Lin Ran smiled and said, "I have a good idea." The day after the extreme cold, Lin Ran was ready to leave. She had been out for so long. It was time for her to go home. She missed their orchard and the small Western-style house. Of course, besides her, everyone in the family had the same idea as her. So when she announced this idea when Louisa was there, she received full support from the whole family. When Lin's mother heard this, she smiled like a flower. "Ran Ran, we are really going home." "That's great. I miss our little courtyard so much." Father Lin has started packing up. "What are you waiting for? Pack up quickly. Let's go home. A nest of gold or silver can't compare to our own doghouse." Grandpa Jiang didn't say anything, but turned around and went to the house to get his gun. "Don't leave your old friend behind when you leave." Lin Zhe was excited. "Sister, we are really going home." "Yeah, that's great." Everyone's homesickness was beyond words. And Lin Ran's eyes were hot. "Yes. A nest of gold or silver can't compare to our own doghouse. What's more, it's the Doomsday fortress that their family has built with all their strength. This time when I go back, I won't come out. I live a good life in my own small Western-style building." After finally making it to the next day, Lin Ran put the things in the villa into the space and prepared to leave. But when they came here, they only had a motorhome with 6 people and 3 little ones. Now there is also an Anne's family. When she goes back, Lin Ran still plans to drive the motorhome. The RV is big enough to accommodate everyone. Unexpectedly, when I opened the door and wanted to leave in the morning, many people came to the door. There was also Rong Mei with a small bag. "Sister Lin Ran, Master, I want to go with you too." Lin Ran looked at Rong Han at the door. "But your brother is here." Rong Mei looked determined. "Sister Lin Ran, didn't you say that your home is 200 kilometers away? It will take 1 day to get there. If my brother misses me, he can come to see me anytime." Rong Mei, who lost her parents when she was young, has lived with Lin Ran for so long. She has long regarded them as her own relatives. She likes the family atmosphere of Lin Ran's family and is reluctant to leave. So, she can only feel sorry for her own brother. Anyway, besides her, he still has a lot of things to do. And he has so many brothers in the base. Lin Ran didn't say anything, just looked at Rong Han. In fact, she couldn't bear to leave Rong Mei either. She was a good girl. She worked hard and didn't talk too much. They got along very well with each other during this period. And everyone liked her. Whether she can be taken away at that time is not up to her. It is up to Rong Han to decide. Rong Han looked at Rong Mei helplessly and said, "Mimi, do you really want to go with Miss Lin and the others?" "Yes. Really. Brother, you miss me. You can come to see me anytime." Rong Han looked at his sister who was afraid that he would not agree. And he felt indescribable in his heart. "Okay. Since she likes it, let's go." Just like she said, the way there is not far. He can go to see her anytime. Why bother his sister and make her unhappy? Rong Han nodded. "Then you can go with your sister Lin Ran and the others." "Brother, I know you are the best." Rong Mei smiled immediately, picked up her small bag, and got on the RV. Rong Mei's affairs were handled. And Lin Ran looked at Zhang Huan behind Rong Han again. "Sister Huan, if you miss me, come and see me. You don't have to see me off." Zhang Huan smiled brightly. I'm not here to see you off. I'm going to leave with you. Lin Ran was stunned. What? Chapter 308 My Base Leader. Ran. You heard me right. I want to go to your base with you. Lin Ran, but I don't have a base. Zhang Huan laughed. Then build one. Lin Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you serious? Zhang Huan pointed to the street outside the villa, where a total of 8 cars of all sizes were parked. Ran. See. There are 108 people in our axe gang. All of them will go with you. There are 58 women and 50 children in our axe gang. We are the original population of your base. We are all willing to contribute to the production and life of your base. And we will never hold you back. Ran. Let us go with you. Louisa, who was standing next to Zhang Huan, felt a pang of pain in his heart when he heard Zhang Huan's words. If he hadn't had a little bit of reason left, he also wanted to tell Lin Ran to take him away with her. He wanted to follow Zhang Huan. Looking at the determination in Zhang Huan's eyes, Lin Ran seemed to see the sister Huan in his previous life through her. The girl who always stood by her side, as strong as iron. The sister Huan who always supported her, and was even willing to sacrifice her life for her. Build a base of her own? It seems that it is not impossible. Anyway, there was such a link in the plan with Louisa. What's so difficult about taking Sister Huan and their axe gang with her? Lin Ran raised her smile and welcomed sincerely. Okay. Sister Huan, come with us. Hearing Lin Ran's affirmative answer, Zhang Huan's eyes flashed with relief and joy. There was also something that Lin Ran couldn't understand. Great. She agreed. She didn't know how much she was afraid that Lin Ran would refuse her. In fact, since she saw the scene of the base being attacked by mutant animals that day, she began to have a dream repeatedly. The end of the world in the dream is the same and different from now. The same thing is that it has become the end of the world. The difference is that she lived a much worse life in the dream than in this life. No one appeared in the hot spring town, and no one saved her. She was treated as a plaything and played with for a long time. It was so long that she thought she had lived for several lifetimes. She lived a life worse than pigs and dogs. It was not until the extreme cold that she awakened her superpowers and killed all the scums to avenge herself and her sisters. She escaped and went to many places, making herself a desperate woman. She wanted to become strong so that no one could bully her anymore. Later she went to a base and met Lin Ran there. Lin Ran there was not as powerful as she is now. But she was not weak either. She was like a strong little grass with a tenacity in her heart that could not be bent by anyone. Zhang Huan felt that they were the same people at first sight. They really got along well and helped each other in that cannibalistic doomsday. It was a pity that such a good Lin Ran was deceived by the scum. She wanted to save her, but her power was too weak. In the end, she could only use her life to exchange for a glimmer of hope for her. However, she seemed to be caught. That was the biggest regret in her dream of constant reincarnation. In the dream, Lin Ran was just like her sister, and she wanted to protect her. But she didn't do it. However, it was just a ridiculous dream. After all, Lin Ran in reality was so powerful. How could she need her protection? And the real turning point came last night. Louisa strolled to her place at night and told her that Lin Ran was leaving. She was confused for a moment, and she didn't want Lin Ran to leave. She asked Louisa where Lin Ran was going. Louisa said that she was going home. Going home? Yes. Here, she has a home. Unlike in the dream, they only have each other. It's a good thing to have a home to return to. But that night, Zhang Huan dreamed again. This dream was extremely clear. So clear that those things seemed to have really happened to her. At the moment of the self-explosion, the deep pain was truly engraved in her soul. Late at night, she woke up from the dream again. But this time, it was not only Zhang Huan in this life who woke up. There is also the last life. Yes, she was reborn. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and couldn't sleep anymore. It's great. Everything is still in time in this life. Ran is not dead. Her family is still there. And she is still so powerful. But she still wants to protect her. So, follow her to build another base. Build a base that is stronger than the purple light base in their last life. The survival rules of the last days of 2 lives tell her that only when she is strong, no one dares to bully them. She will never let herself be as pitiful as in her last life. Zhang Huan blinked away the tears in her eyes and said to Lin Ran, Okay, then we make it a deal. My base leader. Lin Ran also smiled and said, Okay. Sister Huan, get in the car. We are leaving. You follow behind us. Okay. Lin Ran waved goodbye to Louisa and Rong Han. Then started the car and set off. She looked at the convoy following behind in the rearview mirror and sighed in her heart. I didn't expect that after going out. I would bring back so many people. With about 100 people. We can build a new base. Sister, where should we arrange Sister Huan and the others? Our small Western-style building can accommodate them if we squeeze in. Lin Ran shook her head. If we don't live in a small Western-style building, it will be too crowded. Then where to live? Lin's mother smiled. Where to live? Isn't there a place to live everywhere? Have you forgotten? What did your mother do at home before I left for the peace base? What did she do? That's right. She planted trees. Lin Zhe thought of this, and his eyes lit up. There are indeed many places to live. The area where the mutant trees are planted is all our territory. Chapter 309 Go Farming. Lin Ran's lips curled up slightly when she heard this. His younger brother is not stupid. Those uninhabited houses and lands around Qingshui town were surrounded by mutant trees by his mother. Those places are now all their territory. Not to mention the 100 people from Sister Huan. Even if there were thousands or tens of thousands of people, they could all live there. This time, because of Zhang Huan and the others, Lin Ran did not delay on the road and kept on going. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally arrived in Qingshui town. All the houses in Qingshui town are now empty. And the streets are empty. Without even a zombie. However, Lin Ran is still worried. So she asked Jiang Chen to confirm whether there are any zombies here. The result of the confirmation is that there are still some zombies here. And they are hiding now. They dare not come over when they feel Jiang Chen's pressure. Lin Ran asked Jiang Chen to control the zombies, and not let them come out to hurt people. Jiang Chen nodded, and did it immediately. Then, there was the problem of mutant animals. They had encountered mutant rats and mutant rat kings in the hospital in Qingshui town. Zhang Huan had so many children here, and she had to eliminate all unsafe factors. Lin Ran asked Yueying and Bao Zhu to go out and yell a few times. When they returned to the RV again, all the mutant animals hiding in the town had run away. Without these hidden dangers, there were so many mutant plants planted around Qingshui town and on the streets of Linma. Now it was the best place to accommodate Zhang Huan and his friends. Zhang Huan fell in love with this place as soon as he arrived in Qingshui town. Unlike other places, after the extreme cold, the green grass and vegetation had not had time to grow. And it was barren everywhere. And this town was so beautiful. They were full of roses on both sides of the street. Refreshing. When she heard that Lin Ran would let them live here in the future, she was very happy. Sister Huan, Qingshui town is yours now. You can live wherever you like. Zhang Huan was delighted. Okay. We like this place very much. What about you? Lin Ran pointed to the direction of her orchard and said, Our home is over there. Not far from here. You can walk or drive there very close. That's great. Ran. Zhang Huan was even happier to hear that Lin Ran's home was not far from her. Lin Ran left a lot of things for Zhang Huan and the others in a supermarket in Qingshui town, and then left the rest to them to pack up. There are plenty of houses, so they can live as they please. It's very safe here, and they don't have to worry about any safety hazards. After arranging them, Lin Ran took the family to the orchard. With them, there were also dozens of zombies in Qingshui town. Now, they were all put into Jiang Chen's space. Unlike Lin Ran's space, Jiang Chen's space can only hold dead things. And zombies happen to be dead things. The RV soon drove to their familiar home. The trees in the orchard are still growing lushly, and the roses at the door are blooming brilliantly. Seeing their owner, Lin Ma, coming back, they happily opened all their buds. In an instant, the beauty became even more gorgeous. Lin Zhe exclaimed, Sister, it's so beautiful. Lin Ran nodded, It's really beautiful. Lin Ma ran over excitedly and input a few more points of the wood-type supernatural power in her palm into the rose. Following Lin Ma's actions, Lin Ran felt that the roses in front of him became more vigorous and charming visibly. The originally pink rose petals also turned blood red in an instant. Lin Ran said in surprise, Mom, they have upgraded. Lin Ma nodded excitedly and said proudly, Yes. My good child has upgraded again. Now it is a level 8 mutant plant. Level 8 mutant plant. Lin Ran took a breath when he heard it. Level 8 mutant plants are different from level 8 supernatural people. Even the 8th level mutant animals cannot be compared with the 8th level mutant plants. They have well-developed root systems and can continuously absorb power from the soil. So their destructive power and degree of danger are far higher than other species of the same level. Lin Ran looked at her happy mother and wondered if she was the mutant plant queen in the novel. Otherwise, how could her natal mutant plant be so powerful? Dad Lin looked at the family circling around the mutant rose and reminded helplessly, Okay. We know that this flower is beautiful. And we can see it every day when we come back. Or we should go into the house first. His grandpa Zhou and grandma Zhou have been in the car for so long and are tired. Hearing Dad Lin's reminder, Mom Lin hurriedly remembered the business. Yes. Go in. Everyone come in quickly. Zhou Jiaming and his wife had never seen such a house. The extremely solid gate, the tall wall, the orchard full of plants, and the small Western-style building with extremely luxurious decoration. This is not a rural courtyard at all. This is clearly a Doomsday fortress. This is simply their dream house. In an instant, they fell in love with this place. When Lin Ran and the others left, the windows in the house were all closed tightly, so there was not much dust in the house. The family went home to open the windows for ventilation, and then simply clean the house. And the house was tidy again. Lin Ran and the others lived on the 10th floor. The 9th floor was the training room, and the 11th floor was the shooting room. So Lin Ran arranged in Anne's family, and Rong Mei on the 8th floor. As for Mr. Zhou's laboratory, Lin Ran planned to put it in the basement. When everything was arranged, it was already dark. After a day of traveling, they were too tired, so they had a simple dinner and went to bed to rest. When Lin Ran lay on his big bed with a silk 4-piece set, he sighed comfortably. It's still good at home. Hearing this, Wang, who was lying on Lin Ran's footstool, also meowed softly. Lin Ran looked at Wang with amusement. She knew what the meow meant without translation. It turned out that it missed home too. It was really good to go home. I would never go out easily again. A dreamless night. After waking up, Lin Ran would start to do big things. The happiest person about Lin Ran's next plan was Grandpa Jiang. His favorite thing to do was to farm. The temperature was suitable now, and it was the time for all things to revive. Since she was going to create a base, Lin Ran planned to vigorously produce. She had discovered long ago that the things she planted in her space were the best seeds when taken outside. Not only were they easy to survive, they had a lot of harvests and a short maturity period. Therefore, Lin Ran asked Grandpa Jiang to take Zhang Huan and the others to reclaim all the unowned land around Qinshui town that Lin Ma had circled at that time. Those places could be turned into fertile fields and planted with crops. So, the day after Zhang Huan and the others settled down, Lin Ran asked Grandpa Jiang to drive a tiller to teach everyone how to farm. Chapter 310 The Purpose of X Organization. Zhang Huan is a powerful person. With her around, Lin Ran knows that she doesn't have to worry too much about their affairs. Take the tiller, grain seeds, and seed drill out of the space for them. And then ask Grandpa Jiang and her father, Mother, Lin Zhe, Rong Mei, and others to help deliver them. As for the rest, she doesn't care about the rest since Grandpa Jiang, the farming expert, is here. What she has to do now is to help Grandpa Zhou and others rebuild the laboratory. The location has been chosen long ago. The basement of their small building has excellent security and privacy. There is no basement more perfect than this. Lin Ran didn't take care of the first basement floor and used it as a lounge for Grandpa Zhou and others for the time being. Lin Ran collected the things in the second basement floor and moved out the things in Grandpa Zhou's laboratory exactly as they were. After Lin Ran and Jiang Chen spent a day doing all this, she invited Zhou Jiaming and his wife to visit. Seeing the laboratory restored to the same exact state as before, Zhou Jiaming and his wife hugged each other and cried excitedly. Same. Really exactly the same. Thank you, Ran. With this thing, we have the motivation to continue scientific research. Lin Ran took out a pack of tissues and handed it to Grandma Zhou, who was crying, saying, Don't be excited. I have a gift for you. Lin Ran opened another room, which was a laboratory with more advanced and sophisticated equipment. Grandpa Zhou asked in confusion, What is this? Lin Ran chuckled, This is William Laboratory. I told you that I moved it back. Grandma Zhou, great. Grandpa Zhou excitedly took Grandma Zhou's hand and said, It's really great. William experimental data and information are also here. And his injections. Oh my God. How can there be everything? Ran. Please help me take care of it from now on. We can't wait to invest in scientific research. Lin Ran held Anne's hand and said, I will take good care of it, and Grandpa Zhou and Grandma Zhou. You can rest assured to invest in research. You can tell me if you need anything. No matter what. I will try my best to find it for you. Grandma Zhou has picked up the experimental materials on the table and started to read them. No. With such a perfect laboratory. We don't need anything anymore. Grandpa Zhou, yes. We don't need anything anymore. By the way, I have only one request. Lin Ran, just tell me. I need a few zombies for experiments. I wonder if it's convenient for you to catch a few. Lin Ran smiled calmly, don't worry. We have prepared all these things for you. The zombie test subjects are all locked up on the 3rd floor underground. You can go if you need them. They won't hurt you. Grandpa Zhou smiled even more brightly when he heard this. Ran. You are so considerate. Don't worry. As long as the two of us don't die of old age, we will definitely develop the antidote for this X virus. Then I wait and see. Grandpa Zhou didn't say anything else. Because he, like Grandma Zhou, began to pick up the experimental data on the table and began to study it like a fascination. Seeing this scene, Lin Ran admired them from the bottom of his heart. No wonder they are people who can write in textbooks. Such a scientific research spirit is really admirable. In fact, she had a good news that she hadn't told them yet. That is, she actually found a good assistant for them. Lin Ran took an upstairs, opened Pleasant Goat on the pad for him, and brought out a bunch of delicious hamburgers and chicken wings. She also asked De Huang and Yuying to keep an eye on him. Then she and Jiang Chen came to the 3rd underground floor again. Here, all the zombies that Jiang Chen brought back from the Peace-based laboratory, as well as the dozens of zombies in Qingshui town, were locked up. These zombies were all failed experimental subjects. When Jiang Chen found them in the laboratory, they recognized him as their master in an instant. These zombies were low-level zombies without humanity. Jiang Chen knew that if he didn't take them away, these zombies would definitely be cleaned up by Rong Han and others. So he put them all in the space and brought them back. He thought, if Grandpa Zhou and his team could develop an antidote for the X virus, they could become living people again. If they were not so lucky, they didn't develop an antidote, he would raise them and make them his zombie army. If the organization William mentioned attacked him one day, he would have helpers, although he probably didn't need them. It was good to have one more zombie to help. So he brought them all back, including William, who was lying on the ground curled up. This was the first time Lin Ran saw William after the battle that day. She didn't kill him because he was still useful. William, do you still hate me? William blinked his red eyes and said, Mistress, my master doesn't allow me to hate you, so I don't hate you. William found that the saddest thing about himself was that he could not even hate the power of high-level zombies. Even if the woman in front of him killed his beloved brother, Lin Ran was very satisfied with William's reaction and chuckled, very good. Then tell me about the mysterious organization behind you. How about it? William's face suddenly became panicked when he heard this. He looked at Jiang Chen eagerly, as if trying to make him say something. Jiang Chen said coldly, listen to your mistress. Hearing this order, William had to say it no matter how scared he was. Yes, master. Our organization is X organization, which is the most mysterious and powerful organization in the world. Many politicians in Western countries are members of this organization. Unlike other organizations, this organization pursues not money and power, but human evolution. Lin Ran, human evolution? Does it mean turning everyone into zombies? William shook his head. Becoming zombies is due to our scientific and technological mistakes. Since we discovered this wonderful virus, we have been pursuing evolution to welcome new humans. Imagine if people can have an immortal body and have extremely powerful superpowers. How perfect it is. Unfortunately, with the current level of technology, most of the experimental products we have developed are zombies. However, the strong prey on the weak, and only new humans who can adapt to this era deserve to live in this world. Just like superpowers, they are all people who have successfully evolved. But that is still not enough. Superpowers will still age and die, but high-level zombies will not age or die. And they are the same as normal people, possessing human thinking. They can enjoy life. This is the most perfect creature. This is true evolution. William's words shocked Lin Ran. She always thought that the purpose of the X organization was to have superpowers, and to create a legion of superpowers, who knew that their purpose was so crazy. It turned out to become an immortal and superpowered high-level zombie. Chapter 311 Farming. People who have such thoughts really deserve to die. How much these people hate humans. Not a good person. But a cold-blooded zombie who eats human flesh? Although Jiangchen is a zombie. And in Rong Mei, Louisa and others are also zombies. How many zombies are as well-mannered as them? Aren't they all inhumane and bastards like William? Lin Ran said, "Where are the other members of your organization now?" William shook his head. "I don't know. I only know that they are very powerful. My brother and I chose the Peace Base as our base and experimental base because we followed their arrangements." Lin Ran was surprised. "Is it their arrangement?" "Yes. They have arranged almost everything. And we members only need to listen to them and do it. So, they are really powerful." It turned out to be so powerful. At this moment, Lin Ran became more curious about this organization. "Then how can we find them?" William shook his head. "I don't know. I only know that they are everywhere. Madam, if you go against them, they will find you sooner or later. No one can escape the revenge of the X organization. So I advise you not to go against them." Hee hee. Lin Ran sneered. "But I just want to go against them." In her last life, she was so low-key and didn't take the initiative to cause trouble. I haven't seen this organization let her go. So, in this life, she will provoke this garbage organization. William said anxiously. "But are they really powerful?" Lin Ran laughed even more happily. "William, since they are so powerful, you have to give them some strength. Otherwise, when the X organization comes, I will be the first to take action against you." Lin Ran is not going to kill William. With Jiangchen around, he can't do anything bad. Jiangchen has put many restrictions in his mind. He can't talk to anyone except the Zhou family and the Lin family. And he can't do anything to hurt anyone. He could only do one thing. That is, to assist the old lady and the old man of the Zhou family in their experiments. And he would do whatever they asked him to do. So, after Mr. Jiang connected William Bones that day, a zombie who was doing odd jobs and helping was added to the laboratory on the second floor of the basement. When he stood in the laboratory, William never thought that the cooperation he had dreamed of with Zhou Jiaming and his wife was achieved in this way. Zhou Jiaming and his wife were a little afraid of William at first. Later they found that this was just a puppet, without any harm, and more obedient than a robot. And he knew a lot about the X-virus, especially in those strange and harmful aspects. It was a good seedling to help. After arranging the laboratory, Lin Ran finally had the mind to pay attention to other things. Zhang Huan's land had been planted for a few days, and she hadn't visited it yet. Today was sunny and windy, suitable for going to the fields. When Lin Ran and Jiangchen drove over, they saw that everyone was working hard on the large land outside Qingshui town. Fortunately, she had stockpiled a lot of agricultural machinery at that time. After Grandpa Zhang's teaching, Zhang Huan and the others can already drive the tiller very skillfully to cultivate the land. These girls are really worthy of being trained by Zhang Huan. They are all good at their work. Seeing Lin Ran and the others coming, Grandpa Jiang and Zhang Huan put down their work and gathered together. Grandpa Jiang had a white sweat towel on his neck and a straw hat on his head. Apart from anything else, this equipment is very good. The same is true for Zhang Huan on the side. Ran, the job you arranged for me is really great. Grandpa Zhang's dream back then was to find a piece of land to farm after retirement. And now it has finally come true. Look at these fields. And those over there. And those behind the hill. These are all our territory. Our land. I want to plant a lot of food here. Grandpa Jiang really loves farming to the core. Lin Ran smiled and said, Grandpa Jiang, as long as you like it. But you should also take care of yourself and don't get too tired. Jiangchen also frowned and said, Yes, Grandpa. You should also take care of yourself. Grandpa Jiang waved his hand nonchalantly. I'm in good health. You don't have to worry about it. Just take good care of Ran for me. Ran, Jiangchen. Don't worry. I will take good care of Grandpa Jiang. The bright sunshine sprinkled on Zhang Huan's face, making her smile even brighter. Ran, how is our work? Lin Ran nodded. Great. Better than I thought. And more efficient. I didn't expect that you have reclaimed so much land in just a few days. It won't be long before you can sow seeds. Zhang Huan turned his head and looked at her in surprise when he heard Lin Ran say this. Ran, have you not been to the west of Qingshui town yet? West? Lin Ran shook her head. She really hadn't been there. We came here as soon as we arrived. Zhang Huan, no wonder. In fact, our efficiency is much higher than what you see here. You're not surprised that you didn't see Aunt Lin and the others. After hearing this, Lin Ran knew something was wrong. She hadn't seen anyone else from their family except Grandpa Jiang. Are they in the West? Yes. Get in the car. I take you to see it. As Zhang Huan spoke, a farm tricycle drove over. Lin Ran looked at Zhang Huan's smile and jumped into the tricycle's pocket lightly. This was her first time riding a tricycle. Not to mention, except for a little shiver, the wind blowing on her face felt good. As they kept getting closer to the west of Qinshui town, Lin Ran finally understood what Zhang Huan meant by what he had just said. A large expanse of land west of Qinshui town. It had actually been developed. From a distance, you could see rows of land, neatly cultivated. The rest of the family and Zhang Huan's team were here, including several superpowers. I saw Lin's father, Lin Zhe, and several girls from Zhang Huan's team driving seed drills to sow seeds on the reclaimed land. When the seeds were sown in the field, several water superpowers from Zhang Huan's team followed behind to water them. When the watering was finished, Lin's mother came on. She spread the wood superpowers in her palms on the field, and the seeds sprouted green shoots visible to the naked eye. Sowing, watering, germination. This series of operations was perfectly coordinated. Lin Ran, 6. No wonder she was surprised just now. On the way here, how come there were seeds sprouting on so many plots of land? It turned out that they cooperated well. It turned out that superpowers can be used in this way. This is amazing. Jiang Chen was eager to watch from the side. It turned out that superpowers can be used in this way. He seemed to want to farm. 2. What should he do? Ran, do you have anything else to do today? How about I help? Jiang Chen actually wanted to help. That couldn't be better. There was nothing else to do today anyway. So Lin Ran certainly wouldn't stop him from doing what he wanted to do. You go ahead. I come later. When Jiang Chen heard Lin Ran's agreement, he rolled up his sleeves and started working in the fields. It's just watering. He can do it too. Shwa. A water curtain gushed out from his palm. It's raining. Chapter 312 Louise's Visit. Jiang Chen's joining greatly reduced the burden of all the superpowers present. Whether it was watering or stimulating the growth of seeds, he was first rate. Mother Lin looked at Jiang Chen and induced so many finger-long wheat sprouts in an instant, and walked over with a smile on her face. Finally someone came to take over for her. She had been very busy these 2 days. Mother Lin took Lin Ran's hand and said, Ran, lend us Jiang Chen for a few days. He is really amazing. 1 is worth 2. No. 1 is worth 10. Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen, who was having fun in the field, and smiled. As long as he likes it. Of course he can. Zhang Huan introduced to Lin Ran that this was the wheat field they had reclaimed. She was going to plant corn in the field that Grandpa Jiang and his team were reclaiming now. She was also going to plant vegetables and fruits in the field behind. In short, there would never be an empty space in their base. Lin Ran was very supportive of Zhang Huan's plan. After chatting with her for a while, she also went to help. After all, she also had a woman with water-related abilities, and now was a good time to practice. In the next month, Lin Ran and his team continued to work on farming, with the mechanized farming method and the addition of superpowers. The crops grew green, and the seeds that Lin Ran took out from the space were really good, and the growth rate was super fast. The large rapeseed fields had begun to bloom yellow flowers since they were planted, especially the vegetables that grow fast. And now they can eat the second crop. And there are more than 100 people in their base. And they will definitely not be able to eat up such a large output. Fortunately, Lin Ran asked Zhang Huan to dig several large cellars with earth-related superpowers in advance. When the cellars are dug, there will be a place to store vegetables. When the cellars are full, Louisa and his team finally came to help them digest the inventory. Louisa and Ronghan came with a large convoy. Not only 5 off-road vehicles, but also 5 large trucks. Seeing Lin Ran, Louisa began to praise her. Base Captain Lin, your base is too powerful. Is this really the end of the world? Ronghan looked at Lin Ran deeply, and was also impressed by the scenery she saw here. The rows of fruit trees, the rows of crops, and the vegetable greenhouses. There are even several large breeding farms. There are also agricultural machinery driving around in the vast fields, all of which show that this is an extremely modern agricultural base. It also shows how powerful the owner here is. Lin Ran smiled modestly. No. I'm just making a small fuss. Louisa's jaw almost fell to the ground. This is still a small fight. Then we don't want to live. Lin Ran pointed to the several large trucks behind Louisa and said, Base Captain Liu, if you can bring these cars here, your base will not be a small fight during this period. When Louisa heard Lin Ran say this, he was so happy that he showed his 8 teeth. Captain Lin, you have a keen eye. Indeed, there are good things in those 5 trucks. It is also the gift we brought to you this time. Lin Ran laughed. That's great. Let's go and talk. I take you to our town and have a meal in our cafeteria. Louisa, ahem. Is Captain John here? Sure enough. Louisa has Zhang Huan in his heart. Lin Ran smiled and said, Don't worry. You will see her in the town later. Captain Lin, is Mimi also in the town? Rohan also asked hurriedly. She is not. She should be farming now. But I have sent someone to call her. And she should be here later. Rohan nodded, thank you. Captain Lin. Lin Ran, you're welcome. The group got back in the car and drove towards Qinshui town in a mighty manner. Qinshui town has now been cleaned up by Zhang Huan and others. And it is bright and dignified. The streets have returned to their former prosperity. The town now has not only public supermarkets, but also public canteens and schools. The things in the public supermarkets and public canteens can be exchanged for the points earned by everyone's work. But there are abundant materials here. And basic living materials are very cheap. As long as you are willing to work. Everyone's life is very good. As for the school, it is also different from before. Children can not only learn some basic knowledge in school, but also learn a lot of basic survival skills about the end of the world. The teachers of the basic course are several members with higher diplomas selected by Zhang Huan from his group. The teachers of the survival course are taught by the superpowers in turn. Lin Ran was also invited to teach the children. Along the way, Louisa and Rohan were fascinated. You are so good. Everyone is really united. The children still have schooling. Rohan, let's open a school for the children when we go back. Opening a school is a good thing. Rohan agreed. This is possible. The group parked the car and entered the cafeteria. Inside the cafeteria, Zhang Huan and Rong Mei were preparing the menu. Seeing Lin Ran and the others coming in, Rong Mei's eyes lit up. Brother, you finally came to see me. Rong Mei ran over and hugged Rohan. Rohan's body stagnated slightly. Obviously not used to such a warm hug. Even if it was his own sister. Lin Ran looked at him coldly. Just wanting to laugh secretly. He was really cold-hearted. Ahem. It's okay. I know you miss me a lot. Let go. Rong Mei smiled and let go of Rohan. Winking mischievously, brother. Why are you still so unromantic? Let go if you want. Brother. Did you see it on the way here? Our base is good. Why don't you come over too? Rohan looked at his smiling sister in surprise. After not seeing her for a while, she actually became so lively. The jokes were said so naturally. She seemed to have returned to the way she was before the end of the world. That's great. Rohan thought of this and looked at Lin Ran beside him with gratitude. Hearing Rong Mei's words, Louisa reluctantly turned his eyes away from Zhang Huan and said, Little girl, I'm still here. You are poaching people in front of me openly. Rohan is my deputy base commander. What's wrong with the deputy base commander? Rong Mei said seriously. We are all equal here. Why don't you come and join our base? Anyway, no matter how many people come, our base can support you. Join their base? Hearing this, Louisa looked at Zhang Huan, who was a little too bright, and thought to himself, it's not impossible. Anyway, he was originally a member of this base. Jiang Chen is his male master, and Lin Ran is his female master. Chapter 313 Development of the Base. Zhang Huan is a careerist, and has been hurt by men. So she doesn't care about love at all. Naturally, she knows nothing about Louisa's little thoughts. She came over and said enthusiastically, Captain Liu, Deputy Base Captain Rong, welcome to our base. The food is ready. Come and eat. After that, Zhang Huan took everyone to sit down. Louisa was dazed and followed Zhang Huan's instructions, and sat down with everyone. After sitting down, he heard the big head of Rohan's team exclaim, Wow, there are watermelons here. Real watermelons. Zhang Huan smiled and said, Yes. Pre-meal fruit. The weather is a bit hot now. You could eat some watermelons to cool down. Big Head nodded like pounding garlic. Thank you, Captain Zhang. We won't be polite. After that, Big Head and the others stretched out their big hands and grabbed the watermelon and ate it without hesitation. All the people who came to Louisa's side were men, and a large plate of watermelon was quickly eaten up. John Juan said that if he could have enough, he would have enough. Seeing that everyone liked to eat, he hurriedly asked people to serve a large plate of watermelon. The watermelon was sandy and sweet. Datu and his friends had never eaten such sweet watermelons. They said that the food in this base was great. If Lou hadn't been here, he would have wanted to persuade his boss to stay here. After eating the watermelon, dinner was served soon. Data took a look at the food served and his eyes were wide open again. Is that big red and greasy plate the braised pig's trotter? There are also boiled pork slices, braised lion's head, steamed sea bass, salt fried meat, braised pork, salt and pepper spare ribs, chopped pepper fish head, fresh pepper rabbit meat, spicy rabbit head, braised duck, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and grilled beef, all in large portions. Moreover, they were served a large bowl of white rice. Oh my God! What kind of fairy place is this? How can there be so many delicious foods? Although they had been eating well during this period, the food was rationed. They could only get enough food every day, so they had never seen so much meat. Zhang Huan called out, "Everyone, take your chopsticks and eat well." Data said with emotion, "Captain Zhang, Base Chief Lin, thank you for your hospitality. Your base is so good that you are willing to use such good dishes to treat us." Rong Mei smiled and said, "Brother Datu, this is not a special treat. This is our daily life at the Hope Base. You can see that the food on other tables is also like this." Yes, Lin Ran's base is called Hope Base. She wants to make this place the hope of mankind. It is time for the canteen to eat. Data looked over and saw that the food on other tables was also like this. Your daily life is so good? Rong Mei said proudly, "Yes. Didn't you see our farm when you came here? We not only raise pigs, sheep and cattle there, but also rabbits, ducks and chickens with a very high slaughter rate. By the way, we also have a big fish pond. In short, meat is not a rare thing here. So, we really have meat every meal now. Big Head brother, how about it? Are you very excited? Do you want to join us?" Big Head looked at Rong Han pitifully. "Boss, we can give such a good life here. Otherwise we should just leave Louisa." Seeing Dada's look, Louisa said with a smile, "Mimi, you can't steal my people so blatantly anymore. Datu, don't worry. Our base will have these delicious foods in the future. We came here today to discuss cooperation with Base Chief Lin." Dada's eyes lit up. "Are you serious?" Louisa assured, more real than pearls. "Datu, then I'm relieved. Hey, you guys, leave some pig's trotters for me." As he said that, Datu began to join the ranks of grabbing food. Zhang Huan smiled and said, "Don't grab. There are enough pig's trotters. I let them serve you more." The chef in the cafeteria was the owner of a private store before the end of the world. The food he cooked was delicious. This meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. After the meal, Zhang Huan asked the kitchen to bring out a large fruit plate. This time, there was not only watermelon on the table. There were also cantaloupes, mangoes, lychees, and grapefruits. There is even fruit tea made with lemon, passion fruit and honey. Data drank the fragrant fruit tea and sighed again. This is really a fairy base. "Boss, don't you really want to consider joining?" Louisa said helplessly. "Datu, I say you can. No matter what happens in my base, you won't starve. Go play. I want to talk to Base Chief Lin about cooperation." Data picked up a piece of cantaloupe and said, "Yes, Base Chief. For the stability of our base, you have to get this meal standard for us." I know. It's annoying. Why didn't I know you were so greedy before?" "Datu, then I didn't know there was such a good place before." Louisa, Data saw that Louisa was going to emo, and said with a smile, "Let's go." You guys chat slowly. After that, he took the others out to go shopping. "Just now, I heard from Lin Ran that there is a supermarket here." They also went to broaden their horizons, and see what is different here from other places. As soon as Datu and the others left, Lin Ran said, "Captain Lu, tell us what your base has done during this period." She was with Louisa at that time, and made many plans. Now she has exceeded the task. I just don't know how Louisa is doing. After hearing Lin Rant's words, Louisa said confidently, Hee. Captain Lin, our base has done a lot during this period. Since he discussed the next development plan of the base with Lin Ran that day, Louisa went back to recruit talents. After the end of the world, people pay attention to the improvement of superpowers and the safety construction of the base, but ignore production and development. What Lin Ran planned for him at that time was that the peace base must take the route of restoring industry and technology. The peace base is a medium-sized base with a large number of people. Although William and his team had caused a lot of trouble, there are still many people left. Most of the people who were able to move into the peace base at the beginning were either of status, resources, or money. At the very least, they were bigwigs in a certain field. So, they have quite a few talents here. So, during this period, Louisa and his team first built a radio signal tower. This signal tower can communicate well with the outside world. And it is not the one-way one as before, but two-way. This means that the peace base is no longer an isolated island that can only send information unilaterally. This time, the things pulled by their big trucks are the materials for assembling the radio tower. This is the gift that Louisa wants to give to Lin Rant's base. In addition to solving the problem of contact with the outside world, Louisa and his team rebuilt the factory. There are several food processing factories 500 kilometers west of the peace base. But after the end of the world, it was occupied by a large number of zombies. So even if they knew that place, no one would go there. But it's different now. It doesn't take much effort for Louisa and his team to deal with zombies now. As long as there are no zombies higher than them, they are definitely their own people. So Rohan and Louisa, along with Wu Jiqing and his team, went there to kill them. Fortunately, there were only low-level zombies there. Louisa and his team didn't spend much effort to move all the equipment back to the peace base. So they now have an instant noodle factory and a canning factory, and a vegetable processing factory. But everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. Chapter 3:14 There is a breakthrough. The factory has been built, but it lacks raw materials, and Lin Ran and his team are the rear base that provides them with raw materials. And the construction of these factories is not the ultimate purpose of Lin Ran and Louisa's original plan. Their ultimate plan is to rebuild the military factory in the peace base. In the end times, everyone is in danger and technology is declining. There are very few people who have hot weapons such as bullets, guns, and cannons. And these things, the less they are used, the less they are. That's why the superpowers in the later period are so popular. The reason is still the decline of technology. Organization X is committed to creating superpowers and advanced superpower zombies. Now they don't know how many they have built. In William's words, they are very powerful. And the people in these ordinary bases will definitely not be able to beat them through natural evolution. Then they will compete with the power of technology. Rebuild the military factory. The peace base was originally a military-managed base. Not only were there Louisa, Rohan and other iron-blooded soldiers, but there were also many powerful military experts. Therefore, it was not difficult to build a military factory. The difficulty was the lack of resources to build a military factory. In the end times, the other most important resource was supplies. The establishment of radio and food factories was to exchange supplies for alliances. In the form of alliances, gather the power of mankind in exchange for all the necessary supplies. After their instant noodles, canned food, and vegetable packs, which are the most needed things in the end times, are manufactured, their peace base can start to use radio to gather allies. Lin Ran gave great recognition and affirmation to Louisa's work during this period. Well done. Our cellar is almost full of vegetables. You can take them all back this time. We have 1,000 rabbits that have been sold. You can take some back this time. As for the grain, it can be harvested next month. Remember to send someone to help harvest it then. But we still have some grain in stock. You can take a few thousand kilograms back this time. And the instant noodle factory should also be opened. Okay. Thank you, Base Chief Lin. Lin Ran smiled and said, You're welcome. After all, we are an alliance now. Louisa, yes. We are an alliance. Lin Ran continued. We have a lot of common fruits such as apples, watermelons, and peaches. You can take them back and make them into canned fruits, dried fruits, and juice. In the future, our base will provide you with a stable supply of raw materials for production on the 15th of every month. Remember to send someone to get them then. Okay. We remember. Lin Ran is fully supporting Louisa and the others. Her request is that she should be given half of the products produced by the peace-based military factory at that time. Louisa certainly agreed with both hands. After all, he was hers. However, these things still had to be made clear on the surface. The cooperation plan between the two parties was decided. The night accommodation was arranged in a hotel in Qingshui town. After the arrangement was made, Lin Ran was very considerate and asked Zhang Huan to accompany Louisa and the others to visit the base. And she took Jiang Chen's hand and went home. Anyway, she created the opportunity for Louisa. Whether he could seize it or not depended on him. Back home, Grandpa Jiang, Dad Lin, Mom Lin, and Lin Zhe were not back yet. During this period of time, they were really addicted to farming and couldn't extricate themselves. Only Anan was at home playing with the Huang on the 8th floor. Wang and Baozhu were curled up on the sofa, sleeping happily with the small air conditioner on. Anan, why are you here alone? Are Grandpa Zhou and the others still in the laboratory? Anan jumped up happily when she saw Lin Ran and the others coming back. Sister Ran Ran, you are finally back. Master, my grandparents are still doing experiments. They said they have made a breakthrough discovery. They asked you to go down and take a look when you come back. Lin Ran touched An's chubby little face. Okay. Thank you An for telling us. You play here obediently. I find you later when I come up. After touching An, Lin Ran was about to turn around and leave. De Huang's dog head also came over, and its tail was swinging like a propeller. Every cell in its body was begging for a touch. Such a cute dog asked for a touch. Lin Ran certainly couldn't refuse. She reached out and touched De Huang's dog head. She threw a big cow bone stick to it. But De Huang had it, so she couldn't be partial to others. It was okay when she touched the dog head. When Lin Ran took out the cow bone stick, she keenly saw that Wang and Baozhu's eyes opened at the same time. Lin Ran also touched their heads. She poured a large bag of dried fish and freeze-dried fish into their bowls. As for Anan, she couldn't be partial. The kid loved fried chicken and hamburgers. So Lin Ran brought him a family bucket. He was so happy. After comforting the 4 little ones at home, Lin Ran and Jiang Chen went to the basement hand in hand. She was very curious. What breakthrough did Grandpa Zhou and his team find? In the laboratory, William looked at the data reaction of the zombie in front of him enthusiastically. It was indeed Zhou Jiaming and his wife. Their scientific research level was much higher than his own. Why couldn't he think of these methods? Grandpa Zhou pushed another medicine to the zombie on the experimental table, and then stepped aside and waited for his reaction silently. Ding dong, the elevator sounded, and Lin Ran and Jiang Chen came. Seeing them coming, Grandma Zhou greeted them enthusiastically. Ran Ran, Jiang Chen, you are finally back. Come and see. Lin Ran knew there was a big discovery when she heard the tone. Otherwise, these two leaders in the scientific research community would not be so excited. She looked at the zombie on the experimental table. It seemed no different. But after a while, Lin Ran almost suspected that her eyes were blurry. The zombie's skin changed from a pale death color to a pink flesh color in an instant. Lin Ran gently reached out his hand and touched it, and actually felt the heat coming from his skin. There is temperature. What is this? Lin Ran was surprised and said, Grandma Zhou. Grandma Zhou. He has returned to normal? Chapter 315 Louisa's Concerns. As soon as Lin Ran finished speaking, she felt Jiang Chen holding her hand, which tightened instantly. Mrs. Zhou shook her head. It's not that easy to return to normal. But this is a very good start. Our experiment today proved that the X virus can be eliminated in the body. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Grandpa Zhou and Grandma Zhou. You are so great. Seeing such a satisfactory experimental result, Zhou Jiaming, who was always serious, also smiled at this moment. Ran girl. Don't worry. Give me a little more time. We promise to develop an antidote for you. With this guarantee, what else do you worry about? Lin Ran and Jiang Chen looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Okay, Grandpa Zhou. I wait for that day. But before that, you have to take care of yourself and eat well. And then said that you haven't even had dinner yet. When Grandpa Jiang comes back, I let him treat you again. When Grandpa Zhou heard that Lin Ran wanted to ask Grandpa Jiang to treat him, he hurriedly said, Madam, today's experiment is almost done. Let's listen to Ran Ran and go to eat. I don't want to drink bitter medicine. Mrs. Joe had the same idea. Yes. Yes. Eat. I don't want to drink bitter medicine either. The old couple didn't dare to stay here any longer even if they were obsessed with scientific research at this time. After arranging the task of observing experimental data for William, they washed their hands and disinfected them, and went upstairs to eat. The meal was ready. Lin Ran knew that people like the two elders would not spend time cooking, so she left a lot of cooked food in the refrigerator. You could eat it by turning on the microwave. But with her here today, they don't have to eat things heated up in the microwave. Lin Ran took out 4 dishes, and a soup that were still steaming from the space, and let the two elders eat. Enan had already eaten his fill. Seeing the two elders come out, he happily climbed onto the dining table to chat with them. After they finished eating, Lin Zhe and his friends, who had been busy all day, also came back. They have done a lot during this period of time. Lin's mother and father have expanded the scope of their hope base. These 2 days, Lin's mother and father have pushed the mutant tree fence 200 kilometers to the surrounding area. Now, even the original zombie town belongs to their hope base. And it is also adjacent to the peace base. It will be more convenient to cooperate with Louisa and his friends in the future. Because, within the scope of their hope base, no zombies and mutant animals dare to invade. Now they have more land. They want to build the hope base into a granary for the end of the world. The next day, several experts brought by Louisa began to install signal towers for Lin Ran's base. Before the signal tower is installed, Louisa and his friends will stay here for the time being. So the others who didn't help build the signal tower followed Zhang Huan and the others to the fields. These men are all excellent laborers. Before this, when did Louisa, Rong Han, and the others farm? But when they stood in the field, the Yin Wang blood in their bones awakened. When Rong Han drove the harvester on the road under Rong Mei's instruction, he found that farming was so interesting. After working for a day, Rong Han looked at the vegetables he harvested and put them in the cellar. An indescribable sense of accomplishment surged in his heart. He instantly felt that it was worth it to work in the hot sun all day and sweat so much. Even the food in the cafeteria tasted much sweeter at night. Because Lin Ran said that the vegetables used in the cafeteria tonight were what he harvested today. The fruits of labor really tasted sweet. When the signal tower here was built, Rong Han didn't even want to leave. But the burden on him was still heavy. The military factory has not been built. The food processing plant has not started operation. And the X organization has not been eliminated. He cannot retire yet. Wait until later. When everything returns to normal, he will retire and come here to farm with his sister. Louisa's people are very efficient. 3 days later, the radio tower has been successfully built and tested. Just now, Lin Ran talked to Li Xiang, who stayed in the peace base. This means that Louisa and his team are leaving. The 5 trucks were full when they came, and they are still full now. Lin Ran also loaded vegetables, grains, fruits and meat produced in the base into them. However, the supplies of 5 trucks are obviously not enough for the operation of their 3 factories. Fortunately, Louisa and his team are not stupid. When they came, they brought the 3 space ability users in the base. Dadu is one of them. The space of the 3 space ability users is the largest. However, according to him, his space can hold up to 200 square meters of things at a time. Others are smaller, and can hold about 100 square meters. And it is pure storage space, which is completely incomparable to Lin Ran's. However, this is also a supernatural power that many people are eager to have. Lin Ran saw that the 3 space supernatural still didn't have enough after loading. So he borrowed 10 large trucks for Louisa and the others. After everything was ready, Louisa and the others were about to leave. When he left, Louisa was unhappy. He secretly glanced at Zhang Huan, who was busy bringing them snacks for the road, and didn't know how to say goodbye to her. He was really useless. Why didn't he dare to tell others anything this time? Captain Liu, you like to eat mangoes. I put a few in this bag for you. Eat them when you are hungry on the road. When Louisa was stunned, Zhang Huan came over. Thank you. Thank you, Captain Zhang. Louisa found that he had slipped his tongue. I really like eating mangoes. I didn't expect you to find out. Hiccup. Damn. Louisa is going crazy. So embarrassing. Why did he hiccup? Haha. Because I also like eating mangoes. I noticed it. Zhang Huan laughed. Why did you hiccup? Or I can get you some hot water. No. Don't bother. Hiccup. No bother. Rohan looked at Louisa's useless appearance and felt his eyes hurt. He turned his head helplessly and said to Lin Ran, "It seems that some people are a bit busy at the moment. So let's talk about business ourselves." Lin Ran smiled and said, "You are right. Then please trouble Deputy Base Commander Roan to go back and help me pick some people to come. I need a lot of labor here. Tell them that we hope the base has nothing else. But we can definitely guarantee that they eat and drink well. With meat, vegetables, and fruits for every meal. They still sleep in a big house. Okay. I will definitely pass it on." Data was jealous when he heard it, and couldn't help saying, "Base Commander Lin, you have to leave a place for me here in the future. I will come here in the future. I have never seen a better base than you. You are simply a paradise. And your supermarket is so greedy that I am dying. How can you have everything? You can buy everything you want. Which is almost the same as the big supermarkets I visited before the end of the world." Lin Ran, "Okay. Datu. Welcome to join us one day. And we hope that the base will always open its doors to you." Hearing this, Data bared his white teeth happily. He glanced at Rohan secretly and said, "Thank you, Chief Lin. I will bring our boss here when the time comes." Rohan, Lin Ran chuckled. "Okay. I'd love to." It was 10 o'clock soon. Even if Louisa was reluctant to leave, he had to say goodbye to everyone. He burped with a red face, took a bag of mangoes and a full pot of hot water, and said goodbye to everyone. If there is any, it seems that we can only talk about it later. Anyway, they are so close now. And they are still in alliance. So he can come to see her anytime. Chapter 316. Go to City A. Looking at the convoy of Louisa and his team going away, Lin Ran looked at Zhang Huan, who was driving the tractor to work in the fields without any nostalgia, and shed a tear of sympathy for Louisa. He had to work hard to catch up with Sister Huan. After Louisa and his team returned, they quickly got the 3 food processing factories up and running. At the same time, their radio tower also started working. Their radio broadcast the news of inviting people and bases to join their Hope Alliance 24 hours a day. The conditions they offered were extremely generous. By joining the alliance, they could exchange the alliance's materials and obtain the alliance's benefits at a very low cost. For individuals, the conditions they offered were even more generous. As long as he came to join the Hope Alliance, he would be allowed to join the base unconditionally, become a member of the base, and enjoy all the benefits of the base. As soon as this message came out, it quickly received many positive responses. The gate of the peace base returned to the bustle before the extreme cold. Many people came to join every day. However, the people who received them this time were no longer the mean people who flattered the powerful and trampled on the weak. People who entered the peace base registered their basic information here and arranged their next work according to their knowledge, specialties, hobbies, and abilities. Try to make everyone shine in the appropriate position. All children under the age of 14 must be sent to school. Tuition and living expenses are free. Such a preferential policy makes people who come here think they have come to heaven. With the addition of various talents, Louisa and his military factory were also built. As for the lack of raw materials, as more people came from all directions, they also provided a lot of information about this. There are also many bases that have been directly incorporated into the alliance. Through the exchange of materials, Louisa also obtained a lot of raw materials. By the end of the year, a batch of pistols and grenades were produced. As for Lin Ran, because of Louisa and his propaganda, many people who have no skills but are down to earth and capable have come here to start a farming life. At first, they thought this might be a rural place. Who knew that after arriving here, I found that this place is much better than the peace base. Good food, good clothes, and better housing. Lin Ran bought a lot of houses in the hot spring town at that time. In order to arrange the people who came later, Lin Ran took out all those houses and placed them on both sides of Qinshui town. After more than half a year of development, Qinshui town has long become the scale of the previous urban-rural junction and has developed into a small city. There are 3 supermarkets here. There are 5 canteens. There are also 2 schools. People live and work here in peace and contentment. And everyone's life is getting better and better. There are no terrible zombies invading here, nor are there any terrifying mutant animals attacking. Life is so stable that everyone once doubted whether they had returned to the pre-apocalyptic era. Lin Ren handed over all the sundries of the base to Zhang Huan. Now she is not only the captain of the Axe Gang, but also the deputy base commander of the Hope Base. As for Jiang Chen, he is not willing to be the base commander. What he has to do is to build his own zombie army. All the zombies in the surrounding cities were included in his command. Jiang Chen did not allow them to eat humans anymore, even if they were hungry. The hope of detoxification was imminent, and they could not dare to do bad things again. But when everything was going well, something went wrong in Mr. Zhou's laboratory. At the critical moment of the experiment, one of the very important equipment burned out. Grandpa Zhou said to Lin Ran in great sorrow, Ran, this equipment has a problem. What should we do? Lin Ran looked at the equipment that was still not moving after being plugged in and said, can it be repaired? Grandpa Zhou shook his head and said with a sad face, this is a very sophisticated experimental equipment. Imported from abroad? It cost dozens of foreign currencies to buy one back then. Maintenance and after-sales service require professional engineers from their foreign company. Where can we find them now? Lin Ran, is there any other way? Is there any other place to get this equipment? I go get it. Hearing Lin Ran's words, Grandpa Zhou said in embarrassment, yes. But it's better not to go. Mrs. Zhou also said, yes. Don't go. It's too dangerous there. Lin Ran said hurriedly, I'm not afraid of danger. You have forgotten my ability. I said that if there are any problems in the experiment, just tell me, and I can help you solve them. Mrs. Zhou, but... No buts. Just tell me. If it is too difficult, I will definitely not dare to do it. Don't you think? Mrs. Zhou heard Lin Ran say this. And then she said, it is in City A. Our research institute retreated to City A at that time. As one of the most important equipment of our research institute, they will definitely take it away. Lin Ran, then tell me the address, and I will get it now. Mr. Zhou said worriedly, but there are so many zombies in City A. Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen beside him, and smiled, don't be afraid. Just a few zombies. I can still deal with it. Seeing Lin Ran so confident, Mr. Zhou told him the address of the research institute in City A. As soon as Lin Ran got the address, he found a map of City A. Then early the next morning, he drove a helicopter and set off with Jiang Chen and Lin Zai. Just in case, Lin Ran also brought Yuang with him. Although this little guy is usually greedy and sleepy, he is actually the most reliable at critical moments. After 2 hours of helicopter flight, they finally arrived at City A. Lin Ran also saw this legendary place where the zombie tide first broke out. It was indeed a purgatory on Earth, with groups of zombies under their feet. Chapter 317, There are people in the Research Institute. These zombies, hearing the sound of the helicopter, all ran in their direction frantically, looking down from the air. The number is even denser than ants. Lin Zai took a breath and sighed, Sister, if I didn't know how powerful Brother Jiang is, I wouldn't dare to get off the helicopter when I saw so many zombies. Lin Ran didn't say anything, just stared at the map to find a suitable place to land. Soon, Jiang Chen drove the helicopter to the vicinity of the Research Institute. Lin Ran pointed to the roof of a 20-story building in front and said, Jiang Chen, just park the helicopter on this roof. Okay. The helicopter landed smoothly on the roof. After Lin Ran waited for everyone to come down, the first thing he did was to put the helicopter into the space. Take the helicopter and find any suitable place to go later. Otherwise, you have to climb here. And there is no elevator on the 20-story building, which is too hard. After Lin Ran and the others stood firm for a while, they heard a howling sound coming from downstairs. It seems that the zombies in this building have heard the noise and have come over. The door on the top floor was originally locked. Now it was knocked by the zombies outside. The noise was so loud that Lin Ran had no doubt that they would rush in the next second. Looking downstairs, the densely packed zombies were tightly packed together, rushing into this building in groups. Lin Zai felt uncomfortable. Ran, there are 10 level 6 zombies, and 12 level 5 zombies down there. The others are level 3 and 4 zombies, and ordinary zombies that are not very aggressive. Lin Ran was slightly stunned when he heard Jiang Chen's words. This city is indeed a big city. The level of these zombies is so high. You know, they have never encountered so many high-level zombies since the end of the world. Level 6 are all intermediate and intelligent zombie kings. And there were so many people gathered here at once. Did they really come here because they heard the helicopter? Lin Ran said, Can you handle it? Jiang Chen smiled and said, Easy. Ah. Jiang Chen roared downstairs. All the zombies downstairs stopped moving. And the top floor door, that was just about to be hit, and made a loud noise, also became quiet. This is the deterrent power of the real zombie king. Lin Ran was so confident in Jiang Chen's power. Jiang Chen continued to roar a few times. And soon, he also received a few responses. Wait until it was quiet again. Jiang Chen frowned and said, Ran, they just told me that they gathered here because someone ordered them to do so. Someone ordered them to do so. Lin Ran was stunned. Who? X organization. How could it be them? Jiang Chen shook his head. As for why, these zombies don't know either. They only know that the task given to them by those people is to watch over the people hiding in the building opposite. Let them find them by all means and eat them all, leaving no one behind. Isn't the building opposite the address of the research institute given to them by Grandpa Zhou? X organization wants to kill the people in the research institute. Lin Ran's heart tightened. Is there anyone still alive in there? Jiang Chen roared again. Soon, another response came from below. Jiang Chen said regretfully, as far as they know, there is no one left. After all, if there was, they would have been eaten by them. Lin Ran's heart sank. He also knew that this must be the answer. We can only blame the X organization for being too cunning and vicious. Lin Ran, it seems that we can only take the equipment today. After the zombies were controlled, it was much easier for Lin Ran and his team to complete their mission. Lin Ran and his team came to the building of the Research Institute without any obstacles. This building has only 5 floors, and the doors and windows have been broken by these zombies. There are black and red bloodstains everywhere inside, and it is not difficult to see what tragedy happened here. There are many zombies in white coats in the hall, and they are motionless when they see them come in. Lin Ran knows that these should be researchers who have suffered from the poisonous hands, and she silently feels sorry for them in her heart. But with them around, it is easy to find what she is looking for. Lin Ran asked Jiang Chen to ask them where the experimental equipment is. Jiang Chen nodded and roared again. One of the zombies in the white coat took a step and moved when he heard Jiang Chen's order. Ran. On the 2nd floor. He will take us there. Lin Ran nodded and called Lin Zhe and Yuing to follow him upstairs. As soon as you go up to the 2nd floor, you will see a large laboratory. But there are more bloodstains inside than in the lobby on the 1st floor. There are also many zombies in white coats here. When they see Lin Ran and the others come in, they dare not move. Lin Ran ignored them and went straight to find the experimental equipment she was going to take away this time. She had stayed in Mr. Zhou's laboratory for a few days and had a clear understanding of the experimental equipment inside. It's just that the experimental equipment here looks very complete. But there was no one that Lin Ran was looking for. However, these things are also very precious in the end times. And Lin Ran adheres to the principle of not wasting. With a big wave of his hand, all these equipment were put into the space. After collecting these things, Lin Ran saw that there were still a lot of experimental materials left by previous researchers in the cabinets on both sides. And she also put them all into the space. After the laboratory was emptied, Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen again and said, Jiang Chen, ask them where else there is a laboratory here. Grandpa Zhou doesn't have the things he wants. Hearing this, Jiang Chen asked the zombies again. But this time, they just shook their heads. Jiang Chen frowned and said, Ran. They said there is no other laboratory except here. No more. How is it possible? Grandpa Zhou is sure that there is one here. Lin Ran searched up and down the building again without giving up. Sure enough. Except for the 2nd floor. The rest are offices and living areas. There are really no more laboratories. Then where should they find the things they are looking for now? Is Mr. Zhou's information wrong? Lin Ran looked at the empty 2nd floor laboratory. A little confused. Meow. Just when Lin Ran was confused, a short and sharp cat cry came to his ears. Lin Ran knew the cat's cry too well. This was not Yuang's usual coquettish sound, but it was warning. Lin Ran looked over, but found that Yuang was not around. Lin Ran's heart tightened. Where is Yuang? Jiang Chen said, don't worry. It's in the lobby on the 1st floor. How did it run to the 1st floor alone? The 3 people hurried downstairs and saw Yuang's tail standing high, making sharp cat calls towards the corner. Meow. Yuang? Yuang didn't turn back when she heard Lin Ran's voice, and still made an attacking posture towards the corner. Lin Ran, Jiang Chen. Is there something over there? Before Lin Ran asked, Jiang Chen released his mental power to explore. He said in surprise, Ran. There is someone behind that wall. Someone. Who? Chapter 318 Survivors. No matter who he is, Lin Ran will find him out, she called, weighing over, and then asked Jiang Chen to use his earth-related ability to demolish the wall in front of him. At the moment the wall collapsed, Lin Ran saw several black gun muzzles. Want to launch a sneak attack? She instantly used mental pressure, and the guns on the opposite side fell to the ground. And Lin Ran also saw clearly what was hidden behind the wall. This turned out to be a laboratory, and the experimental equipment they came to find this time was also inside. Who are you? The person who was pressed to the ground by Lin Ran's pressure and couldn't raise his head asked with difficulty. We won't go back with you. Kill us. Lin Ran looked at the few people she pressed to the ground. They were all wearing dirty and black white coats, and each of them was wearing glasses. In any case, they didn't look like people who could hold guns. Their identities were about to be revealed. Lin Ran instantly withdrew his pressure and said, Are you the survivors of the Institute? Feeling the pressure on him was gone. One of the middle-aged men in white coats immediately picked up a gun and faced Lin Ran again. Yes, we will never associate with you even if we die. Lin Ran quickly took the gun from the man's hand. Chuckling, Do you know who I am? You, aren't you from the X organization? The white coat looked at Lin Ran in horror. How could she be so strong? Lin Ran shook her head, Of course not. I was entrusted by Mr. Zhou Jiaming to save you. Hearing Lin Ran say Mr. Zhou Jiaming's name, the middle-aged man in front of him, his eyes lit up instantly. He was excited and incoherent. Are you sent by my father? Your father? My father is Zhou Jiaming. I am Zhou Xuejuan. Zhou Xuejuan. And Anne's father. He is still alive. Lin Ran was also very surprised. And Anne's father. You are still alive. Anan? You still know Anan. Then you must be sent by my father. Is my father okay? How about my mother? How is she? Lin Ran, very good. They are all fine. In order to prevent Zhou Xuejuan from getting too excited, Lin Ran did not dare to tell about Anan. That's great. Great. Zhou Xuejuan started crying as he spoke. Then he began to talk about their experiences after the apocalypse in bits and pieces. After the apocalypse broke out, they discovered some characteristics of the X virus in the laboratory and realized that the appearance of zombies was more like a man-made disaster than a natural disaster. So after Anan died, they split into two groups and prepared to report this discovery to the country. Unfortunately, when they arrived in City A, they found that it had become a purgatory on Earth, and the Research Institute building was soon broken into by zombies. Coming with the zombies were people from the X organization. They asked them to hand over all their research materials and let the researchers go with them. If anyone is unwilling, let the zombies bite them to death on the spot. They hate the X organization that brings disaster to mankind, and they are unwilling to go with them. So, many people died in the Institute that day. This place has become more terrifying than hell. At that time, the director of the Institute pretended to deal with those people in order to buy them time to retreat. Unfortunately, he was soon exposed by those people. They only had time to retreat 10 people, and the director was brutally killed. For more than a year, they have been living here in difficulty. They dare not make any noise, for fear of being discovered by the zombies outside. But even so, they have not given up the research on the X virus. Now they are about to make a breakthrough. Lin Ran listened to Zhou Xuejuan quietly, and a sincere admiration rose in her heart. These people seem to be powerless, but they are actually the hardest people. With them, the world has a little more hope. Lindsay pulled Zhou Xuejuan up from the ground and said, Uncle Zhou, you are all great. You have worked hard this year. We will take you and your son together and live a good life in our base. Hearing what Lindsay said, the other white coats sitting on the ground also stood up and said excitedly, Okay. Zhou Xuejuan wiped the tears from his face and said, Li Rui, go and tell everyone the good news. Okay, Brother Zhou. Li Rui is very tall, probably because of long-term malnutrition. He walks a little unsteadily and is pitifully thin. Lin Ran followed them in and saw a very small door behind the laboratory. They went in sideways, and there was a living area. There were 5 more people inside, 3 women and 2 men. Li Rui excitedly told them that someone had come to rescue them, and everyone was very happy. Lin Ran silently counted the number of people on the side and found something wrong. Didn't they say that 10 people were evacuated? Li Rui hurriedly urged everyone to pack up and leave. Everyone stuffed things into their backpacks. Lin Ran looked at a girl who stuffed a lot of books and a few packs of biscuits into her backpack. Lin Ran smiled and said, "Don't take these expired biscuits. We have everything." The girl looked at Lin Ran blankly, then said shyly, "Really? In fact, there are only so many biscuits. I usually don't want to eat them." Lin Zhe smiled and said, "Of course it's true. We have a lot of fish and meat every day. Don't worry. You won't starve." The girl smiled. "Well, I believe you. It's better not to eat these expired sour things." Everyone was packing up their things, and Lin Ran noticed that only Zhou Xuejuan didn't move. Lin Ran walked over and asked, "Uncle Zhou, why don't you pack your things?" Zhou Xuejuan looked strange and said, "I don't have anything to pack." "That's fine. We have everything in our base. Just take whatever you need when you go there." Zhou Xuejuan looked even stranger when he heard this. I actually, Ran, I won't leave. You can just take them away. I have things to do here. Go back and tell my parents that I died a long time ago. I am an unfilial son." Lin Ran, why? Li Rui was furious when he heard Zhou Xuejuan's words. "Brother Zhou, how can you not leave?" Zhou Xuejuan forced a smile and said, "You know, your sister-in-law is still here. But sister-in-law is not the same sister-in-law as before. There are not many supplies here. If you stay here, you will die." Zhou Xuejuan shook his head stubbornly. "It's okay. I will die with your sister-in-law. It can be regarded as the love between us husband and wife." Everyone stopped what they were doing when they heard this. "Brother Zhou, if you don't leave, we won't leave either." "Yes, we will all stay with you. Sister Wu became like that for us anyway. Yes, if we have to die, let's die together." "No!" Zhou Xuejuan frowned upon hearing this. "The research is at a critical stage. What are you doing? Go, all of you. Remember to burn the news of the successful research to me in the future. Brother Zhou." As soon as these words came out, a girl's voice was already filled with tears. Lin Ran, "Wait! Uncle Zhou, do you mean that an An's mother is also alive?" Chapter 319, They are all still alive. Actually, Lin Ran wanted to ask about the whereabouts of an An's mother just now. But seeing Zhou Xuejuan crying so hard, he finally stopped. She was afraid of bringing up other people's sad stories, so she didn't dare to ask more. Who knew that an An's mother was still alive? But she didn't know what happened. Zhou Xuejuan heard Lin Ran's question, and his expression was solemn, and he didn't speak for a long time. After a while, he said, "Come with me." After that, he pulled open a cabinet in the corner of the wall. As the cabinet unfolded, Lin Ran saw an iron cage inside. A pair of red eyes stretched out from the iron cage, staring outside without blinking. "Qian, I'm here to see you," Zhou Xuejuan said affectionately. Roar. Hearing the sound, the zombies inside stretched out their pale hands, grinned, and desperately pounced on the people in front of them. Zhou Xuejuan smiled bitterly. "And Anne's mother is here. She died, but not completely." Li Rui came over and said, "It's all because of us. If it wasn't for saving us, Sister Wu wouldn't have become like this. Sister Wu is the only one among the 10 of us with superpowers. And she's a water superpower. With her, we can drink sweet water and live cleanly like a human being. We can barely get by here. But half a year ago, we encountered a food crisis. When we retreated, we were too panicked and didn't bring enough supplies. Even if we save more, the food will run out one day. Sister Wu took the risk to go out to find food for us. Finally, we did bring food down. But she was bitten by zombies. It's all our fault that we implicated Sister Wu." "Zhou Xuejuan, you can't say that. It's all fate. I'm useless. If I had superpowers, it would be great. Then she wouldn't have to go out on her own to take risks. If I had been with her, she might have been fine. She's actually the most timid. And I don't know how scared she was when she went out to find food alone. So, I can't leave her alone again. Li Rui, take everyone with you. This time, I really want to accompany her. Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou." At this moment, everyone present cried in their voices. Zhou Xuejuan looked fearless. "You all stay alive. Researching the X virus depends on you." "Let's go!" Lin Ran said loudly. "Uncle Zhou, you have to go too. Grandpa Zhou and the others are still waiting for you." Zhou Xuejuan smiled bitterly. "But..." "No buts. She has to go too. Lin Ran pointed at her mother, who had turned into a zombie. Wu Qianqian said. Zhou Xuejuan looked incredulous. But she is a zombie. Lin Ran smiled. What are you afraid of zombies? I can go if I say I can go. Don't talk nonsense. I give you 10 minutes. And we set off in 10 minutes. Lin Ran said no more. Walked to the outside room and waved his hand. First collecting all the laboratories outside. Under Leroy's guidance. They also collected their experimental materials and reagents. Then released the helicopter on the roof. 10 minutes later. The helicopter slowly rose. The passengers inside were increased from 3 people, and 1 cat to 9 people, and 1 zombie. He couldn't believe it when the helicopter was halfway. How could his zombie wife, who used to roar and bite him, be so obedient like a child at this moment? She sat beside him motionless. It seemed that her own flesh and blood had lost some of its appeal to her. You must be hungry. Let's eat first. It was still an hour's flight from the base. So Lin Ran gave everyone a box lunch. The girl who just took the biscuits was Zhao Qian, who was usually lively. She was actually hungry when she got on the plane. She was just annoyed about why she didn't take a few biscuits with her. It's expired. So it's expired. Anyway, she eats a lot of expired things. Unexpectedly, when she was extremely hungry, this beautiful base leader Lin started to give out box lunches. This is a box lunch. She had forgotten how long it had been since she had eaten a box lunch. The moment she opened the box lunch, she couldn't help but scream. Wow! This rice also has braised eggs and braised meat. Is this teriyaki chicken nuggets? And duck legs? Oh my god! This is really hot and fragrant rice. This is too happy. Delicious. Base Captain Lin. I can't wait to go to your base. Lin Ran likes this cheerful girl very much. Seeing that she likes it, she also gave her the duck legs in her lunchbox. If you like it, eat more. We have the most food in our base. Yes. Thank you. Base Captain Lin. The duck legs are really delicious. Perhaps this meal is too delicious. Everyone is full of longing for the base they are going to next. An hour later, they arrived above the Hope base. Through the transparent glass of the helicopter, everyone collectively exclaimed, Wow! Is this really the end of the world? So many fertile fields. So many fruit trees. Those vegetable greenhouses. So many farms. And that bustling city. Base Chief Lin really didn't lie to them. This is really a paradise on Earth. The helicopter landed on the open space next to Qingshui town. As soon as it stopped, Zhang Huan and Rong Mei drove a tricycle to pick them up. Lin Ran first asked Rong Mei and Zhang Huan to take the others to the cafeteria for dinner, and then settled them down. Then he, Jiang Chen, and Lin Zhe took Zhou Xuejuan and Wu Qianqian back to the small building to meet Grandpa Zhou and the others. In the Lin family's small building, Anan was playing frisbee with De Huang in the yard. Dad Lin brewed a pot of premium bilyuan and was tasting it with Grandpa Jiang, Grandpa Zhou, and Grandma Zhou. Mom Lin brought them a pot of grapes that had just been picked from the field. Come, everyone, have a taste. We just picked it today. Mrs. Zhou picked one and put it in her mouth. It's delicious, sweet, and has a light floral scent. What's its name? Mrs. Lin smiled and said. It's called Sunshine Rose Grape. If you like it, I plant one in our orchard tomorrow. Mrs. Zhou laughed and said. That's great. I won't have to worry about not being able to eat grapes in the future. Mrs. Lin liked Mrs. Zhou, who was so casual. She picked another grape for her and handed it to her. Mrs. Zhou and Mr. Zhou were obsessed with scientific research. There were few opportunities and time to drink tea and chat in the yard. It was only because the experimental equipment had a problem today that they had time to play in the yard. So the family didn't go out much today and played with them. Anan and Da Huang, who were playing in the yard, suddenly stopped the game in their hands. They looked straight in the direction of the gate of the yard at the same time. Woof woof woof. Sister Ran Ran and the others are back. As soon as the words fell, the sound of a car engine was heard outside the house. Anan jumped to the gate and shouted, I want to play with Sister Ran Ran. Other people also looked at the gate, especially the old couple of the Zhou family. Their hearts were in a knot. I wonder if Ran Ran has found what they want. It's just that the first person to come in was not Jiang Chen or Lin Ran. When Anan saw the face of the person in front of him clearly, his jumping steps suddenly stopped. Anan! Dad! Why are you here? Chapter 320X Organization's Declaration of War. Bang! Grandpa Zhou stood up excitedly and knocked the stool under his butt to the ground. Xuejuan. Son! Dad! Mom! I'm back! Today is a good day worth celebrating for the Zhou family. After being apart for many days, their family finally got together again. Lin Ran and the others left the space for their own people, letting them reminisce about the past. When the family is together, there is always endless things to say. When they knew that Wu Qianqian had turned into a zombie, everyone couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. They were reunited. It seemed that they were not reunited. Mom, sit down. And arranged Wu Qianqian, who had turned into a zombie, to sit on the stool. Then he put his little head on her knees. Two little hands also wrapped around her waist. Mom, I miss you so much. He finally found his mother. It's a pity that his mother can no longer respond to him normally. Zhou Xuejuan couldn't stop crying when he saw An's look. Just now, after he knew An's situation, he couldn't help thinking, it would be great if Qianqian could become like him. If she became a zombie with emotions and wisdom, she would be so happy to know that An and her parents were still alive. When she was alive, the one thing she couldn't let go of the most was this useless self. That was them. Mom and Dad. We haven't slacked off in the past year or so. And we have been doing experiments. We have also made some discoveries in the research of the X virus. Old Mrs. Zhou wiped her tears and said, We are the same. Xuejuan, don't be discouraged. We have found a way to make an antidote. Qianqian may be able to return to normal soon. Really? Zhou Xuejuan stood up in surprise. And then, he was ecstatic. He knew that his parents never boasted. Grandpa Zhou said, It's true. Xuejuan. But a lot of experiments are still needed. Tomorrow you will bring your researchers here. We will study together and strive to develop it as soon as possible. Zhou Xuejuan nodded happily. Okay. Tomorrow. We will study together. At night, Lin Ran asked Zhou Xuejuan and his wife, An to live on the 8th floor. The next day, Lin Ran asked Zhang Huan to send all the researchers here. As professional researchers, they enthusiastically joined Grandpa Zhou's laboratory as soon as they arrived and started experimental research. Lin Ran didn't want them to run back and forth. The first and second floors were made into dormitories for them. Looking at how enthusiastic everyone was, Lin Ran knew that the day to get the antidote should not be far away. She looked at Jiang Chen beside her and was full of expectations for the future. Soon, they can really be together. It's just that when everything is moving in a good direction, a message came from Louisa, Base Captain Lin. Something happened. Lin Ran quickly answered the radio. Louisa. What happened? Unexpectedly, this matter was more serious than she thought. The first person to find out something was wrong was the person in charge of registering people at the gate of Peace Base. No one had come to the gate that was always crowded with people for 3 days. There was a long queue at the gate every day a few days ago, waiting for countless people who wanted to enter Peace Base. How come there is no one now? The person in charge of registration keenly discovered something was wrong and immediately reported the news to his superiors. After Louisa and Ronghan received the news, they realized that they seemed to have not received much news from the Brotherhood Alliance in the past few days. What's even more weird is that the Qichao base and Xinzhou base, which had agreed to exchange supplies 2 days ago, actually broke the appointment. Louisa was worried and sent 2 teams out to inquire about the news. The result was that the 2 bases had been breached by zombies. Captain Lin, after we got the news, we immediately contacted our brother bases. We found that 11 of the 69 brother bases that were incorporated into our alliance had lost contact. Lin Ran was shocked. So many. Yes. And these 11 bases are the closest to us. I suspect we may be the next base to be attacked by the zombie tide. Lin Ran, don't be afraid. The zombie tide is not a threat to us. Louisa, I am more worried about why the zombie tide broke out now. Louisa, I don't know either. Lin Ran, I feel someone is targeting us. Lin Ran seriously suspected that it was Organization X who was causing trouble. Louisa, wait for me. We will come over in the afternoon to check out the lost bases together. Okay. Lin Ran called Zhang Huan, Xiao, Lin's father and mother, Lin Zhe, and others to a meeting, and told them the news received from Louisa. He also told everyone about his suspicion of Organization X. He asked Zhang Huan to arrange people to strengthen the security of the base during this period. Inform everyone not to leave the base easily. As for her and Jiang Chen, they were going to go outside to investigate what happened. But before Lin Ran set off, Louisa sent another message. Captain Lin. There's no need to investigate. It's really the work of Organization X. Lin Ren frowned. Why are you so sure? Louisa said in a deep voice. Because they just contacted us. They said that they did everything against our alliance during this period. Lin Ren sneered. So arrogant. What is their purpose? Louisa was silent for 2 seconds before saying, Captain Lin. The people from Organization X said that they want us to hand over the Zombie King. Lin Ran's eyes darkened. What? How did they know? Louisa, it was City A. Your trip to City A was seen by their spies there. They saw that the zombies didn't move under your command. So they determined that we raised the Zombie King. What they are doing now is to force us to hand over the Zombie King. Lin Ren always thought that her confrontation with Organization X would be because of the experiment done by an aunt's grandparents. Unexpectedly, they actually targeted Jiang Chen. How bold. They really don't know how to write the word death. Hee hee. Lin Ren laughed. What if we don't hand it over? Louisa, if we don't hand it over, they will attack our base tomorrow. Lin Ren asked in confusion. Use a zombie tide? Didn't he know that the Zombie King was here? Louisa, yes. He said he would turn all of us into zombies. But not with a zombie tide. But in other ways. Lin Ren asked in confusion. What other ways? Louisa said. They didn't say anything specific. They just said there was a traitor in their base. If we don't do it, they will do something that we will regret. Our beloved relatives and family members will leave us in a way we cannot accept. Chapter 321 Go to the X Organization. Damn! When Lin Ren heard this, she was immediately angry and laughed. Shameless. How shameless. They actually used such a despicable method to threaten him. Louisa said in a sad voice, Captain Lin. What should we do? Lin Ren looked at Jiang Chen beside her, and felt distressed. Unexpectedly, he was still targeted in this life. Louisa asked her what to do. What else can she do? People are bullying her. Of course she has to do it. Lin Ren sneered. Send a message to the X Organization and say that we agree to their request. But I want to meet them first before that. Louisa. Have you really decided so? Well, you are right. Just say that Lin Ren, the leader of the Hope Alliance, wants to talk to them. But if I want the Zombie King, I won't talk to the minions. Okay. Louisa hung up the radio. He probably knew what Lin Ren meant. I also know that only this choice is the most rational performance. After all, the enemy is in the dark, and they are in the light. It is not so easy to find the enemy hidden here in just one day. After Louisa figured it out, he picked up the radio and dialed the radio of Organization X. On this side, Lin Ren looked at Jiang Chen deeply. His deep red eyes were like red gems and intoxicating red wine, which she never got tired of looking at. He is her Jiang Chen. No one can hurt him. Lin Ren said solemnly, Jiang Chen, I will never let anyone hurt you. Yeah. Jiang Chen stroked Lin Ran's shoulder and let her lean on his chest. I know, Ran. This time, no one can hurt us again. Lin Ran, who was lying in Jiang Chen's arms, missed the strong murderous intent in Jiang Chen's eyes. Louisa soon heard that the people of Organization X agreed to let Lin Ran go to see them. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Organization X will send a plane to pick her up. Lin Ran readily agreed. Next, Lin Ran immediately called Zhang Huan, Louisa, Rong Han and others to a meeting, since the X organization said that there was a traitor inside their base. Then, they couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Lin Ran asked everyone to select the most trusted group of people first and place them in Lin Ran's Hope base, because they had to save some of their strength. Fortunately, the smart Lin mother also planted a wave of mutant tree walls between the Lin family courtyard and Qingshui town. It was to prevent any accidents from happening in the base in the future. At that time, at least there could be a buffer zone. Now they have to evacuate the selected people and children to the buffer zone. The Lin family building is where Grandpa Zhou and his people live. It is the most confidential place in the Hope base. There is not only protection from the 7th level mutant Rose, but also the Lin family, Wei, Bao Zhu, Da Huang and others. Lin Ran is not very worried about their safety. Lin Ran put the house he had taken back from the villa area in another city some time ago in the buffer zone, and asked everyone to start the work of evacuating people. On the other hand, she told Louisa that it was time to show off the things made in the military factory. Don't wait until then. The X organization will be desperate. They also need to be prepared for the war. After the arrangements were made, Lin Ran let everyone go. Now, she had to prepare for the meeting tomorrow. That night, Lin Ran upgraded all night. When she opened her eyes, she saw Jiang Chen sitting by the bed and looking at her. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with worry and reluctance. But he couldn't stop Lin Ran's thoughts, because she was not someone he could stop. For her, he could only support her. Jiang Chen, don't worry. I will get out of this unscathed. Jiang Chen nodded and touched Wang's head. Wang, take good care of Ran for me when I'm not here. Wang yawned and meowed. It was considered an agreement with Jiang Chen. At 9 o'clock, the helicopter of the X organization arrived on time at the helipad of Qinshui town. The Hope Base. Lin Ran took Wang onto the helicopter under the worried eyes of her family and Zhang Huan. Didn't you say you were the only one? There was only one pilot wearing a black mask on the plane. He asked when he saw Lin Ran and Wang. Lin Ran casually touched Wang's smooth fur. What? I'm used to taking my kitten with me when I go out. Can't I? The man hesitated for a minute, then said, it should be possible. You'd better take good care of it. Humph. Lin Ran snorted coldly. My cat is more humane than some people. Lin Ran noticed that the pilot's exposed hands were bloodless. I wonder if he has also become a zombie. The plane quickly rose into the air. Lin Ran found that their journey was a bit far. The helicopter had been flying for 3 hours and had not arrived yet. Lin Ran frowned. Where are we going? Don't ask too much. Lin Ran chuckled. Why? You don't even dare to tell me the destination. What else can I do alone? Black Mask was silent for a while and said, I can't say. But we're almost there. Hee hee. It seems that this Black Mask should have some taboos and can't say too much. Lin Ran stopped talking and sat quietly in his seat holding Wang, looking out the window. Just as Black Mask said, they did reach their destination very quickly. But Lin Ran didn't expect their destination to be here. There were tens of thousands of zombies under the helicopter. Hearing the sound of the helicopter, the zombies followed them like hungry wolves. This is S City, the most densely populated city before the end of the world. Organization X actually chose this place for its base. Aren't they afraid of so many zombies? Or are these zombies created by themselves? The helicopter landed on the top floor of the tallest building in S City. Lin Ran got off the plane and looked down. The zombies underground were densely packed. Like ants, they surrounded the building, but stopped about 200 or 300 meters away from here, as if he was afraid of something in the building. Wang in his arms had been meowing since he got off the plane. Black Mask, who came down with her, looked at Wang unhappily, moved his lips several times, but didn't say anything in the end. He didn't say anything, but Lin Ran had to say something. Lin Ran said proudly, Why? Is this how you X organization receives guests? No one came out to greet me. Black Mask said, The supervisors are in the building. We can see them when we go down. Lin Ran snorted. What a big air. Following Black Mask down the top floor, they came to an elevator. Lin Ran was not surprised that the elevator here was still running. X organization is so powerful. It is not difficult to store some oil and generate electricity by itself. After getting on the elevator, Black Mask pressed the button for the 10th floor. The elevator ran very fast. And with a ding, the 10th floor arrived. The elevator door opened, and Lin Ran saw 10 people wearing white masks standing in the hall in front of him. The tall and thin man in the lead wore a red mask that was different from everyone else's. Seeing Lin Ran step forward, he said, Welcome, Alliance Leader Lin, to our X2 base. Lin Ran smiled and said, Are you the person in charge here? That's me, Alliance Leader Lin. You can call me Zeming. Paw. In response, Lin Ran slapped him in the face. You bastard. You dared to lie to me. Chapter 322 Join our organization. Lin Ran's slap was quite powerful. He made the man in front of him turn 360 degrees on the spot. Lin Ran, you are going too far. The red mask pointed at Lin Ran angrily. How dare you hit me? Lin Ran chuckled. Why? Just a fake. I hit you if I want to. What can you do to me? Don't play tricks. I want to see your real leader. The red mask didn't expect Lin Ran to say that, and the cruel words in his mouth could no longer be said for a while. His dark eyes looked at Lin Ran through the mask in disbelief. How do you know I'm not the person in charge here? Lin Ran said casually. Maybe you don't deserve it. You don't have the aura of being a person in charge. Lin Ran's words were half true and half false, which made the red mask in front of him very angry. But if Lin Ran didn't tell the real reason, he couldn't do anything to her. Lin Ran glanced at the people present and said, "Call out your real person in charge. Otherwise today's conversation will be over." The red mask looked at Lin Ran deeply, and saw that her expression was serious and not fake. Then he said, "Wait a moment." Then he covered his face and left. Lin Ran curled his lips in amusement, and ignored the white masks in front of him, and found an empty chair and sat down. The moon shadow in his arms took the opportunity to jump to the ground, meowing and turning around. One of the white masks said, "Take care of your cat." Lin Ran looked at him strangely. "My cat has been holding it in all the way and needs to go to the toilet." "What? You still care about the cat's poop and pee? If you want to take care of it, find it a cat litter." "You?" The white mask couldn't stand Lin Ran, but he couldn't do anything about Lin Ran. Lin Ran glanced at the color of the mask on his face, and knew that he was not an important person. She didn't take him seriously at all. She asked William when she left. The color of the mask is used as a symbol of identity and status within the X organization. Black has the lowest status, followed by white, red, and then purple, and the highest level is gold. Among them, there are only 6 people with purple masks. They are the most powerful elders of their X organization, and the gold mask is their boss. However, the gold mask is very mysterious, and William has never seen it, since this is the X2 base. As one of the bases of the X organization, how could the person in charge be just a red mask? She went deep into the tiger's den today, not to see a mere substitute. Lin Ran made a casual trick, and he was exposed. After a while, a purple mask came over. This person has gray hair and looks a little old, but the voice he made is full of energy, not like an old person at all. "Hello, Alliance Leader Lin. I am the person in charge of X2 base. You are smarter than I thought. I didn't expect you to see through our disguise as soon as you arrived. You can call me 002. 002. Lin Ran smiled. "Oh, so your place is just a branch of your X organization?" "Indeed. Our X organization is very powerful, and it is not something you can contend with." "Alliance Leader Lin," the purple mask said proudly, "I believe you have also seen that the destruction of your bases is just our greeting gift." Lin Ran tried to suppress his anger and said, "It is you, the legendary X organization. But why did you do this? The end of the world is already difficult, and there are so many natural and man-made disasters. As human beings, even if we can't help each other, we shouldn't add insult to injury. We can discuss any problems. Why turn living humans into zombies?" Lin Ran's words made her look like a living saint. Of course, she said this on purpose. Sure enough, these words sounded very contemptuous to the purple mask. "Alliance Leader Lin. Haha. You are too naive. But you are also a smart person. And I know you are very capable. If possible, I hope you can bring your zombie king to join our X organization. Step into the new civilization with us." "New civilization?" Lin Ran pretended not to understand and asked, "What is that?" The purple mask laughed and said, "Then let me introduce our new civilization to you." The purple mask took Lin Ran to the French window, and from the 10th floor, the groups of zombies downstairs could be seen more clearly. They wandered around the building 200 or 300 meters away aimlessly. Lin Ran asked in confusion, "Is this your civilization? It turns people into such disgusting zombies." "No. Look." After saying that, the purple mask pressed something in his hand. Then Lin Ran saw several people with guns walking out of the first floor. They fired at the zombies, because they avoided the key position. The zombies fell to the ground due to the huge impact and stood up quickly. "Did you see it, Mr. Lin? This is the power of zombies. They are immortal. What perfect bodies they have." Lin Ran sneered. "Perfect? They are just a group of monsters who only know how to kill and eat people, with no thoughts but only instincts." The purple mask shook his head disapprovingly. "How can they be monsters? They just haven't evolved yet. They are still in the most basic and low-level state. Think about your zombie king. Is he like this? He has wisdom, powerful abilities, and an immortal body. As a human being, who can be as powerful as him?" Lin Ran, "But how many zombie kings are there in this world? Most of them are just such low-level and disgusting monsters. Do you want to become such disgusting and low-level monsters? Can you guarantee that you are different from them?" The purple mask laughed. "It seems that Mr. Lin still knows nothing about the capabilities of our organization. Come and see." The purple mask took Lin Ran to the 20th floor. The 10 white masks and red masks were still following them. When Lin Ran and Yuan got off the elevator, they saw that the 20th floor was actually a huge monitoring room. The densely packed monitors were broadcasting the situation on each floor. Look here. Alliance leader Lin. Lin Ran looked in the direction pointed by the purple mask and saw that the monitors showed a series of laboratories. All the people tied to the laboratory tables were alive. But when they got off the laboratory tables, they turned into zombies. This is our laboratory, where we study the evolution of zombies. Unfortunately, studying the evolution of zombies is too difficult. We found that among the 1,000 zombies we created, it is rare for a high-level zombie to appear. So we need your zombie king to help. We need to extract serum from him and develop super zombie evolution fluid. MB! Hearing this, Lin Ran gritted his teeth tightly, trying not to get angry. Sure enough, he was going to bring Jiang Chen in for another experiment. Chapter 323 Counterattack Moment. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes dangerously and said, but if our experiment succeeds, everyone will become a high-level zombie. Then what food will we, as zombies, eat? Who will enslave us? As far as Lin Ran knows, except for Jiang Chen and Louisa, who have extremely strong self-control, other high-level zombies all need to eat something with blood. They can't restrain their instincts. Purple Mask heard this and smiled. Leader Lin, you don't have to worry about this. You know, not everyone is worthy of joining our X organization and entering the new civilization with us. Look here. Purple Mask pointed to the monitor in an area. Lin Ran looked over there and saw that it was a group of iron cages. The iron cages were like the prisons in the movies she watched before the end of the world. They were full of people. This is the human and livestock area of our building. We have a large number of meat people on the 2nd to 6th floors of the building. They have no special powers, special skills, or other abilities. So they can only be used for experiments or as food for high-level zombies. Did you see that? The purple mask pointed at the woman with a big belly in the monitor and said, this meat person will be able to reproduce soon. We will have new members in our human and livestock area. It's too pitiful to be a low-level human. They are so weak that they can't control their own destiny. And they can't curb their desire to reproduce. Let their descendants come to this world to suffer. So they can only be the lowest level of meat people. We have been enslaved, used and killed by us for generations. Mr. Lin, through my detailed introduction, you should have understood our X organization. How about joining us? Let's step onto the top of the food chain together, enter a new civilization, and become the master of this world. Okay? Lin Ran didn't say anything, just looked at the picture in the monitor carefully. This building has a total of 21 floors. There is an armed force on the first floor below, and floors 2 to 6 are all human and livestock areas. Floors 7 to 8 are laboratories. Above the 9th floor are their living and office areas, where many people live. However, these people will soon become dead. Lin Ran pointed to the surveillance outside the building and said, why don't these zombies come closer? What are they afraid of? The purple mask said confidently, of course, they are afraid of the things in our building. Lin Ran chuckled and said, it seems that you also have high-level zombies here. So why do you still need my zombie king? The purple mask said, the more high-level zombies, the better. In fact, our X organization doesn't want to let go of even a zombie king. They don't want to let go of even a zombie king. They are really greedy. Lin Ran tilted his head and said, but being a superpower is not bad. Why don't you develop superpower evolution fluid? Superpower? What is that? The purple mask said disapprovingly. No matter how powerful a superpower is, he will still die. He still can't resist the instinct of being a human. How can he compare with the perfect zombie body? This group of people really want to live forever. And they are crazy about it. In fact, we have developed the superpower evolution fluid a long time ago. See, the people on the 11th to 18th floors are our superpower army. So, Mr. Lin, you can't compete with our powerful X organization. Now, please join us. After the purple mask finished speaking, he stretched out his arms domineeringly. He looked like he was inviting Lin Ran to join him. This look of asking for a beating made Lin Ran laugh. And Lin Ran kicked him. The defenseless purple mask rolled on the ground and spit out blood. Join the dummy. You are not good enough to be a human being. You want to be a low-level zombie. I think you are looking for death. The purple mask spurted out 2 mouthfuls of blood and looked at Lin Ran angrily. You actually attack me without knowing what is good for you. Come on. If you don't accept my toast, then you will be punished. Catch her and chop her into pieces. And then throw her to their hope base. If you go against our X organization, not only will you die, but I will also bury the people of your alliance with you. Kill. Yes. The white masks instantly used various superpowers, and threw them at Lin Ran. They are all high-level superpowers above level 10. With so many superpowers at the same time, Lin Ran can definitely be beaten into mud. But everything seems to become mysterious. Before they used their superpowers, they stayed where they were and couldn't move. There was suddenly one more person in the room, with the appearance of Jiang Chen. Time stopped. Lin Ran immediately used the lightning superpower to destroy the surveillance on this floor. At the moment when time stopped in the room, Wang also shouted loudly to the surroundings. Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen's blood-red eyes and smiled. Jiang Chen. Do it. Okay. Jiang Chen yelled out the window. Soon, the zombies wandering aimlessly downstairs began to move. They were no longer afraid of the power that had imprisoned them in the building before, because there was a stronger power calling them. There were also countless snakes, insects, rats and ants hidden deep in the city who rushed into the building with them. The hunting time began. The few superpowers, who had just shot a circle in the pile of dead bodies with guns on the first floor, were sitting in the lobby on the first floor playing cards. They all wore black masks on their faces. Suddenly, they heard the door on the first floor being knocked. One of them said, "Who is outside? Why are you knocking on the door like that?" "I don't know. I go and see." "It can't be those damn zombies." "Uh-huh. They dare too." After teasing, he put down the cards in his hand and walked over with the gun. The sunlight outside was a bit dazzling. He didn't see the scene outside the glass door clearly for a while. When he blinked his eyes and saw what was outside clearly, his breathing stagnated. Hurry. The zombies are coming. The people inside were a little unconvinced. Zombies dare to come here. Uh-huh. You guys don't even know how to draft your lies. Bang, the glass door that was opened by the zombies responded to him. Everything changed too quickly. The black mask closest to the door only had time to release a water ball and shoot 2 bullets before he was bitten through the neck by the zombie he despised the most. The black masks behind him were on guard. They picked up their guns and fired wildly at the zombies. The zombies fell down one by one, but soon they stood up again, following them in. There was also a group of mutant snakes, insects, rats and ants that came out of nowhere. What was different about those zombies was that after they stood up this time, they pounced on them with their abyss mouths. The mutant snakes, insects, rats and ants that were more difficult to deal with than zombies also made their souls tremble. Soon the first floor was engulfed in a sea of blood. Then the second floor. Lin Ran watched this scene with satisfaction on the surveillance camera. The so-called humans and animals in these people's mouths were all locked in iron cages. These iron cages protected them. On the contrary, the managers who were moving freely outside were bitten through by the zombies. And because of Yuang's order, the mutant snakes, insects, rats and ants did not touch the ordinary people in the cages. But the people outside were the most delicious food in their eyes. Then the third floor. The fourth floor. Lin Ran looked at the purple mask lying on the ground and couldn't move. And smiled. This is the gift from our Hope Alliance. Do you like it? Chapter 324 Retribution is coming. After saying this, Lin Ran used purple lightning. The lightning wall that penetrated the ceiling hit down, turning the 10 white masks that were still in a static state into a pile of black charcoal in an instant. Then, she looked at the red mask on the ground and kicked it. Masks of this color are not good things. Lin Ran stepped on his chest without hesitation. His heart exploded with one step. Finally, it was the worst purple mask. Lin Ran didn't think it would be so easy to let him go. Jiang Chen used black vines with barbs to tightly wrap him. After 2 minutes, the purple mask looked at the miserable situation in the monitor in horror. What happened? How did the 7th floor and below fall in an instant? Why? You? How did you do it? Our organization will not let you go. Lin Ran took off the mask on his face with a tang sword, revealing a face that was extremely inconsistent with his gray hair. This face was too young compared to his hair. This reminded Lin Ran of someone. Joey. Both of them gave people the same feeling. This X organization is really sick. Lin Ran, number 002. Tell me, where are the other people in your organization? Also, who is the traitor you planted in our organization? Number 002 smiled strangely. You want me to betray the organization? Dream on. Just wait for your own base to be destroyed. After that, his eyes began to move strangely and quickly. Lin Ran knew what he wanted to do as soon as he saw him like this. She went over and slapped the man a few times without any hesitation. These slaps didn't save any effort at all. He was bruised and swollen, and his nose was bleeding. So miserable. Want to self-destruct? It's not that easy. As soon as the voice fell, a strong pressure emanated from Lin Ran and Jiang Chen. Number 002 felt like he was being pressed down by a mountain. Not to mention self-destruction. Even breathing was difficult. Lin Ran sneered, "You don't want to talk. It's okay. I will make you confess willingly. Before that, let's take a good look at how your X2 base was destroyed." Lin Ran looked at the screen in the monitor. Very good. Their zombie army and mutant beast army have reached the 10th floor. It's just a matter of time to get here. 002, lying on the ground, was desperate. He now knew who the man who suddenly appeared was. He was the Zombie King. At that time, they were not sure which of the two men who appeared in City A was the Zombie King. Now they know it's him. But what's the use of knowing it? The ability of this Zombie King is stronger than they imagined. They did so many experiments in City S and created hundreds of thousands of zombies. The most powerful Zombie King that appeared was only level 9. He was the king who originally commanded all the zombies nearby. With him, their building is the safest place. But now, in the surveillance, the zombie that was killing the most happily on the 10th floor was the most satisfying work they had created before. The 9th level Zombie King was also ruled by the Zombie King in front of him. How high must his level be? Number 002 thought painfully. He regretted it now. He shouldn't have stood out and accepted this task at that time. Other bases are obviously fighting for it. Why not give it to them? The 10th floor was captured. The 11th floor was captured. The 12th floor was captured. The 19th floor was captured. Then, all the zombies and mutant animals stopped on the 19th floor. There was no need to go up. Lin Ran looked at the surveillance on the 21st floor. There was no one else there. It was the warehouse of their X2 base. She would collect the things inside later. Seeing that his base was destroyed, 002 looked at Lin Ran and the others with desperate eyes, as if asking, "What are you going to do with me?" Lin Ran smiled and said, "Don't worry. Your retribution will come soon." Then, she looked up at Jiang Chen, who nodded. Then she roared softly. After a while, footsteps sounded at the door. A zombie with a highly rotten face, dragging its intestines, limped in from outside. Seeing this zombie, 002 trembled all over. Lin Ran admitted that she did it on purpose. She just wanted to discuss 002. This bastard. That's why she deliberately asked Jiang Chen to pick an ugly zombie. He worships the body of zombies. Now, let this extremely ugly guy turn him into what he likes. 002. Guess what I want to do? Under the powerful pressure of the supernatural power, 002 couldn't speak. Lin Ran laughed out loud, asking himself and answering, "Look how good I am to you. I know you want to become a zombie. And now I especially invite this zombie gentleman to come up to help you fulfill this wish. Don't be afraid. You will soon become the perfect body you want to be. Why are you shaking? Don't you want it?" "No. No. No. I know you definitely want it," Lin Ran said with a smile, and successfully saw 002 shaking even more. It turns out that he also knows how to be afraid. But when they ignore others, have they ever been afraid? Have they ever repented? No, they didn't. 002 watched the ugly zombie open its huge and smelly abyss mouth and bite down on his neck. Pain. Disgusting. Ugly. Horror. He wanted to become a zombie. But not in this way. But everything was out of his control. The zombie greedily ate the flesh and blood of 002. In fact, his body was not delicious. It seemed to be mixed with other things. But the master was in this. Let him eat. He will behave well. Soon, the zombie stopped eating, because he found that the food in his mouth was extremely unpalatable. It was as dry and tasteless as the meat on his body. Lin Ran watched coldly from the side, and found that 002's skin turned pale. He had become a zombie. His eyes were red, but there was no luster in them. Lin Ran knew at a glance that although he had become the zombie body he had dreamed of, this was just a low-level zombie. Lin Ran looked at the ugly zombie body in front of him and said, 002. Now you can tell us where the other bases of your organization are. Hearing this, 002 opened his mouth and said with a voice that was not completely stiff, Okay, mistress. They are in. Chapter 325 Counterattack Plan. When the blood-red sunset shone on the tallest building in S City, Lin Ran and his team flew away from the top floor of the building in a helicopter. The harvest this time was the information about the X organization and the millions of zombies in this city, including a level 9 zombie, 3 level 7 zombies, and a level 8 zombie. Jiang Chen gave these high-level zombies an order and gave them an address. Asked them to rush to a place within 2 days. As for those people locked in cages, Lin Ran rescued them and left them a lot of supplies. He also gave them the address of his base. They can go to find them by themselves. They can also wait for them to deal with the affairs of the X organization and come to pick them up. These people have been locked up for so long and have not been able to adapt to life outside. Seeing Lin Ran, they all looked dull. Lin Ran didn't say much. After explaining some things to them clearly, she drove away in a helicopter. The next step is that she has to do it before the X organization reacts. Get rid of them all. There is no energy to arrange extra things for the time being. But the zombies here are gone. They have food and drink, and they can survive for a while. When they returned to the tarmac of Qingshui town again, it was already late at night. Zhang Huan and Lin's father and mother were still waiting here. They were very excited to see Lin Ran. Lin Ran said to her mother, who hugged her worriedly, as soon as she got off the plane, Mom, I'm fine. Everything is going well. Sister Huan, bring the radio. I want to contact Louisa for a meeting immediately. I already know who the traitor is. When the X organization learned that the Hope Alliance was developing rapidly, it placed its own people in various bases of the Alliance. These people were either ordinary poor people who came to seek refuge, or they were superpowers who disguised themselves as small groups. They are good at disguise and can easily get along with the people around them. When Lin Ran got the list given by 002, she was really shocked. Among these people, there are people she didn't expect. There were even a few who were moved into the buffer zone by Zhang Huan for key protection. Lin Ran couldn't imagine what kind of blow their base and the Alliance would suffer if she didn't go to X2 base. After a brief meeting with Louisa and others, Lin Ran immediately passed the list of traitors in the Alliance, and they hoped that Zhang Huan would have already set out to deal with the traitors. This night, they would pull out all the fangs that the X organization had placed inside them. Louisa looked at the list in his hand and was shocked. He didn't expect that there were so many traitors in his base. Ronghan sighed and said, No wonder 11 bases were destroyed overnight. The X organization's scheming and plotting are really too deep. I didn't expect these traitors in our base. I usually trust them so much. Louisa nodded heavily, yes. Fortunately, we found it. Now, it's time to eradicate them. Ronghan nodded. With the list, he took Li Xiang and data to arrest people. Louisa began to send information to the remaining dozens of bases in the Alliance without stopping. They must eliminate all these traitors before the X organization can react. The night passed quickly. When dawn came, Lin Ran first received a reply from Zhang Huan. She had eliminated all the traitors in the Hope base according to the list. Then it was Louisa's. Then, one after another, it was the bases under them. Lin Ran listened to the good news that kept coming and smiled. That's great. Their alliance is finally safe. Bang bang bang, someone knocked on her bedroom door. Lin Ran opened the door and saw Jiang Chen's handsome face. Ran, Louisa, and the others are here. Okay, let's go down. Jiang Chen, are you ready to kill? Jiang Chen curved his eyes. I've been preparing. In the living room, Louisa was the only one. Because it was too early. The other members of the Lin family had not woken up yet. After Lin Ran talked to Louisa for a while, Lin's mother, Lin Zhe, and the others also got up. Lin Ran took out a map. The locations of the other 5 bases of the X organization were marked on it. 002 said that the X organization has a total of 6 bases in various parts of the world, and each base is in an international metropolis. The X2 base is in the metropolis of S City in their country. They first released the X virus in these densely populated cities, taking advantage of the panic and disorder brought about by natural disasters. The whole world has become a zombie country. It's so despicable. Louisa was furious. The natural disaster has made it difficult for everyone. And they also created this zombie virus. This really leaves no chance for human beings to survive. I am really pissed off by them. Base Chief Lin. Just tell me what you are going to do. Now that we know the addresses of these bases. Let's go and kill them. Lin Ran nodded. It's time to start the counterattack. Louisa. I don't need you to do anything. I want you to help me take care of my home. The bases and the alliance. How is the military factory? Louisa said, very good. It has been put into large-scale production. Not only guns, but also large-scale hot weapons such as rocket launchers. We have begun to produce them on a large scale. Okay. All these things will be distributed free of charge. Let everyone protect their bases. I am afraid that the X organization will come back and do us harm. In addition, the ground-to-air anti-war system will also be set up in the next few days. The strength of the X organization cannot be underestimated. The air is our weak point. I am afraid that they will make trouble at that time. Okay. I will do it right away. Louisa replied solemnly. Captain Lin. Besides these, do you need my help in the counterattack? Lin Ran shook her head. No. We have enough manpower here. Louisa was not surprised to hear this. He just glanced at Jiang Chen secretly. His master is very powerful. I really want to go with him and see his style. As soon as Louisa left, Lin Ran and his friends should also set off. Mother Lin and Father Lin also wanted to go with Lin Ran. But Lin Ran declined. Mom and Dad. The safety of the family is also very important. Grandpa Zhou's experiment is our most important project now, which is related to the continuation of human civilization. You have to stay at home to protect them. Although Lin's mother and father wanted to go, they also knew that Lin Ran was right. There must be no one at home. They looked at Lin Zhe with jealousy. They wanted to switch with him. They also wanted to be Ran Ran's follower. Half an hour later, Lin Ran got on the helicopter again. This time, there were 3 people in the helicopter. And 2 cats. She, Lin Zhe, Jiang Chen, Wang and Bao. Sister, I can't imagine that we dare to go to the Dragon's Den and Tiger's Lair of the X organization with just a few people now. Lin Ran smiled and said, yes. How can I dare to imagine it? In the past year or so, they have grown too fast. Lin Zhe entered the address on the helicopter's GPS navigation and said, sit tight. The next stop is Beijing City. Chapter 326 Attack X3 Base. Beijing is the most populous city in the country. It is also the location of X Organization X3 Base. X3 Base is located in a very famous park. The environment here is beautiful and the scenery is pleasant. Before the end of the world, this place was crowded with tourists and everyone rushed to visit. But now, this place is occupied by this group of special people. They hoarded a lot of resources before the end of the world. And now they still live a luxurious life and wantonly exploit living humans. These humans are locked in cages by them and treated as human animals for fun. The person in charge of X3 Base is sitting in the park enjoying his afternoon tea. Not far away, on the special stage, his favorite performance is being performed. A group of zombies are chasing several humans. These humans have no superpowers and can only be chased by zombies and flee all over the stage. Suddenly, a person accidentally fell to the ground while running. Just like this fall, the zombie following behind him bit his neck. The bright red blood gushed out instantly. This scene made the purple mask leader in the stands clap his hands happily. He liked to enjoy the scene of zombies eating people. So he basically arranged such a scene every day. This is much more exciting than the performances in the previous movies and games. This is a living person. When the zombies saw the living human being falling to the ground, they all stopped and began to gnaw on the fresh corpse. This gave others a temporary respite. They hurriedly ran to a place as far away from the zombies as possible. Some people even climbed onto the iron fence next to the stage. Seeing these people running farther and farther, the purple mask shouted, "Fools! Don't eat it yet. The fat meat in your mouth has run away. Go chase it. Go chase it." The red mask took a look at the crazy look of the purple mask and said nothing. Their leader is good in everything. Just a little cruel. But this is harmless. Just a bunch of lowly humans. It doesn't matter if a few die. There are a lot of them in the cages. Chase. Yes. That's it. Kill them. Kill them. Seeing the zombies start to chase humans with their mouths wide open again, the purple mask shouted excitedly. He likes to play this brutal and bloody game. Low-level humans are born to be eliminated. A little boy climbed up the iron railings neatly. The zombies underground couldn't reach him because they were not high enough. So he was safe for the time being. But others were not so safe. Among them was a mother and daughter. The mother protected her child tightly. But humans and zombies were different. When people run desperately, their strength will always run out. The mother watched the zombies behind her getting closer and closer to her. She even felt the fishy wind from the zombies' mouths blowing on her neck. The mother looked at the young girl in her hands in despair. And she knew she would not be able to protect her. She really couldn't run anymore. Just when the zombie bit her back, the mother suddenly saw the boy on the iron railings. Yes! She could put the child on the iron railing. The mother didn't know where she got the strength from, and suddenly broke free from the zombies biting her back. Then she picked up the child on the ground. Be good. Hold on here like your brother. Yes. Climb up. Be sure to hold on. Don't let go. The girl cried loudly, and at the same time, she held on to the iron railing very obediently and kept climbing up, because she saw her mother's back was bitten hard by the zombies. Large pieces of meat fell from her body. The hands that held her and kept giving her warmth also slowly became cold. Be good. Hold on tightly. And live with your brother. The mother shouted the last heartbreaking cry. Then her eyes turned scarlet blood. The girl was so scared when she saw the scene that her hands loosened. At the critical moment, the boy next to her grabbed her hand. Hold on tightly. Your mother said that you should try to live. The boy said these words tremblingly. Unfortunately, can they really survive? He himself did not believe it. The girl cried uncontrollably, but she obeyed and did not loosen the fence. People in the iron railings were constantly knocked down by zombies. Soon, there were only 2 children left on the stage. The zombies surrounded them, jumped up and tried to grab their feet. Unfortunately, the 2 children climbed very high, and these low-level zombies had no special powers. They could not catch them for a while, but they soon thought of a good idea. The zombies piled up together, and they used one another as a step, climbing up on each other. The girl screamed in fear, "Brother, can we really survive?" The boy looked at the pile of zombies below, which was getting higher and higher, and laughed miserably. "I'm afraid we have to go to reunite with our parents too. This is our fate. A worthless life that was fooled, played with, and trampled on by those masked people. It would be great if there were gods in this world. Let the gods punish these masked people, and let them have a taste of such a life that is played with by others." The boy no longer looked at the pile of zombies below. He did not listen to the excited shouts of the golden mask to kill them. He raised his head and made a pious wish to the sky. He hoped that the gods could punish these human minions for him. Perhaps the boy's wish was too pious. He saw a helicopter flying in the sky. Will the gods sit on that helicopter? The huge roar of the helicopter made the zombies surrounding them turn around. They were safe for a while. The purple mask also found the helicopter. He stood up and asked, "Rodden, whose helicopter is this? Why did it fly here? Don't you know that I hate noise the most? You blind things are disturbing my show." The red mask looked at the helicopter and said puzzledly, "This doesn't seem to be our helicopter. There is no sign of our alliance behind it." "What?" The red mask wanted to ask something else. But suddenly a white mask ran over and said, "Base Commander, something bad has happened. Zombies have rushed in." The purple mask said coldly, "What are you afraid of if there are zombies? What does Experiment 5 do? Let him go, and let him tear up all the disobedient zombies." The white mask shook his head frantically. "Base Commander, Experiment 5 is crazy. He is the one who is biting people everywhere with the zombies. Many people in our laboratory have been bitten." The purple mask realized the seriousness of the problem. "How is it possible? How could he be crazy? He is our own zombie king. Experiment 5 is a level 9 zombie king that they carefully made. Because of the drugs, they have always controlled him. But he never dared to disobey them. What happened now?" Chapter 327, Full-Scale Counterattack. White Mask said in despair, "I don't know. No one can do anything to him now. Dr. Lee was bitten to death by him. Base Commander, please find a solution quickly. So many zombies are rushing in. The base is full of zombies and terrible mutant animals. Our military force can no longer suppress them. And there are many mutant rats, mutant snakes and so on rushing in together. Their attack power is also terrible. And they bite people when they see them. Our psychic army is no longer good." Before the white mask finished speaking, a giant termite with flapping wings and huge teeth had already flown in front of him. White Mask threw a fireball quickly. The termite in front of him was instantly shot down to the ground. As a result, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw another group of giant termites flying over from behind. Such a large number of mutant termite swarms is not something he can deal with. Base Commander, help. White Mask used his superpowers to knock down the endless termites. At the same time, he shouted for help to the Purple Mask. But Purple Mask was in no mood to save him at this time, because Experiment 005 had already rushed in front of him. Behind him was a group of superpowered zombies above level 5. Purple Mask felt a chill in his heart. Why were there so many superpowered zombies gathered together? Who was the person in the helicopter that just hovered in the air? Soon, Purple Mask knew who was on the helicopter. Following the guidance of Experiment 5, Lin Ran and his helicopter landed near the stage. Then, they walked down from the plane in the pious welcome of Jiang Chen's zombie army. Purple Mask instinctively realized that something was wrong. Why did these zombies kneel down in the direction of the helicopter? Experiment 5. What are you doing? We are welcoming our king. King? What the hell? He realized that he had to leave here. The Purple Mask looked at the number 5 experiment subject and threatened anxiously. Number 5 experiment subject. Do you know what you are doing? Aren't you afraid that I won't give you the medicine? If you know what's good for you, let me go. The number 5 experiment subject blinked his red eyes and said, don't be afraid. My master only wants me to kill you. The Purple Mask was instantly angry when he heard this. Your master? Who is your master? The number 5 experiment subject did not answer, but just looked in the direction of the helicopter. The Purple Mask saw 2 men and 1 woman coming from the direction of the helicopter, and he was about to say something. Then he saw the handsome man among them said, Number 5 experiment subject. You can take revenge on him. Revenge? The Purple Mask looked at the number 5 experiment subject. He is a zombie. He is the most perfect experiment subject created by him. He gave him such a perfect immortal body and extremely powerful abilities. How could he take revenge on himself? The number 5 experiment subject walked out of the zombie group. Step by step, he walked towards the Purple Mask. What are you going to do? Test subject number 5. Do you really want to rebel? If it weren't for me, would you be like this now? You call him master, but I am actually your real master. Test subject number 5 showed a contemptuous smile. You? Be my master? Are you worthy? You? Without giving the Purple Mask time to react, test subject number 5 rushed out like a leopard. He had only one wish. That was to get rid of the shackles of number 003 in front of him. Kill him. The Purple Mask was not a vegetarian either. With the help of the Red Mask, it actually wove an illusion. Illusion ability? Lin Ran's eyes lit up when she saw this ability. This trip was not in vain. She liked this ability. Lin Ran suddenly saw the 2 children still lying on the iron railings on the stage, and the zombies in the iron cage. She walked over and kicked the iron cage open. The zombies saw that Lin Ran had kicked open a gap, and all rushed out. But they were not facing Lin Ran, but the people outside. Jiang Chen's order was to kill all the superpowers and managers in the base. Lin Ran put the 2 children down. The little girl's tender hands were scratched because she had been holding the rough iron railings for a long time. Lin Ran carefully disinfected her with alcohol. Because of the stimulation of alcohol, the little girl shuddered in pain. Lin Ran smiled and touched her head. He reached into the backpack behind him and took out a big lollipop from it. Little sister, eat candy and it won't hurt. Candy? The little girl hadn't eaten it for a long time. She took it from Lin Ran's hand as if in a dream. Then, Lin Ran gave one to the boy next to him, who had been looking at him stupidly with admiration. You eat it too. Don't worry. There will be no more zombies biting you in the future. The little boy took the candy as if in a dream. And then Lin Ran told him to stand far away. Be careful not to be affected by the war over there. Finally, he gave each of the 2 a big bread and a bottle of yogurt and left. Looking at Lin Ran's back, the little boy took a bite of the lollipop in his hand. It was real candy. Sweet. Then he suddenly burst into tears. It turned out that what his father said was right. There are really gods in this world. The gods came to save them. They will never suffer again in the future. Both the Purple Mask and the Red Mask are not weak. But with Jiang Chen here, how can he let his own people suffer? The Purple Mask was still bitten to death by number 005. After interrogating the Purple Mask that turned into a zombie, Jiang Chen dug out his crystal core. He just found it. Ran was very interested in this crystal core. So far, the X3 base was destroyed. Jiangchen still left an address for the number 5 experimental subject. Let him take all the zombies here to this place to wait for his call. During this period, all zombies are not allowed to hurt people. And the number of people and animals here is no less than that of X2 base. Lin Ran still left them supplies and addresses, so that they can go to Hope Base by themselves, or wait for their rescue. Wait until everything is settled. Lin Ran and his team drove the helicopter, with their special logo of X organization seized, from X2 base to the next base. Next is another international metropolis, Dongsher. This is the base of X organization in Sakura country. X4 base. There were more than 14 million people here before the end of the world. It is a super metropolis. When Lin Ran and his team arrived here, they were shocked by the astonishing number of zombies here. I can't imagine what the tragedy was like when the zombies broke out. How desperate the people here were at that time. Now, those who created these tragedies should also receive corresponding retribution. Don't you like zombies? Then let their favorite things destroy them. X4 base is located in the most prosperous commercial street in Jing City. On this day, all the managers of the X4 base had their throats bitten by countless zombies rushing in from outside before they even got up. Lin Ran put away the super crystal core of Dongsher's purple mask. This one is not bad either. It actually has lightning powers. Then, they boarded the helicopter again. The next stop, the city of Luen in the Empire of the Sun Never Sets. Chapter 328 Declaration of War. X5 base is in Luen City of the British Empire. X6 base is in Li City of the Romantic Kingdom. Fortunately, Lin Ran and his team went to these two bases quickly. Otherwise, they would have escaped. Although they hurried to catch them all as soon as possible. The distance gave the people of the X organization a lot of time to react. They sensed the danger, especially the X6 base. If they were half an hour slower, everyone would have to escape by helicopter. After destroying 5 bases in a row, they only have the last target left, the X1 base. Along the way, they did not find the so-called golden mask. It seems that the final boss is hiding in the X1 base. Now, they must hurry to New City where the X1 base is located. New City is located in the United States. Before the end of the world, it was a metropolis with a population of more than 7 million. As soon as they entered New City, Lin Ran saw countless blue-eyed and yellow-haired foreign zombies chasing their helicopter underground. Now Jiangchen basically flies the plane. In order to save time these days, he has to drive day and night to go to several bases. Neither she nor Lin Zhe can bear this driving intensity. Only a strong zombie body like him can stay awake. With Jiangchen driving the plane, Lin Ran and Lin Zhe eat and sleep. An upgrade by the way. Needless to say, Bao and Yueying either play in Lin Ran's space or sleep in the helicopter when they are on the road. Finally, with their day and night travel, the Empire State Building in New City, where the X1 base is located, is within reach. Unfortunately, even though they rushed here in a hurry, it was already mostly empty when they arrived. In addition to the so-called humans and animals, the low-level citizens abandoned by them, the Black Masks, are the most ordinary superpowers in their organization. Lin Ran grabbed the only white mask left here and asked about their whereabouts. Before White Mask could speak, the monitor next to him suddenly lit up. The person who spoke out was the one they had been looking for. The top leader of Organization X, Golden Mask. His dark eyes stared at Lin Ran through the mask and said in English, "Base Captain Lin, I know all the tricks you played now. You destroyed my 5 bases. And now I will destroy your base. We see." After that, the monitor went off. Lin Ran killed White Mask, settled the survivors here, and turned around and flew back without stopping. I hope Zhang Huan and Louisa have arranged everything. Nothing must happen at home. Peace base, for the security of the armed base. Louisa and Rong Han took the risk to go to Yun City again. Yun City has experienced various natural disasters and zombie tides, and has become riddled with holes. No longer what it used to be. They went there to find military security equipment. This is information provided by a veteran. In the basement of the Yun City government, there are a bunch of military security equipment hidden. After determining the specific location, Louisa and Rong Han set off. Fortunately, Yun City did not seem to have zombies higher than Louisa's level. They got the things in the basement smoothly. The things in the basement were also surprising. There were complete air defense systems, laser radar detection systems, and reconnaissance drones. The existence of these things undoubtedly added a few more eyes to their base. Louisa asked people to install all these things when he returned. Lin Ma was not idle during this period. She upgraded the mutant roses when she had nothing to do, and cultivated the branches of the mutant roses into small seedlings, which were distributed to all the wood-type mutants in the Hope base and the Peace base. Let them work together to insert as many mutant rose seedlings as possible to the periphery of the two bases, in order to protect other bases of his alliance. Louisa equipped each base with Lin Ma's mutant roses and reconnaissance drones. He also sent them a lot of guns and ammunition processed by his own military factory. However, due to the distance, many bases have not been able to come to pick them up yet. Louisa arranged everything as much as possible according to Lin Rand's plan. However, he was still a little worried, thinking something might happen. Sure enough, he received Lin Rand's message in the afternoon. The leader of the X organization fled the Neo City base with half of the members of the X1 base, and claimed to retaliate against them. Louisa immediately told the base leaders of all the Alliance bases about this matter, and asked them to be careful. As a result, when the message was sent out, they found that 3 more bases had lost contact. These bases that lost contact were all far away from their bases, and they had not had time to take the supplies that Louisa had allocated to them. The revenge of Organization X has already begun. The enemy is in the dark, so Louisa can only ask everyone to be careful and patrol more. But neither the patrolling people nor the reconnaissance drones released have captured any suspicious people's whereabouts. Louisa feels that the people of Organization X are like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, making him feel uneasy. Now he only hopes that Lin Rand and his master can come back soon. But before Lin Rand and the others come back, something unexpected happens again. Another 5 bases lost contact with their alliance after 1 hour. Louisa looked at the small red dots that kept disappearing on the alliance signal map on the monitor, and clenched his fists in anger. Rohan frowned and said, "The patrol team sent out still found nothing. It seems that they want to attack other bases of our alliance first, and then deal with us. Louisa, then we can't take it lightly. X base is deep-rooted. Who knows what other means they have? Those who should go on patrol should go on patrol." Before Louisa finished speaking, he saw that 5 red dots on the alliance signal map disappeared. Li Xiang, who was standing by, saw this scene and hurriedly sent a communication to the 5 bases. As expected, there was no response, and the signal was lost. The speed at which the X organization made a base disappear was too fast. This is a living base. There are so many people, and so many families in each base. How did these bastards do it? Louisa frowned and said, "Are we really just going to take the beating passively?" Rohan sneered. "I go out and take a look." "No." Louisa looked at Rohan and said, "It's too dangerous outside. Base Captain Lin and his men will be back at night. Before that, we just need to guard this place." Rohan said, "But the X organization is too rampant. I'm afraid they won't give us that much time. I must find out what they did. Otherwise, how can I keep an eye on the house for Lin Ran and the others? They are in the open while the enemy is in the dark." Rohan knew that they had to go out and take a look now and collect some information, even though they knew that there were many dangers outside. Chapter 329 Hongxia Base. No matter how Louisa persuaded him, Rohan, who had made up his mind, could not be persuaded by him. He knew that Lin Ran was very strong, but it was never his style to sit and wait for death and rely on others. He had to do something within his ability to live up to his title as the deputy base commander, and live up to his heart. 10 minutes later, Rohan drove the armed helicopter and took Dad out of the base. As soon as Rohan flew out of the base, Louisa's communication came over. "Rohan, what's the situation outside? It seems that there is no problem at the moment. It is very calm. Then you fly 500 kilometers south. There is a Hongxia base closest to here, which just disappeared on the signal map." "Okay." After receiving the order, Rohan turned the direction of the helicopter and flew south, looking at the scenery under his feet. Data said, "Boss, this is the direction of the zombie town." Rohan looked down. Sure enough, this side has to pass the zombie town. Further ahead is the legendary dangerous mutant forest. However, the mutant forest that frightened the base team at this time was just a small forest when viewed from the helicopter. Rohan did not look at it for long. He raised his head and began to fly towards the destination with full concentration. Hongxia Base, the base chief of this base, Li Hongxia, is also a legendary woman. She was originally a teacher. After the end of the world, She led a group of students who did not have time to go home to survive together. Later, after she awakened her superpowers, she established this base. They were also the first group of people to join the Hope Alliance. This was not the first time Rong-Han came to this base. He and Louisa said before that this base was one of the most cultural and hopeful bases. Because the base chief is a teacher. The children here are still learning even in the end of the world. They have the same learning philosophy as the Hope base. The students here not only have to learn basic knowledge, but also learn survival skills in the end of the world and learn fighting knowledge. When they came that time, the children were learning basic knowledge. A burst of reading sound came from the classroom. What they read at Rong-Han base is, if the youth are wise, the country will be wise. If the youth are rich, the country will be rich. If the youth are strong, the country will be strong. If the youth are progressive, the country will be progressive. When he heard these words, he would be lying if he said that he was not touched. Children are the future of this world. But now, the classrooms that used to be full of students have been burned to ashes. The sound of reading in the base has turned into waves of zombie howling. Seeing the helicopter flying over, the zombies underground ran after them with their mouths wide open. When Rong-Han saw those zombies who only knew how to howl, his heart was broken. Louisa's voice came from the intercom again. Rong-Han, have you arrived? How is it over there? Rong-Han said sadly, we have arrived. They have all turned into zombies. I saw the head of the base Hongxia. Unfortunately, she has also turned into a zombie. There was silence on the other end of the intercom for a while. And then Louisa's low voice came again. I know. You guys come back soon. It's getting dark. Head of the baseline just sent me a message. They will be back in 4 hours. Okay. Rong-Han hung up the intercom after he finished speaking. There was silence in the helicopter. Everyone was in a bad mood. At this moment, their hatred for the X organization reached its peak. Why did they do such a thing? They are also human beings. In order to pursue immortality and supreme power, they subvert human civilization and turn everyone into zombies. Is it really good? Big Head looked at the zombies chasing their helicopter under his feet, and suddenly said, Boss, I found a problem. Rong-Han, what? Big Head, look. These zombies are different from the ones we saw in other places? Rong-Han didn't understand for a moment. What do you mean? Big Head, look. They don't have any wounds on their bodies. Especially this wave of people. How did they become zombies? Rong-Han slowed down the speed of the helicopter and looked at the ground carefully. Looking at it this way, the zombies on the ground really didn't have any wounds on their bodies. If you ignore their pale skin and bloodshot eyes, they are no different from normal people. And the zombies they usually see, which one is not bitten to pieces? No matter what, there are more or less wounds on their bodies. What's going on? Unless Data was confused, boss. I can't figure it out. It's a headache. Let's go back. It's getting dark. Rong-Han said, don't go back yet. I suspect that the reason why these people turned into zombies is not the usual way. I must find out what this method is. If we don't know anything, it will be over when they use our own base. Come here. You can fly the helicopter. Big Head's heart tightened. What about you? Boss? Rong-Han tied a parachute on himself. I want to go down and take a look. Big Head, what? The blood-red sunset dyed the base red, and the sun was about to set. Louisa looked at the sky, and worriedly he called Rong-Han again. Rong-Han? Where are you? Why haven't you come back yet? Brother Lou. Our boss has gone down. Louisa's voice suddenly raised. Where did he go? He went to Hongxia base. What? Who told him to do that? Isn't Hongxia base full of zombies? But our boss said that he must know the reason why these people became zombies. Louisa was stunned. What else could the reason be for becoming a zombie? Isn't it just being bitten and sprayed with drugs? I don't know either. But the zombies here don't have any wounds on their bodies. And the boss said he would go down to investigate. But he hasn't come up yet. Louisa took a breath. Why is Rong-Han still so stubborn? If there is any investigation, it should be me who should go. Can't you send me a message? Is there any contact information on his side? The boss has a signal device on him. He contacted me 10 minutes ago and said that he is temporarily safe. Louisa looked at the sun that had completely disappeared from the horizon and said, Big Head, tell Rong-Han that if he doesn't come back in 20 minutes, I will come to find him. Okay. I got it. Brother Lou. Hang up the intercom. Louisa pinched his forehead with a headache. He couldn't calm down. and always felt that something was going to happen tonight. And Rohan still didn't come back. If nothing else, he was really afraid that the people from the X organization would come and do something while the Master and Lin Ran were not back. Thinking of this, he connected the signal on Zhang Huan's side. Captain Zhang, is there anything unusual on your side? Zhang Huan's cool voice came from the intercom, which made Louisa's confused heart calm down a little. Chapter 330 Zombie Mosquitoes. Everything is fine here. Captain Liu. How about you? Louisa smiled and said, I'm fine here at the moment, but I'm still a little worried. Captain Zhang, can I ask you for a favor? What favor? Come to our side and take charge. I'm afraid it will be uneasy here tonight. Okay. Hearing Zhang Huan's affirmative answer, Louisa finally breathed a sigh of relief. His zombie body has always been a point of concern for him. He is afraid that he will be controlled by others at a critical moment, especially by the mysterious X organization. Who knows if they have any powerful zombie kings in their hands? If they are higher than him, then it's over. At least, their peace base is over. Originally, I thought that before the Master and others came back, I would hide for a while and let Rohan and Li Xiang take charge of the overall situation. But now Rohan is not here. Li Xiang is afraid that he can't manage it alone. This is the liaison headquarters of the Hope Alliance, and its importance is self-evident. Now that Zhang Huan was willing to come and help, he finally felt relieved. Just when Louisa couldn't hold back and was about to go find Rohan, he finally got a reply. Rohan's excited voice came from the intercom. Louisa, I seem to know how the X organization turned everyone in a base into zombies in such a short time. It's a strange rocket launcher. I saw a lot of rocket launcher shells at Hongxiao base. I found one that didn't explode. Bring it back now for Grandpa Zhou and others to study. Louisa breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Rohan, come back soon. I always feel that tonight is not peaceful. Got it. Louisa, hold on first. We will return at full speed now. We will be back in about an hour and a half. Okay. Be careful. Next. It was waiting again. Louisa looked at the ticking clock in the command room and counted the time. In another hour, Lin Ran and the others will be back. In another half an hour, Rohan will also be back. There were only 10 minutes left before Zhang Huan arrived. Li Xiang walked in from outside and said, Captain, why did you ask me to bring 2 pairs of handcuffs? Louisa stretched out his hand. Cuff me. Li Xiang, what? I don't want to play any weird games with you. Seeing Li Xiang's disgusted look, Louisa's handsome face flushed. What are you thinking about? I'm just afraid that I won't be able to control myself later. Damn it. Louisa, I treat you as a brother. How can you not control yourself? I don't have those weird hobbies. Louisa was about to collapse because of Li Xiang's strange brain circuit. He shouted, Don't talk nonsense. Handcuff me first. I always feel that people from the X organization will come tonight. If a higher level zombie king comes, aren't you afraid that I will go crazy? Li Xiang touched his nose embarrassedly after hearing what Louisa said. Hee. It has to be you. Base Commander. I am superficial. I will handcuff you now. After handcuffing Louisa, Li Xiang laughed strangely. Hee. When Captain Zhang comes and sees you like this, don't misunderstand. Misunderstanding what? Louisa blushed again. Li Xiang, don't talk nonsense. Hee. I don't talk nonsense. I'm afraid people will think too much. Li Xiang, if you do this again, be careful that I will deal with you. Before Louisa finished his threatening words, a shrill alarm sounded outside. Base Commander, it's an enemy attack. Li Xiang shouted. Louisa also heard it. I knew these bastards would not miss such a good opportunity. And they came anyway. Quick! Meet the enemy. All civilians, retreat to the underground shelter. Yes, Base Commander. After Li Xiang finished speaking, he began to broadcast Louisa's orders to the entire base using the loudspeaker in the command room. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bang! Bang! Armed helicopters flew in from a distance, dropping bombs on the peace base. At the same time, Louisa and his anti-aircraft defense system were all deployed, and they began to fight back against the sky. Zhang Huan rushed in from outside. Captain Liu, the people from the X organization are here. Louisa, I know. Captain Zhang, please help us organize the evacuation of our civilians. Zhang Huan, okay. What about you? Louisa, We will meet the enemy here. Zhang Huan's eyes flashed slightly, and thousands of words turned into just one sentence. Take care of yourself. After that, she ran out. The enemy was coming fiercely. They had to race against time. Anti-aircraft defense systems, rocket launchers, and reconnaissance and strike drones were deployed at the same time to meet the enemy's air strikes. But soon, Li Xiang found something wrong. The number of enemy aircraft that appeared on the radar detection system was a bit scary. Such a large number was obviously not something their defense system could deal with. Li Xiang exclaimed, "Base Commander. It's over. The enemy has too many combat helicopters. We are no match for them." As Li Xiang finished speaking, a bomb fell at the door of their command room. Boom! As the bomb exploded, countless small mosquitoes burst out from it. When Li Xiang saw those things, his scalp went numb. What kind of bomb is this? How could there be these things in it? Louisa thought of something and said in shock, "Oh no! Tell everyone to retreat." No one left. All retreat to the underground shelter. The broadcast for all to retreat sounded over the base. Everyone ran towards the underground shelter. The bomb that the air defense system did not have time to intercept fell to the ground, and all the small mosquitoes flew out of it. Boom, boom, boom for a moment. These small mosquitoes were flying everywhere in the base. Under the illumination of the searchlight, it can be seen that the speed of these mosquitoes flying is quite fast. Zhang Huan escorted several children to the underground shelter. Suddenly one of them slapped his arm. "What's wrong?" Zhang Huan asked. "A mosquito bite." Zhang Huan looked down and saw a big blister on the child's arm. The skin around the blister turned white. Then the whiteness spread to the entire arm. Zhang Huan's face turned pale. What's going on? Why is it so similar? Zhang Huan's thoughts were interrupted by the broadcast, and Louisa's voice came from inside. "Warning! Be careful of the mosquitoes in the bomb. People who are bitten are not allowed to enter the underground shelter. Warning! People who are bitten are not allowed to enter the underground shelter. Mosquitoes carry zombie viruses." As soon as Louisa finished speaking, Zhang Huan saw that the child's eyes turned deep red. Then, he opened his mouth and bit the little girl next to him. Zhang Huan kicked him away, picked up the two children with one hand, and ran madly towards the entrance of the underground shelter. The ground was already the territory of mosquitoes. There were dense swarms of mosquitoes flying everywhere, covering the sky and the sun. Zhang Huan quickly ran into the underground shelter, looked at the people trapped by mosquitoes behind him, and immediately shouted, "Close the door." Chapter 331. The fight will not end until death. It's not that she is ruthless, but as a decision maker, she has to make a choice. The people on the ground are hopeless. The revenge of the X organization is more cruel than they imagined. Countless bombs fell on the ground, but it was not filled with ammunition. It was full of densely packed mosquitoes carrying the zombie virus. Li Xiang looked at the monitor with numbness all over his body. Those people who did not have time to retreat, after being bitten by mosquitoes, they quickly turned into zombies, and no one was spared. Their peaceful base turned into a sea of zombies. Snap! Li Xiang felt a tingling pain on his neck. After hitting it, he found a dead mosquito in his palm. "Louisa, it's bad." Li Xiang smiled bitterly. "Louisa, I'm going to be like you. This time we're really a pair of miserable brothers." Louisa shouted painfully, "Li Xiang, there's no need to do this. Life and death are determined by fate. If I become a low-level zombie, you can't protect me." Li Xiang showed his signature rogue smile. Louisa's eyes turned red. "Good brother. I will protect you well." "Then I'm relieved." As soon as he finished speaking, Louisa saw Li Xiang's eyes turn red. Then he opened his mouth wide and pounced towards the door of the command room with his teeth and claws bared. Unexpectedly, Li Xiang turned into an ordinary zombie. Louisa hurriedly controlled Li Xiang and told him not to run around. The situation outside was no longer under Louisa's control. All he could do now was to issue orders from the command room to the outside. Let the people who became zombies stop chasing humans. Then he picked up the intercom with a heavy heart and reported the situation here to Lin Ran. Lin Ran's breathing became heavy when she heard the news from here. After a few seconds, she said, "Captain Liu, you have done a good job. Now you stabilize the situation first. Give us 20 minutes. We will arrive immediately." "Got it." Louisa looked at the mess on the monitor. His heart was broken. This is the base they have worked so hard to build for so long. Now it has become like this. X organization. He and they are mortal enemies. Louisa contacted the Hope base again. After Zhang Huan left, it was Lin's father over there, and Lin's mother was temporarily in charge of the overall situation. Lin's mother actually knew the situation over there through the mutant trees planted in the peace base. They have already made preparations for the battle here. Everyone has retreated to the underground shelter. Lin's father said, Captain Liu, don't worry. We have already responded here. You take care of that side now. Hold on a little longer. Ran will be back. Okay. Louisa broke free from the handcuffs. Then he released Wu Shicheng and Wei Lan, who were imprisoned in prison. Originally, he was afraid that the people from the X organization would send high-level zombies to control these zombies and cause trouble. So with everyone's consent, Wu Shicheng and others were locked up in advance. As a result, they used the zombie mosquito trick. It must be said that this trick is more insidious. As soon as Wu Shicheng and Wei Lan came out, Louisa arranged for them to find a place to lock up all the zombies outside. But when they walked out, Louisa was surprised to find that the mosquitoes that had just been flying in groups and everywhere were gone. It was as if they had never appeared. Wu Shicheng frowned and said, Boss, didn't you say that there were zombie mosquitoes everywhere? Where are the mosquitoes? Yes. Where are the mosquitoes? The thousands of fighters that had just appeared were also gone. The mosquitoes were gone too. Louisa felt a chill in his heart. The people from the X organization are too simple. They do things so perfectly, leaving no loopholes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would have known that the people in their entire base were turned into zombies in this way? That's right. Ronghan. Louisa suddenly remembered that Ronghan said he found a bomb that had not exploded. But why hasn't he come back yet? Louisa hurried back to the command room and contacted Ronghan again. But the other party had lost contact. 20 minutes later, Lin Ran and Jiangchen, Lin Zai's helicopter finally returned. Lin Ran didn't expect the peace base to become like this. Devastated, after being taken over by Louisa and others, the home where they lived and worked in peace and contentment has now become a hell on earth. The people who turned into zombies have been locked up in a place by Wu Shicheng and others. People hiding in the underground shelter have also come out one after another. Zhang Huan saw Lin Ran coming back and hurried over and said, Ran, it's great that you're back. Lin Ran shook her head. No, I came back too late. Louisa, what are the losses of the base? Louisa said sadly. After a year of recovery, the base originally had a population of 80,000. But now it has only 12,000 people. The others who didn't make it in time have all become zombies. So many people were lost. Lin Ran clenched his fist tightly. He didn't even feel his nails digging into his palm. Louisa said again, X organization just sent us a message again. Lin Ran said angrily, what bullshit are they talking about? They said that the next stop is Hope Base. And we have 3 days to hand over the zombie king. He's dreaming. Lin Ran laughed in anger. X organization has bullied me too much. How can I be worthy of the 68,000 people who disappeared from our base if I don't do it? Lin Ran, and X organization are irreconcilable. I will fight them to the death. Lin Zai bit his lip. Yes. To the death. Louisa, to the death. Zhang Huan, to the death. Everyone, to the death. At this moment, everyone hated X organization in their hearts. Among those who turned into zombies, there are many of their relatives, lovers, and friends. They were clearly together a second ago, talking about what to eat tomorrow. They had finally had such a peaceful and good life. But now everything was ruined because of the X organization. Yes, they and the X organization must fight to the death. Having determined the policy of fighting the X organization to the end, Lin Ran must come up with a strategy to deal with it. Captain Liu, I plan to move the remaining people in the peace base to the Hope base. Louisa nodded repeatedly. Okay. I think so too. The protection of the Hope base is better than this. And it really needs to be integrated now. Facing such a strong enemy, the two families cannot be separated too much. Lin Ran said to Zhang Huan, Sister Huan, please take these people to the Hope base. After you go back, settle them down first. Zhang Huan, okay. Ran, what about you? Lin Ran looked at Louisa. I have something to do here. Captain Liu, what you said just now in the intercom was not very clear. Now tell me what's going on with those zombie mosquitoes. Louisa said, okay. Louisa took Lin Ran and the others to the monitoring room, and then opened the video of the air raid. Lin Ran saw with his own eyes countless fighter bombers flying over and dropping countless bombs on the ground. And the moment those bombs fell to the ground, countless mosquitoes flew out of them. As long as these mosquitoes bite people, people will become zombies. It turns out that this is why the X organization can destroy one or even several bases overnight. Louisa pointed at the mosquitoes above and said, Captain Lin, what's even more strange is that, after these mosquitoes turned everyone on the ground into zombies, they disappeared. Chapter 332 Special Guests. Lin Ran asked curiously, disappeared. Where did they go? Louisa, I don't know. Mosquitoes are too small. And the surveillance camera can't capture where they went later. Lin Ran, if we can't catch mosquitoes, then even if we want to study them, it's impossible. Louisa sighed, well, it was possible. Rohan found an unexploded bomb in the Hongxia base that was hit by the X organization. But now he has lost contact. Rohan has lost contact? Lin Ran realized that he hadn't seen Rohan since he returned to the base. Louisa said that there was a signal device on the helicopter, and he had sent Wu Shiqing and others to find it. But there has been no reply yet. However, what Louisa didn't expect was that he had just finished speaking and had no news. But he received a reply from Wu Shiqing. Boss Lu, Deputy Base Commander Rong seems to have crashed. What? Louisa was mentally prepared. But he still couldn't believe it. Go down and look for him. Rohan won't die so easily. Okay. But the place where he crashed is the mutant beast forest next to the zombie town. I heard that there are many terrible mutant beasts here. We are afraid that Deputy Base Commander Rong and Datu are in danger. No matter what. I must find him alive or dead. Wu Shiqing. You must find him for me. Got it. Boss Lu. Wu Shiqing was also very upset. They couldn't believe that their brother had died like this. So, they would find him no matter what. Even if it was a corpse. By the way, Wu Shiqing. Before the signal was hung up, Louisa hurriedly said, you should also pay attention to safety. It's not very peaceful there. Got it. Boss Lu. We will be careful. After Wu Shiqing finished speaking, he hung up the intercom. Then they hovered the plane in the air and asked Wei Lan to pick him up from above. He took a few people down to look for Rohan and Datu. However, this mutant beast forest is so big, it is not easy to find a person. On this side, Louisa hung up the intercom. He looked at Lin Ran with a sad face and said, Captain Lin, our Deputy Commander Rohan may have had an accident. It seems that the unexploded bomb can't be found. Lin Ran didn't know what to say. Not to mention that Louisa couldn't accept the news that Rohan might die. Even she couldn't accept it. You know, Rohan, the lone wolf in the previous life, was still alive until she died. She couldn't believe that he would really have an accident. For a moment, the command room fell into an uncomfortable silence. Lin Zhe was also very uncomfortable. He didn't know if this matter was true. How to tell Rong Mei? She loved her brother so much. The message from Hope Base broke the silence of the command room. The person who requested to talk on the other side was Lin's mother. The gentle voice of Lin's mother came from the other side of the intercom. Ran. When are you going back to Hope Base? There are a few special guests here to see you. Special guests? Who is it? My mother never spoke like this. And Lin Ran couldn't help but think wildly. Mom, where did these special guests come from? Are they from the X organization? Mother Lin smiled and said, of course not. They said you are their savior. So they came to repay their gratitude. With them, there are Rohan and Datu. Because of excitement, Lin Ran's voice could not help but rise a few decibels. What? Rohan and Datu are in our Hope Base. Yes, but they are both injured. Now your grandpa Jiang is healing them. You should come back soon. These guests also said that they have important information to tell you. When Lin Ran heard this, he could no longer care about anything else. Leave the retreat to Zhonghuan, and immediately take Jiangchen, Lin Zhe, Louisa and others. Step on the helicopter again and fly towards the Hope Base. At the Hope Base, Mother Lin took out a bunch of delicious fruits and placed them in front of several mutant animals. But if you say they are mutant animals, you will find that they have a head like a human, or a child's head. It's really weird. But kind-hearted Lin Ma didn't discriminate against these children at all. Lin Ran told her what happened in the laboratory in Area D. She also knew that Lin Ran and his friends had helped a group of children who were used as experimental subjects. Now these children are here to repay their kindness. She was very grateful. Lin Ma said gently. Good children. Thank you for sending us people from so far away. Ran Ran will be back soon. You can wait for her while eating these things. Okay? The leading spider child nodded obediently. Okay. Auntie. You can just call me Xiaoqiang. Okay. Xiaoqiang. Eat more fruits. Thank you. Auntie. Lin Ran came back faster than expected. It took them less than 10 minutes to fly back at full speed. As soon as they got off the plane, they arrived at the command room of the Hope Base. She never thought that the special guests that Lin's mother mentioned would be these spider children. I haven't seen them for more than a year. They seem to have grown up a little. But their eyes still look so innocent. That's great. The wildness of the mutant beasts has not tamed them. They are still human. You are Xiaoqiang? It's me. Sister Ran Ran. Xiaoqiang was very happy to hear that Lin Ran could recognize him. Are you Xiaohu? It's me. Sister Ran Ran. You have a good memory. You are Xiaoling. Right? Lin Ran touched the little girl's soft braids. It's me. Sister Ran Ran. I didn't expect that I still remember our names. Yes. She didn't expect it either. The moment she saw them, those memories came back to her mind. They were so young and pitiful at that time. Unexpectedly, they can help her now. Sister Ran Ran. Xiaoqiang took out a bomb hidden on his body and said, This is what the brother held tightly in his arms. He said it was very important, and asked me to give it to you carefully. That bomb. They were all brought back by them. Lin Ran took it, and said with emotion, Thank you. This is really important. Xiaoqiang saw that they really helped Lin Ran, and said happily, Sister Ran Ran, I have another news to tell you. There are bad guys stationed near our mutant beast forest. Lin Ran was stunned. Bad guys? Xiaoqiang nodded. Yes. It's a group of bad guys wearing masks. We heard them say, through the spider web, that they want to deal with your base. You must be careful. Hearing this, Lin Ran couldn't help but curl up her mouth. This is really great news. Chapter 333 Make the same model. I learned from Xiaoqiang and the others that the location of the X organization is near the mutant beast forest. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Louisa hurriedly called Wu Shiqing and the others back. On this side, Lin Ran asked Lin's mother to take good care of Xiaoqiang and the others. He took the zombie mosquito bomb to Grandpa Zhou and the others for research. Let them see what the hell this is. In the laboratory, Grandpa Zhou carefully dismantled the bomb. The moment the bomb was dismantled, countless tiny mosquitoes flew out of it. These mosquitoes all carry the zombie virus. But they have been prepared. The mosquitoes were locked in a sealed glass cover by Grandpa Zhou. Ran Ran, your grandmother Zhou and I are here. You go and rest. I think this is not a complicated thing. We can study it almost tomorrow morning. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. With the words of the old man, she didn't worry anymore. Okay. Thank you Grandpa Zhou and Grandma Zhou for your hard work. I go up first. Back on the 10th floor, only Wang and Baozhu were sleeping on the sofa. After tossing around for so many days, the two little ones were also tired. Jiangchen and Lin Zhe were not there either. They were still in Qingshui town, helping Zhang Huan to settle the people who moved from the peace base. Lin Ran walked over and touched Wang and Baozhu's heads. Seeing her coming, the two little ones raised their heads from the sofa in a daze. Lin Ran touched the two little ones distressingly. This touch made Lin Ran feel even more distressed. The feel of Wang was different. The belly used to be plump and soft like a balloon. But now it feels hard. It must have lost weight. It must have been tired these days. Wang looked at Lin Ran in confusion. Why did she always touch her stomach? It ate a little too much in the afternoon. Its stomach is so full. In order to compensate Wang, Lin Ran took out a large bag of dried fish from the space and filled the bowls of the two little ones. Wang's eyes lit up when she saw the dried fish. I didn't expect her master to be so nice today. He gave her a snack in the middle of the night. It was so refreshing. It would be impolite to sleep after seeing the delicious dried fish. Although it was a bit full, it was okay to eat more. Its stomach was elastic, so it didn't matter how much it ate. The two little ones got up from the sofa, jumped to the ground, and started to eat. A large bowl of dried fish was finished in a short while. This time Yuang was really full. Seeing that Yuang was really full, Lin Ran finally felt relieved. She patted her knees and asked Yuang and Baozhu to jump on her knees. The two little ones jumped up with a glare. The weight of these two little guys was not light. After jumping on her legs, a large area of Lin Ran's seat was pressed down. She touched the heads of the two little ones, laughing and crying. The soft and fluffy feeling made Lin Ran feel relaxed for the first time in a long time. She was too nervous during this period. But fortunately, everything is almost over. Weighing? Bao Zhu. I need you to do me a favor. Meow. Meow. What favor? What favor? The two little ones raised their chubby faces and looked at Lin Ran. I want you to help me find a mutant beast. Meow. Meow. Okay. Master. Okay. Mistress. In the second half of the night, after watching the two little ones leave, Lin Ran was not idle and went to Qinshui town to help. Now everyone is digging underground shelters. If the people of Organization X attack, the underground shelter is a good place to hide. Jiang Qin's earth-related ability shines again when digging the shelter. An engineer under Louisa told Jiang Qin that he could dig as deep as needed. He could dig as wide as he wanted. Lin Ran looked at the crowd for a while and found that there was not much she could do to help. She left the work here to Jiang Qin without any worries. She found Louisa. Louisa, are all the engineers from your military factory here? Louisa wiped the mud off his face. Yes, they are all here. They were the first to evacuate the shelter. They are all fine. That's good. Find me some experts who make shells. Okay. I call them over right now. The experts Louisa brought were 3 young people. After briefly introducing the identities of these young people to Lin Ran, Louisa went back to work. Looking at the dawn in the sky, Lin Ran thought that Mr. Zhou should have had the results. She drove back to the small building with these experts. She did not let the 3 experts go to the laboratory. Zhou Xuejuan and the others were awake at this time. Lin Ran asked the lively Zhao Qian to treat these experts to breakfast on the first floor, and she went down to the laboratory alone to find Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou and Mrs. Zhou didn't sleep all night. Their eyes were almost as red as William. Grandpa Zhou. Grandma Zhou. How is your research going? When Mr. Zhou saw Lin Ran coming over, he smiled and said, I just said I was going to call you, but I didn't expect you to come just in time. The principle of making these zombie mosquitoes is not difficult. William is particularly familiar with this thing. When William heard this, an unnatural expression flashed across his face, and he looked like he had done something wrong. Lin Ran looked at William and said, Tell me about it. William has been very afraid of Lin Ran for some time. Heard this, he swallowed nervously and said, This is the X mosquito that our X organization has been concentrating on making. They can inject the zombie virus into the host in a very short time. But after injecting the host, they will die immediately. I see. No wonder Louisa said that these mosquitoes disappeared after everyone became zombies. So they are dead. Hearing this, Lin Ran was furious. He grabbed William and punched him in the face. Why didn't you tell me before? William said tremblingly. You didn't ask me either. Lin Ran, huh? William, it's mainly because this kind of thing hadn't been developed when I was there. And the top management only had an idea about this zombie mosquito bomb. I didn't expect them to really make it. Our Allah should have made up his mind to turn all the people in the world into zombies. A bunch of lunatics. Lin Ran held back his breath and looked at Grandpa Zhou. Grandpa Zhou, is this kind of mosquito easy to make? Grandpa Zhou said, It's not difficult. I have just copied a few of them. You just need to use the mosquitoes here as carriers. Provide them with the right temperature and water source. And then drip the X virus into the water source for them to hatch the larvae. The larvae they give birth to become zombie mosquitoes carrying this virus. Lin Ran walked over and saw the culture chamber that Grandpa Zhou had rushed out overnight to hatch the zombie mosquito larvae. There were already hundreds of mosquito larvae in it, and the mosquito larvae were swimming around in the water. Grandpa Zhou continued, This kind of mosquito has strong vitality and is very easy to mass produce. When they grow wings, they will look like the ones in the bomb. How long will it take to grow wings? Very quickly. Just half an hour. This kind of mosquito grows up very quickly from birth. But Ran, Grandpa Zhou's ability is limited. He can't make an antidote yet, and can't find a way to restrain this kind of mosquito. I don't know how to help you. Hearing Grandpa Zhou's apologetic words, Lin Ran smiled and said, Grandpa Zhou, you misunderstood. I don't need you to find a way to restrain it. Grandpa Zhou asked in confusion, Ah? Lin Ran smiled lightly. It's good to find a way to cultivate this thing. I have always wanted the same one. Chapter 334 Another Sneak Attack. Yes. Lin Ran never wanted a way to restrain. She knew that in just a few days, Mr. Zhou and his team would not be able to find any way to restrain. The antidote for the X virus is in the critical stage of research. Mr. Zhou said that it would take at least half a year to develop it. So, she didn't expect any antidote or restraint method. What she wanted was revenge. She wanted to treat others in their own way. She also wanted to make a zombie mosquito bomb. And then let the X organization have a taste of it. Since they don't want to be good people. Then she will send them to be zombies. Lin Ran asked Mr. Zhou to breed as many zombie mosquitoes as possible. Then she gave the remains of the bomb and the samples of zombie mosquitoes to the bomb-making experts for research. Half an hour later, one of the experts, Lu Shi, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, came over and said, "Captain Lin, the principle of making zombie mosquito bombs is not difficult. We can make them." Hearing this, Lin Ran smiled even more happily. "This is the second good news today. Then I trouble you to make them. Please make as many zombie mosquito bombs as possible within 2 days. We don't have much time left." "Okay, Captain Lin. We will definitely not let you down." Lu Shi actually always admired Lin Ran. She is a legend in the Peace Base and the Hope Alliance. Because of her existence, everyone lives a rich and peaceful life. Such a leader is worth following. So he is willing to do anything for her. After Lu Shi finished speaking, he took people back to the Peace Base military factory to start work. Lin Ran was not idle either. She asked the laboratory to breed as many mosquitoes as possible. She put the bred mosquitoes in a sealed container and then put them in the space to give to Lu Shi and others. She worked as a transporter until Data recovered under the care of Grandpa Jiang at noon. And then she handed the job over to him. She then took the time to find Xiqiang and the others again. When she went there, Xiqiang and the others were about to leave. Although the people in this base were very nice. This was the first time they were exposed to the public. People coming and going. Because of Lin Ma's explanation. Although they did not discriminate against them. Their curious eyes still made them a little uncomfortable. They couldn't help but feel inferior. Xiao Chong whispered, "Auntie, let's go. Your place is nice. But we still feel more comfortable in the forest." Xiao Ling nodded and agreed, "Yes. Auntie, I like eating your fruit very much. But we are used to the wild. So we still feel comfortable in the forest. And there are many friends waiting for us at home. If we don't go back, they will be worried. Then let them all come." It was Lin Ran who said this. She strode over and said, "Xiao Chong, you can't leave. I still need your help." Hearing that Lin Ran still needs their help, the spider children were very happy. "Sister Ran Ran, do you really need our help? We are so useless." "Of course it's true. Who said you are useless? I need you to help me catch mosquitoes. You can't leave. By the way, call your friends over. Just tell them that Sister Ran Ran has a lot of delicious fruits. Invite them to eat." Xiao Chong nodded excitedly. "Okay. Then I go call them now. It would be great to be able to help Sister Ran Ran. This is what he dreams of doing." In the afternoon, the huge underground shelter was finally dug out with the cooperation of the Earth-type superpowers in the whole base. After digging it out, Lin Ran asked everyone to move down. She didn't dare to believe what the X organization said. They said within 3 days. Who knows if they will regret it? Sure enough, when Xiao Chong came back with his friends, he brought her another piece of news. "Sister Ran Ran, when I went back, I heard the conspiracy of those masked men again. They said you were disobedient. Tonight, I will teach you a lesson." Lin Ran smiled coldly when she heard this. She was right. These people would never give her 3 days. "I know. Xiqiang, thank you for telling me this. Now I need you to help me." "Yes, Sister Ran Ran. Just tell me." In the evening, everyone hid in the underground shelter, including Lu Shi and others from the Peace Base. Lin Ran, Jiang Chen, and Louisa sat in the command room, staring at the surveillance. Originally, Jiang Chen didn't want Lin Ran to be here. He just watched. But Lin Ran insisted, and he had no choice. He could only find her a mosquito net with the finest stitches, and close her in it. It was 12 o'clock in the morning. All the lights in the base went out. The rumbling sound of fighter bombers came from outside the window. Lin Ran curled his lips. Finally coming. Whoosh, whoosh, bang, bang. The sound of bombs falling came again. But no bombs were seen falling on the ground in the monitor. The bombing lasted for a long time. Because of the large number, some of them slowly fell to the ground. Dense little mosquitoes flew out of the bombs. But before they could fly high, the mutant bats that had been waiting on the side rushed out. They rolled them all into their stomachs. 2 hours later, The bombing was over. Lin Ran opened the mosquito net and walked out of the command room with Jiang Chen and Louisa. The huge spider web above his head was covered with countless unexploded bombs. The mutant bats had eaten so much that their stomachs were round. When they saw Lin Ran and the others coming out, they wanted to come over and suck blood without any eyes. A sharp cat cry came, and they flew away in a hurry. Louisa looked at this scene in amazement and laughed. Great! Base Commander Lin. How come you have such a good brain? How did you come up with all these ideas? This is called borrowing arrows from a straw boat. No. This is called borrowing bombs from a spider web. Base X would never have thought that they had done useless work. There are so many useless bombs. Enough for us to counterattack. Lin Ran smiled and said, yes. I have to say that the enemy is generous. With so many bombs, they want us to all become zombies. But this time, they will be disappointed. Lin Ran pointed to the dense bombs on the spider web and said, Louisa, organize people to collect bombs. We will start the counterattack before dawn. Yes. She is going to start the counterattack. Chapter 335 The counterattack begins. Never give the enemy one more second to react. Louisa immediately asked people to collect the bombs on the spider web. Xu Qiang and the others also went to help. On this side, everyone was preparing for the battle in full swing. Zhang Huan came over and said, Ran, the X organization sent another message. He said, what do you think of this little lesson? This is the end of disobedience. Let us surrender, and hand over the zombie king obediently. You are so arrogant. Lin Ran sneered. Tell him that we are really scared. I will personally deliver the person he wants to him after dawn. I am afraid that he will not be able to collect it by then. 5 o'clock. The east has not yet dawned. Louisa has assembled all the fighter bombers of the Peace Base and the Hope Base. A total of 200. They are loaded with all the bombs made by Lu Shi in the arsenal, as well as bombs taken from the spider web. Now they have to return them to their owners. Following Lin Ran's order, they all took off. They flew towards the mutant beast forest. On the north side of the mutant beast forest, there was a large team stationed there. If you look carefully, you will find that everyone in this team, without exception, wore white, purple or red masks. Near the north side of the mutant beast forest, there was a large natural meadow. With a rumbling sound, thousands of bombers landed on that meadow. After the bombers stopped, a group of masked people, either white or purple, walked down from them. The last one to come down was a red mask. He strode to the largest tent in the camp and said respectfully, God, we are back. Yes. A lazy voice came from inside. Is it going well? Very well. They were completely unprepared. When we went there, their entire base was dark, and they were all asleep, too unguarded. Now, their base should have been deeply trapped in the zombie tide. No matter how powerful their base commander is, I believe that she has lost the entire alliance and base, and has no ability to resist now. Very good. I have just contacted their top leader. Their attitude is pretty good. Number 001. Get ready. They said they would send someone over at dawn. If they don't come by then, we will go to pick them up in person. Great. Allah. The strongest zombie king will finally become ours. Well, prepare the injection. The moment you see the zombie king, give him the injection, so that he won't be disobedient. Got it. Allah. I prepare it now. After saying this, number 001 retreated respectfully. In the tent, a man wearing a golden mask was lying comfortably on a luxurious tiger skin mat. There was a nameplate on his chest with number 0 written on it. He looked at the watch on his wrist lazily, counting the time, and his heart was full of excitement. It was almost dawn. He injected an injection into his arm. The injection made him feel refreshed. I wonder who is more powerful between him and the zombie king when we meet later. He is number 0. He is the original founder of the X organization and the first person to access the X virus and successfully obtain the gift of the X virus. In other words, he is the earliest zombie and the original zombie king. He is a full system zombie with all the superpowers of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. He also has lightning and space superpowers. He is the well-deserved god of the X organization. So, he is number 0. All the zombies in this world are created by them. It was he who took advantage of the chaos of natural disasters to spread the X virus. The world is bad anyway. Why not be more thorough? All the zombies are created by him. They should be his people. So the Zombie King, in theory, will not be stronger than himself anyway. Thinking of this, the Golden Mask laughed. Then, he injected 2 more injections of the X-Virus into his arm. He never fights a battle without confidence. The intake of injections can make his zombie nature stronger. That Zombie King is not simple either. He has to be more cautious. When he sees that Zombie King later, he will order him to kill all the people in the Hope base. They actually dared to destroy his base. Then he will make them pay a heavier price. When the watch hands pointed to 5:30, a ray of dawn appeared in the east. The corners of the Golden Mask's lips curled up a smile of determination. Hope base, have you set off? At this time, the red mask number 001 came to the outside of the tent again and asked carefully, "True God, should we wait or go to pick up people ourselves?" The Golden Mask was about to speak when he suddenly heard a roar above his head. "This is," number 001 said. "Is this noise coming from the Hope base?" Golden Mask felt something was wrong after he finished speaking. This huge roar is not something that a helicopter can make. There are obviously many planes coming. Everyone, get up. There is an enemy attack. The alarm sounded above the garrison. Everyone got out of their sleeping bags and wanted to run to the fighter. As a result, when they woke up and were about to put on their shoes, they suddenly stepped on a cold and slippery thing. Ah! 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 For a while, screams came one after another throughout the base. Beside their sleeping bags, countless reptiles crawled at some point. The cold mutant snakes, mutant lizards, and mutant spiders stared at them with their eyes wide open. When they were most defenseless, they bit them hard. These things are poisonous. For a while, the powerful psychics found that they could not run. They used their supernatural powers to kill these terrible mutant animals with a wave of their hands. But time was delayed in the end. This delay meant that they would never have the chance to board the fighter planes again. Overhead, a group of fighter planes flew over in a dense mass. Whoosh, boom, bombs were thrown down one by one as the fighter planes passed by. A man in a white mask watched the bombs fall towards him and hurriedly rolled in the opposite direction. As a result, the bombs fell to the ground and did not explode. He looked over curiously and suddenly saw countless small mosquitoes flying out of it. After he saw clearly that the things inside were mosquitoes, he was so scared that his whole body went numb. What kind of bomb is this? This is clearly something they made to spread the zombie virus. How could the people in the Hope base have this? Unfortunately, he would never know the answer. A small mosquito instantly drilled into his ear and bit it inside. Then a monster with a huge mouth of the abyss was created. Roar! Roar! The entire sky above the garrison was shrouded in the roar of zombies. Chapter 336 True God? Dawn broke. The area around the garrison was in a mess. After the bombing, all the people turned into zombies. The Golden Mask looked at Jiang Chen in front of him and said calmly, "It doesn't matter if you turn them all into zombies. I am still their king. Of course, I am yours too." Then, he pointed at Lin Ran and said, "Jiang Chen, I want you to kill her. Kill this hateful woman." Jiang Chen laughed and said contemptuously, "Are you too confident? How can I kill him?" The Golden Mask laughed. "No. You will." As he spoke, he launched a mental attack. Jiang Chen blinked his cold eyes and looked at the Golden Mask called Zero in front of him. His face was full of indifference. Want to control him? But he is not the object he can control. His mental attack is very powerful. But he is still as weak as a toddler in front of him. Looking at Jiang Chen, who did not move at all, the Golden Mask finally panicked. Why are you not under my control?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. "Why should I be controlled by you? You are so weak." Isn't it ridiculous to say this? He is so weak. Golden Mask was struck by lightning when he heard Jiang Chen's words. It was the first time he heard someone evaluate him like this. He is number 0. He is the creator of all zombies in this world. They are born inferior to him. They deserve to be controlled by him. This arrogant zombie is unforgivable. Golden Mask looked at the members of the base, who turned into zombies around him, raised his arms and shouted, "My people, gather together and tear apart this ignorant zombie in front of me." Golden Mask gave an order. This time, no zombie listened to him. They still stayed where they were, motionless. Lin Ran looked at this scene and laughed. "Number 0? True God? I thought you were so powerful. It turns out that you are just a bluffing guy." Speaking of this, Lin Ran's face suddenly changed. "It's you who spread the zombie virus around the world, right?" The golden mask said, "Yes. It's me. So, Jiangchen, I am your true god. I created you. Why don't you listen to me? How did you make them listen to me too?" Looking at the obvious collapse of the golden mask, Jiangchen said contemptuously, "Because you are too weak. So weak that I can crush you with just one little finger. I really can't believe that the root cause of the zombie disaster in this world is you. How can a rubbish like you be worthy of calling yourself a true god? If the stronger the ability, the true god, then I should be." After Jiangchen finished speaking, he roared at the zombie group in front of him. Roar. The zombie group, that had just remained unmoved by the call of the golden mask, suddenly moved. They approached the golden mask step by step. The golden mask couldn't help but feel numb all over. No. It shouldn't be like this. How could they betray me? Golden Mask grabbed his hair and shouted, "I am the real god. I created you." Jiangchen said coldly, "So? They hate you. Real god? Huh. Since you love to be a real god so much, then it's nothing to die in the hands of your own people." The zombies were getting closer and closer to the golden mask. He panicked and used his superpowers. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and various superpowers were thrown out crazily. One zombie after another fell down. There were more zombies coming from behind. They opened their huge mouths, like the abyss, and treated him like the murderer of their father. Just wanted to tear him apart. Can't kill them all. There were so many zombies that they couldn't kill them all. This was the first time that Golden Mask had such a strong feeling. It turned out that zombies were not cute. Their true colors were so scary. Lin Ran came over and held Jiang Chen's hand. The two leaned against each other quietly, watching Golden Mask struggling in the pile of losses. They didn't want to take action yet. Such a scum should be tortured for a while longer. Otherwise, Jiang Chen could easily control him. I don't know how long it took before the Golden Mask's power ran out. All the zombies on the field fell down. This also means that their ex-organization was completely wiped out except for him. Hee hee. Hee hee. The Golden Mask laughed up to the sky, and there was indescribable sadness in his voice. Are you very proud? Finally killed our ex-organization? The Golden Mask's blue eyes looked at Jiang Chen strangely. But what does it matter? This world is already the world of zombies. 80% of the bases of your Hope Alliance have been turned into zombies by us. There are zombie swarms everywhere in the world. Even if I die, I can't change this fact. The future world will definitely belong to zombies. Number 0. Wells, I have achieved a new evolution of mankind, the Golden Mask said, and his eyes began to roll wildly. Jiang Chen naturally knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to self-destruct. But how could he let him do it? Stop! As Jiang Chen said these two words in a low voice, the Golden Mask could not move at all. This is the power of the Zombie King. Lin Ren walked over mischievously, took out the Tang sword in the space, and cut off his mask with one knife. A pale foreigner's face was revealed. Wells, do you want to die? Wells' eyes rolled around. Yes, I want to self-destruct. Huh? Lin Ran laughed. You are a scum. Trash? Scum? Oh no. Zombie scum? Of course. Death is not a pity. But you don't deserve to self-destruct. Lin Ran kicked Wells to the ground, and then kicked him in the face. Do you know how many people you have displaced, and how many relatives you have separated? You deserve to be cut into pieces. Lin Ran still remembered the heart-wrenching despair she felt when her parents died in a zombie tide in her previous life. It was all because of this scum in front of her. Lin Ran kicked Wells hard in the face. She knew that zombies don't feel pain. She did this just to insult him psychologically. Such a scum doesn't deserve to live well. He doesn't deserve to die decently. With one kick, she broke his nose. With another kick, she kicked one of his eyes. The red and white vitreous body fell from the eye socket. Then there was another one. Wells's one. Zhang's face soon became horrible. Lin Ren still felt unsatisfied. So she kicked him hard into the mud pit. Then she pulled him out. Then she took out her Tang sword and cut him one by one. She was not a pervert. But she had to use perverted methods to deal with this pervert. She wanted to insult him as much as she could while he was alive, so that he would not be able to rest in peace even after death. Killing him directly would be too easy for him. Wells' ears, fingers, arms, toes, thighs, and all the parts of his body fell to the ground one by one. In the end, he was left with only a head and a bald upper body. Chapter 337 Resume Production. Lin Ran smiled and said, Wells? Oh no. God. Now I finally understand why you like to be a zombie. Because this way. You can't die. This body is really strong. Hee hee. It's so interesting. Wells opened his dark eyes and said, Kill me. Kill me. Lin Ran said angrily, I want to kill you. But not now. It's too easy for you to die so easily. Is it painful to be tortured by humans you look down on? The golden mask roared, Yes. I want to die in pain. Lin Ran chuckled, That's right. It means I did a good job. Now I have to tell you one more thing. I just saw that you have thunder ability. Do you know what my ability is? What ability? I also have thunder ability. So, I will cut your head open, dig out your crystal core, and upgrade myself. Do you think it's infuriating? Ah! No. I don't want to give my crystal core to you. A lowly human. Smash it. Smash it. Lin Ran looked at Wells's desperate look and laughed happily. This is impotent rage. But this is the retribution he deserves. It turns out that people like them, who are cold-blooded and ruthless, can also suffer. Great. Lin Ran picked up the knife and slowly cut Wells's brain. His pig-killing roar rang loudly in the mutant beast forest. Lin Ran did it on purpose. She just wanted him to feel the pain of being manipulated like this. Think about those people and animals raised by them. And those humans who were used as experimental subjects. They also screamed in pain like this at the beginning. This is retribution. Wells the god. After a long time, Lin Ran finally dug out Wells's crystal core. It was a purple crystal core the size of a fist. Lin Ran could feel the huge energy contained in it. I didn't expect him to be so rubbish. But the crystal core was quite beautiful. Wells was completely silent. Countless good things exploded on the ground. Helicopters, bombs, various weapons, laboratory equipment, food, and department stores. Everything is available. I didn't expect this guy to be a space power user. Lin Ran kicked Wells's body far away with a disgusted kick. Pick up the crystal core and turn to Jiang Chen. You take the things. I think this guy is dirty. Jiang Chen nodded and put all the things into his space without saying a word. Then, the two walked hand in hand towards the rising sun. Organization X is gone. The bad guys are dealt with. From now on, every day of their lives will be full of hope, like the rising sun in front of them. This war has yielded a lot of harvest. After the X organization was completely destroyed, Louisa and his team drove back all the bombers they had parked near the mutant beast forest. With these hard things, their alliance's military reserves are more complete. Next, without external enemies, Lin Ran and his team set about rebuilding the base. After returning, Louisa contacted other bases of the alliance. It was discovered that only 16 bases in the entire alliance had not turned into zombies. These 16 bases will be the fire for them to continue human civilization. Lin Ran suggested that all the people who were willing to relocate from these bases could move over and merge into the Hope base. Anyway, they could afford it. As soon as Lin Ran said this, of course, no base was unwilling. They knew the strength of the Hope base. There was endless food and countless fertile fields there. In order to accommodate the people who moved over, Lin Ran and Jiang Chen went to the surrounding towns and collected a lot of houses. A month later, the farthest base also moved over. Now Qingshui town can no longer be called a town, because the population and houses have increased. The prosperity here has reached the scale of a city. But everyone still affectionately calls it Qingshui town. Louisa selected talents from the newly joined population and selected talented people for specific positions. Others who are not talented and old are arranged to other positions. Now Qingshui town has 8 large supermarkets and 10 large canteens. There are also 4 schools. Children who come here can enter and study for free. And they are also provided with living allowances. Such good welfare is something that their various bases dared not think of before. Grandpa Jiang continued to lead everyone to reclaim farmland. There will never be zombies to invade the territory of Hope Base. There will be no threat from mutant beasts. Jiang Chen's zombie army was ordered by him not to run wild on the territory of Hope Base. The same goes for Yuang and Baozhu. Tell the mutant beasts under his command not to let them come to Hope Base to cause trouble. Here, everyone is safe. It is a truly good place to live and work in peace and contentment. Lin Ran took a two-pronged approach, allowing Zhang Huan to focus on both agriculture and manufacturing. Louisa built several more factories. He went out and brought back several more production lines. One is a steel plant for forging steel bars. One is a cement plant for making cement. There is also a brick factory for making bricks. These are the production lines that Lin Ran asked Louisa to find. After the production started, she deployed most of the people to join in. Then the things produced were used to repair houses. Gao Ming, the brother of Xiaoyu, the little girl who Lin Ran brought back from the black market in District E, was a very good architect. She asked him to design a house with the highest safety performance and the strongest earthquake resistance. Then he led everyone to build it as soon as possible. Gao Ming was grateful to Lin Ran for saving his life. After receiving the task, he started designing day and night. Then after the steel bars, cement and bricks were produced, he started to build houses on the open space around Qingshui town. Louisa always listened to Lin Ran, but he didn't understand why Lin Ran wanted to build a house again. Obviously, there are enough houses now, but he saw that no one else asked the reason. Especially his master, who was basically a henpecked husband. He didn't dare to ask. He comforted himself that he would know after the repair. Lin Ran also asked Louisa's radio engineers to continue upgrading the signal tower. Contact people from all over the world as far as possible. She wanted to find more survivors. This task was sent out. And good news came 3 months later. The signal tower was successfully upgraded. It can be used to contact all parts of the world. Lin Ran asked them to send signals 24 hours a day to see how many survivors there are in the world. A week later, Louisa handed in a report. Unfortunately, only 9 bases in the world sent replies. And their living environment is particularly harsh. The zombie tide continues to erupt. And they can't hold on any longer. Lin Ran looked at the report brought by Louisa. His eyes slightly sank. X organization deserves to die. They have done too many evils. It seems that we can only rely on the antidote of Grandpa Zhou and others. I just hope it can be developed soon. Chapter 338 Natural Disasters and Antidotes. Half a year has passed in a flash. Hope the base has changed a lot again. Solid small Western-style buildings have been built one after another. From a distance, a modern town has sprung up. Lin Ran counted the days, and sent a team of professionals to remove formaldehyde from house to house soon after the construction. When the formaldehyde was almost removed, Lin Ran asked everyone in the base to move in without stopping. Many people were reluctant to leave their original homes. They had lived there for so long, and everyone had feelings for them. So they were not very willing to move away. But in the end, Lin Ran persuaded them to move away on the grounds that the new home had higher safety performance. After everyone moved away, Lin Ran put all the houses in Qingshui town into the space. The next step was to wait. On the 10th day, after everyone in the base moved into their new home, everyone fell into a deep sleep. A thunder exploded without warning in the sky. Then the ground began to shake violently. The earth roared, as if it wanted to swallow everyone into the cracks in the ground. Those who woke up from their sleep were panicked for a moment. And some even wanted to jump off the building to survive. At the critical moment, Lin Ran's calm voice came from the radio. Please stay calm. Don't move around. Don't run around. And don't jump off the building. Stay away from the windows. Hide under the bed or under a sturdy table. And protect your head with soft things. Lin Ran's voice gave everyone the power to calm down. Especially those with children at home. They remembered it instantly. What the base commander said. Isn't it the content of the earthquake science class that the school has taught them in the past few days? They have taken this class for several consecutive days in school. They are calmer than adults. Pick up the pillow. Take the parents to find a safe place and hide. Quietly wait for the earthquake to pass. The first round of strong earthquakes stopped after a minute. Everyone stood up immediately and wanted to hide in the wide open space downstairs. As a result, Lin Ran's voice came from the radio again. Everyone, please try to hide in the building and don't run around. This earthquake is bigger than expected, and there are many cracks on the ground. Our new house has a very high earthquake resistance level, so everyone must not run around. Wait until dawn before going down. After Lin Ran finished speaking, a huge purple lighting flashed outside. It illuminated half of the sky. Lin Ran saw through the window that in the Lin family's courtyard, the ground was torn into a terrible hole. I can't imagine if someone stood there. Where would they be swallowed? I still remember that in my previous life, when there was a big earthquake, people who were running around in panic fell into the bottomless cracks in front of her and never climbed out again. The Lin family members, who were sitting in the living room with Lin Ran, were also frightened when they saw the terrifying cracks. Although Lin Ran told them about this earth-shaking earthquake, but it is not as impressive as seeing it with your own eyes. Fortunately, our small building was built according to the highest earthquake-resistant standards at that time. Otherwise it would be too terrible, Lin's father said, holding his chest. As soon as he finished speaking, the chandelier on the roof fell straight to the ground due to the shaking. Jiang Chen immediately stretched out a wooden vine to catch the chandelier to prevent it from being broken into pieces. The house fell into darkness. The second round of aftershocks came again. The aftershocks continued all night until the next day. When they slowly stopped, people remembered Lin Ran's words and did not rush out. Looking out of the window, they were startled by the large cracks on the ground. Such a large crack in the ground seemed to be bottomless. It would be so dangerous to run out in the middle of the night. Fortunately, they listened to the base commander and did not run around. The quality of the newly built house is really good. Some buildings were torn open by the earthquake, but the main body is still strong. There was no accident. But such a house cannot be lived in. Lin Ran knew that there would be no more big earthquakes in the future. She took out the old house and asked the earth-type supernatural to fill the cracks in the ground, and then put the house back in the original position. She asked everyone to move back. As for this side, she did not limit it. After asking the earth-type supernatural to repair the cracks in the ground, she started to repair and rebuild again. When there are more people in the future, people can live here. This earthquake took away many zombies. Lin Ran remembered that after this earthquake in her previous life, there were fewer zombies on the ground. It also gave humans more breathing time. Without the disturbance of zombies, various bases gradually developed stronger. At that time, her base was included. However, not so many zombies died in this earthquake. At least Jiang Chen's zombie army was saved. Grandpa Zhou and others said that the antidote for the X virus is about to be developed. When it is developed, these zombies can be rescued and turned into humans. So Jiang Chen issued an order to them to find a place to hide before the earthquake. Human power is infinite. The impact of the earthquake was soon eliminated. Lin Ran knew that there would be no more devastating disasters in the future. Polar nights and polar days, as well as tsunamis, can all be dealt with. 2 months later, in the spring of this year, when flowers bloomed, Grandpa Zhou and his team finally made the antidote for the X virus. The first shot was given to an ant's mother. Lin Ran saw with her own eyes that this kind woman's deep red eyes turned into gentle black after a while. There were human emotions in her eyes. At the moment of awakening, she hugged her son and husband tightly. Their family was finally reunited. Then the second shot was given to an N. Except for the changes in skin color, eyeballs, and temperature. And it was no different from before. The zombie virus disappeared from his body. But the superpowers did not disappear. The only big difference is that an N can grow up step by step in the future. That it was time to inject Li Xiang. This unfortunate kid, Louisa, Wu Zhiqing became zombies. At least they were high-level zombies with thoughts. He was the only one who had been a low-level zombie for half a year. He howled and ate raw meat every day. So pitiful. Now he can finally return to his original appearance. Li Xiang quickly returned to his original appearance. This made Louisa very happy. Next, it was to save more people. Lin Ran was not in a hurry to let Jiang Chen and Louisa return to their original appearance. Their identities as high-level zombies could still be useful when detoxifying the zombies. At least they could be gathered together. Especially Jiang Chen. If he lost his identity as the zombie king, who would suppress the millions of zombies outside the base? There were too many zombies in the world. In order to improve efficiency, Lin Ran thought of a good way. That was to use mosquito bombs to send antidotes to the world. However, this time the mosquitoes were not carrying zombie viruses, but antidotes. Chapter 339 Finale. After the antidote mosquito bomb was made, fighter bombers were put to use again. Hope Base became busy again. They flew fighters around all day, dropping antidote mosquito bombs on zombies from city to city. 2 months later, all the zombies on their country's plate were cleared. After returning to normal, everyone's potential is unlimited. Lin Ran provided them with seeds and daily necessities, so that they can choose to live nearby. All cities were paralyzed, and more than 2 years have passed. There are not many supplies left. Many people return to the mountains and forests, taking seeds and supplies to make a living there. There are also many people who choose to join Hope Base. Their base is getting bigger and bigger now. Lin Ran also provides as much help as possible to those who do not join. From time to time, helicopters will fly over to drop supplies for them. Next is other countries across the ocean. A large number of bombers flew over with mosquito antidote bombs. Want to help zombies around the world return to normal. It was not an easy task. But Lin Ren still did it in 4 months. The zombie era is finally over. But the apocalypse is still going on. Those who survived are the seeds of hope in this world. There are countless bases of all sizes on the earth. But among them, only the Hope base is the most respected and trusted by everyone. The Hope Alliance, founded by Lin Ren, is the largest alliance organization in the world. 80% of the bases on the earth have joined it. In the 4th year after the apocalypse, after a long period of polar day, production and life on the earth finally returned to normal. Qingshui Town, where the Hope base is located, has long since changed from a small town to a super metropolis. And Jiangchen has been a human for more than a year. Today is the 1st anniversary of his marriage to Lin Ren. Jiangchen gave Lin Ren a special gift. Early in the morning, he took Lin Ren out. After a long detour, they came to the door of their grandfather's hospital. Jiangchen, why did you bring me here? Didn't you say that we would spend the day alone today? Lin Ren asked puzzledly. Jiangchen smiled gently and said, there are a few friends inside. Let's go in and visit them. Friends? Friends in hospital? Lin Ren thought about it. But she didn't know who was in hospital recently. She was led into the hospital by Jiangchen's hand in a daze. As the only person with healing ability, Grandpa Jiang founded the Hope Hospital. He is very busy now. Not only does he have to take time to farm, but he also has to come to the hospital for consultation. Because of the existence of healing ability. And Grandpa Jiang likes to read Chinese medicine classics. He can basically cure the disease and bring people back to health every time. He is a world-famous great doctor. After entering the hospital, Jiangchen did not go to Grandpa Jiang's office, but he took Lin Ren to the ward. Before reaching the ward, Lin Ren heard Grandpa Jiang's full voice. Children, your bodies have recovered really well. Grandpa, I can even stand up and walk. I walk well. You are awesome. Grandpa, I walk well too. You can see I can still move like this. Uh-huh. You are even better. The voices of the children are so familiar. Lin Ren's eyes lit up, and she grabbed Jiangchen's hand and pushed the door open and walked in. This is a large ward, and Lin Ren knows everyone in the hospital bed. They are the spider children that she has always been worried about. After everyone returned to normal life, they were the only ones who still had the ugly spider bodies. But now their weird and ugly spider bodies are gone, and they look like human bodies under their hospital gowns. Sister Ran, Brother Jiangchen, you came to see us, Xiaoqiang said in surprise. Lin Ren, yes. Xiaoqiang, are you back to normal? Lin Ren hugged Xiaoqiang in her arms, as if in a dream. Yes, Sister Ran. It was Brother Jiangchen and Grandpa Jiang who helped us. Look at our bodies now. They are so handsome. Xiaoqiang stretched out his hand and turned 360 degrees in front of Lin Ren. Lin Ren realized that Xiaoqiang and his friends' bodies were now cool and handsome mechanical bodies. Grandpa Jiang smiled and said, Ran, this is a mechanical bionic body customized for Xiaoqiang and his friends by an international expert found by Jiangchen. Now, the children have finally returned to normal. Lin Ren touched Xiaoqiang's arm, which was cold and without temperature. But the children finally don't have to carry the ugly monster bodies to continue living. That's great, Jiangchen. Grandpa, thank you. Grandpa Jiang smiled and said, why thank our family? I am happy that Xiaoqiang is well. Everyone can be discharged from the hospital after adapting to their bodies for a period of time. Grandpa will send you to school at that time. That's great. We can finally go to school. Seeing the children become lively again, Lin Ren also smiled happily. So this is the gift Jiangchen told her about. This gift is really good. Better than all the gifts. After playing with Xiaoqiang and the others for a while, she went shopping with Jiangchen in their most prosperous Hope Mall. This mall is Jiangchen's industry. After returning to normal, Jiangchen began to take on the responsibility of making money again. After a round, Lin Ren fully enjoyed the joy of shopping. And then the two went home for dinner. Mother Lin cooked a large table of dishes. Today is the wedding anniversary of Lin Ren and Jiangchen. And it is also August 15th. There are a lot of people eating together in the evening. In addition to Lin Ren's family, Grandpa Jiang also came back from the hospital. Grandpa Zhou's family of 6 is also here. Since Anne's mother has recovered, she has given Anne a soft and sticky sister. Rohan and Rong Mei are naturally coming here to reunite. Louisa and Zhang Huan came later. As soon as he came in, Louisa carefully helped Zhang Huan sit at the dining table. Zhang Huan's belly is now as big as a balloon, and she will give birth soon. Speaking of which, Louisa and Lin Rang got married at about the same time. The fact that these two can be together is also due to Louisa's sincerity. It was not easy to catch up with this desperate woman. After everyone was ready, Dadlin raised his glass and gave a toast. I won't say anything else. I just hope that everyone will have this day every year, and we will be reunited every year. Okay. We will be reunited every year. Reunion. After drinking the fragrant osmanthus wine, the restaurant was full of joy. After dinner, Jiang Chen asked Louisa, "When will the baby be born?" Louisa smiled and said, "Soon. The due date is next month. You have to be the godfather of our baby by then." Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Of course. What's the relationship between our two families? Although he said that, Jiang Chen still felt a little uncomfortable. He turned around and looked at Lin Ran, who was happily discussing something with Zhang Huan. The corners of his lips drooped. In fact, compared to being the godfather of someone else's child, he would rather be the godfather himself. I wonder when Ran Ran will be willing to give birth to him. At night, she returned to her own nest. Lin Ran found that Jiang Chen had prepared other programs for her. The house was covered with red roses everywhere, and the warm atmosphere instantly made her feel like they were just together. With such a caring lover, it would be a lie for Lin Ran to say that she was not moved. Ran Ran, do you like it? I like it. I like it very much. Jiang Chen, thank you for your gift. As long as you like it. After returning to Black Peoples, Jiang Chen's eyes were as dazzling as the stars in the sky. People were unconsciously drunk in his gentle eyes. Jiang Chen, actually I have a gift for you too. Lin Ran had just finished speaking when her lips were suddenly covered with something soft. Then, the air in her chest was taken away by someone. Ran Ran, I give you the gift tomorrow. Now, I just want you. Jiang Chen murmured. And Lin Ran had no chance to speak. Lin Ran felt that Jiang Chen was particularly abnormal tonight. How could he have endless energy? This night was destined to be a sleepless night. I don't know how long she slept before Lin Ran woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, Jiang Chen looked at her expectantly with his big eyes. Ran Ran, what was the gift you told me last night? Lin Ran laughed in her heart. I didn't ask last night, but I remembered to ask for a gift today. Lin Ran pointed to her belly. This is the gift. Jiang Chen blinked in confusion. What does this mean? Lin Ran smiled. It means what you think it means. Last night, were you very envious of Louisa? Now you don't have to envy him anymore. Ran Ran, are you serious? Realizing the meaning of Lin Ran's words, Jiang Chen's eyes were full of ecstasy. I really don't need to envy Louisa anymore. He's going to be a father too. Lin Ran, yes. We don't need to envy others. We're going to be parents too. She knew it last night. Jiang Chen actually envied Louisa so much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so abnormal last night. In the future, their family will have a new member. 10 months later, Lin Ran gave birth to twin babies. A boy and a girl. Jiang Chen was so happy that he smiled. It turned out that their family had not only one more member, but two. These days are getting more and more promising. Chapter 340 Lindsay Extra. Lindsay has been a little unhappy recently. On New Year's Day, he was especially unhappy. New Year's Day party, the air was filled with the fragrance of happiness. But this fragrance of happiness belonged to others. He glanced at his elder sister, who was happily leaning on his brother-in-law's arms. And the two of them were so happy that they wanted to stick together. A lollipop. And two people had to share it. Sweet. Too sweet. It was so sweet that his teeth were sour. Looking over here, Sister Zhang Huan was holding her child and feeding her milk powder. Louisa sat on the side and fed Sister Zhang Huan cherries. Sister Zhang Huan smiled and said, "Sweet." Louisa's face immediately smiled like a fool. Then he reached out and took the cherry core from Sister Zhang Huan's mouth. This couple really showed their affection all the time. He ate a handful of cherries fiercely. Pa! Why is it so sour? That's right. It must be because no one feeds him. Woo woo woo. Lindsay felt a deep sense of frustration. He turned around and wanted to go out for some fresh air. As soon as he walked out, he saw a lonely back. A back as lonely as his own. That belonged to the Huang. It sat quietly on the side. wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue, wanting to play with Ying and Bao Zhu. But the two of them were in no mood to pay attention to it, since the two of them frequently went on missions together. I don't know how the two cats hooked up with each other. Now the two cats are lying in the nest and talking about their relationship. I saw Ying stretched out a paw and lazily hug Bao Zhu. From time to time, he stretched out his tongue to stroke Bao Zhu's fur. Look at De Huang again. Its tail was about to break, but no cat paid attention to it. This scene made Lin Zhe extremely sad. He seemed to see his own shadow in De Huang. God, this world is too unfriendly to single dogs. Hey. Lin Zhe walked over and hugged De Huang tightly in his arms. Touching De Huang's head, he said sadly, De Huang, sometimes you can't fit into the world. Don't force it. De Huang wagged its tail at Lin Zhe. He didn't quite understand what he said. Lin Zhe looked at De Huang's innocent big eyes and silently made a decision. He wanted to find a wife for De Huang. Before the family dinner started, Lin Zhe was stuffed with all kinds of dog food. On January 2nd, the day after New Year's Day, Lin Zhe took De Huang out. He is 22 years old this year and will be 23 soon. He is an adult. He wants to take De Huang out to explore and see. He can't always rely on his parents, sister and brother-in-law. In fact, he likes adventure very much. Maybe in the process of adventure, he can find the other half of life for himself and De Huang. Get on the off-road and put De Huang on the back seat. Lin Zhe is ready to set off. But when he started the car, a girl wearing a light-colored short-sleeved shirt and white denim shorts suddenly jumped in front of the car. Hey, Lin Zhe, how can you go out without me? The cute girl in front of him looked at Lin Zhe angrily. Lin Zhe scratched his head embarrassedly. Rongmei, I went out for business. What are you doing here? Rongmei opened Lin Zhe's co-pilot seat without courtesy. She sat down and said, I also have to do business. Lin Zhe, what business do you have? Rongmei smiled like a kitten stealing fish when she heard this. Of course I'm following you. I know you want to run away. I saw the letter you left. You want to take risks. I tell you, don't think of leaving me alone. Such an interesting thing. How can you not take me with you? Lin Zhe instinctively felt that something was wrong. It's not good for you to follow me. If your brother knows, he will break my legs. Rongmei touched De Huang's head and said, What are you afraid of? I have a brother. Don't you have a sister? Can he beat Sister Ran Ran? Lin Zhe still felt that it was wrong. No. This is my adventure alone. What's the point of you coming? Hearing this, a look of grievance passed over Rongmei's beautiful face. Humph. When we were young, you said you would always protect me. Now you regret it? No. You may regret it. I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, I will shout loudly, and none of us will be able to run away. You are mean. Hee hee. Mean is mean. What can you do to me? Lin Zhe really couldn't do anything to Rongmei. I don't know when. This well-behaved girl has grown up. She has become flamboyant and wanton, like a passionate rose. He also became a little unfamiliar with her. But this did not prevent Rongmei from instructing him. It seemed that no matter where he went, she could always find him. She was so passionate that he could not be ignored. He was actually quite afraid of this girl at one point. Oh, if you want to follow her, just follow her. He wasn't going to any place anyway. She just hoped she wouldn't regret it later. So, the journey of two people and one dog began. Chapter 341 Lin Zhe Extra 2. As Lin Zhe said, their journey had no definite destination. He was there for adventure. Rongmei was there for fun. They drove far away. And the first place they passed was Yundu. There were large buildings torn apart by the earthquake. And Lin Zhe found their former home here. Rongmei also found her and his brother's home. Here, they deeply felt what it meant that things have changed and people have changed. Then, they walked north again. They got up early to watch the sunrise, to see the desert, to visit scenic spots that they had never been to before and only existed in textbooks. Although many scenic spots had been destroyed by the earthquake, the former prosperity of this place could still be seen from the modeled walls and the buildings that had not completely collapsed. In an instant, Lin Zhe felt what it meant to have changed a lot. Soon, a month had passed. The strange thing was that neither he nor Rongmei, for their sudden adventure, no one in the family criticized them. He even got the full support of his sister. Lin Ran told him to have fun. She was at home. Just take good care of Rongmei. Also, Remember not to go out to play in the wild next month. Stay in the city. Because the polar night is coming. But young people are always so unwilling to listen to advice. Many things. What others say does not count. They have to experience it themselves before they know to regret. Many years later, Lindsay still clearly remembered the thrilling stories that happened in this adventure. Maybe the journey was too calm along the way. Lindsay gradually forgot Lin Rant's advice. When they reached the edge of the Gobi Desert Ghost City, it was already afternoon. And Rongmei suggested that he stay here for one night before going in. Before that, they could actually look for the camels lost here, or the legendary Crescent Lake. It is said that after so many natural disasters, the shallow Crescent Lake that was almost disappearing has now become a large lake. Lindsay nodded and was about to agree. As a result, he saw a big white dog on the Gobi Desert. It was unknown how long the dog had been there. It was skinny. Its hair was all clumped together, like a mop. Lindsay pointed at the dog and said, "Rongmei, let's take it back." Rongmei smiled and raised her little face. "Okay. It's just right for De Huang to keep company." De Huang wagged its tail. "Woof. It likes it." Rongmei said the same thing as Lindsay thought. Lindsay happily touched De Huang's head. "Let's go. Let's find a companion for you." Woof. So, the two of them and the dog happily ran towards the white dog. "Rongmei, little dog, don't run. We take you home." But the dog? I don't know if it was because it was afraid of people. The moment they approached, it ran away. They chased for a while, and Rongmei realized something was wrong. The dog was too fast. This was not like an ordinary dog. Looking back, their car was reduced to a black dot. It turned out that they had already run to the depths of the Gobi Desert. "Lindsay, we can't go any further." Rongmei grabbed Lindsay's arm and said. Lindsay was puzzled. "Why?" "Run quickly. If you don't run, the dog will disappear." "No. We are too deep." "What's wrong?" "I promised De Huang that I would find a companion for it." Lindsay insisted on his own way. Rongmei could only follow him. But the dog was like a ghost, and it disappeared completely in a short while. Rongmei wanted to look back, but found that the sky had darkened. She was surprised to see the sun in the sky that had been shining for a year, but it was slowly covered by black clouds. Lindsay. The sun. The sun. What's wrong with the sun? Lindsay looked up, and his heart sank suddenly. Damn it! The polar night is coming, and they didn't bring any lighting with them. It's easy to get windy in the Gobi Desert, perhaps because of the change in the magnetic field. Suddenly a gust of evil wind blew over. They were caught in the tornado. The huge wind force made Lindsay unable to stand, so he used his metal ability to nail a metal pole firmly on the ground. He held the pole and grabbed Rongmei's hand. De Huang barked wildly, and it was obvious that he was also panicking. Unfortunately, Lindsay had no hands to catch De Huang. "De Huang, bite my clothes." De Huang obediently bit Lindsay's clothes. The huge wind made the team shaky. Lindsay used his power ability to nail himself to the ground like a Dinghaitian's hen. In this dark wind, he held up a sky for Rongmei and De Huang. Just when Lindsay was about to run out of power, he felt a soft and dry thing stuck on his face that was about to be torn by the wind. Then, a sweet voice came to his ears. "Lindsay, I like you. You are my hero." Lindsay didn't know how long he had slept. When he woke up again, the wind stopped, but it was dark. It was pitch dark around. He stretched out his hand and scratched around, but only grabbed De Huang's soft hair. Woof! De Huang barked and licked Lindsay's face with his tongue. This touch was a bit like what he felt before he fainted. "Rongmei! Rongmei!" Lindsay shouted Rongmei's name frantically, but no one responded. Suddenly, Lindsay's face lit up. It turned out that two flames spewed out of De Huang's eyes. Like a lamp, it illuminated the surroundings. Yes! It is a fire ability. Rongmei. Lindsay looked around. There was no trace of Rongmei. He sat on the ground in frustration, and his heart was dead. He knew that his feelings and words at that time were all false. Rongmei didn't say such words to him. She didn't like him. He was stupid, dumb and timid, and didn't even know that he liked her. She liked her, but she didn't even dare to confess. How could she like this self? A big teardrop fell to the ground. At this moment, Lindsay suddenly saw a ball of fire approaching him not far away. He blinked in disbelief. Then he saw Rongmei walking towards him with her right hand raised. The ball of fire came from her palm. And behind her followed the white dog that was thought to have disappeared. Did she go to find the white dog? Seeing the tears on Lin Zai's face, Rongmei was stunned. Lin Zai, are you crying for me? Lin Zai didn't say anything. Rongmei's lips curled up slightly. You thought I was blown away by the wind. Uh-huh. You are so stupid. How could I be blown away? I am also a superpower. And a fire superpower. Without me, you can't get out of this Gobi desert in the dark. Lin Zai still stared at her blankly. Not saying anything. Realized something. Rongmei squatted down and said softly, Okay. I know you are worried about me. Were you scared just now? I went to find a companion for De Huang. Dubai. Come here. Meet my good friend. Lin Zai. Rongmei's voice disappeared between Lin Zai's lips. The loss and recovery made him think clearly about one thing. That is, love hard when you love. Don't be afraid. Don't look back. Otherwise, if you miss it, you will regret it. Fortunately, he still has time. Lin Zai. You are annoying. Rongmei. I love you. Okay. Actually, I love you too. I know. I hate you. I knew you would hear it. You can't tell others. I was the first to confess. Okay. I won't tell. Mei. I was the first to confess. I love you. And I will only love you forever. Chapter 342 Yining Extra. In the dark and damp basement, there lay a young man with untidy beard. He is now even more depressed. In fact, he was not like this before. He worked very hard for a period of time. He wanted to make himself better. When did he become like this? It seems to be when he heard the news of her marriage. After destroying William and the others, he knew that Lin Ren was in the peace base. Later, she became the base leader of the Hope Base and the leader of the Hope Alliance. How could that bright girl with bright eyes be so powerful? So powerful that he could not catch up with her no matter what. He was inferior. So he never dared to meet her. It was enough to just collect her information from a distance. So after dealing with William and the others, he fled timidly. Later he heard a lot of news about her. In order to get better information about her, he found a radio. And his greatest pleasure every day was to listen to the radio information broadcast by the Hope Alliance. He knew that she was recruiting people and looking for bases of survivors all over the world. When he heard the news, he really wished he was a human. Then he could go to her. Instead of hiding here and eavesdropping on her news, like now. He knew she was farming and expanding production. He wanted to laugh when he heard the news. He really couldn't imagine how the girl, who only knew how to read, could pick up a hoe to farm. He really wanted to help her farm. She was really getting better and better. She even made an antidote for the zombie virus later. And released the antidote worldwide. When the mosquito carrying the antidote flew in front of him, he knew he was saved. And this savior was Lin Ran. She might have forgotten her own existence. But she was still helping him in her own way. He became a normal person. And a normal person with superpowers. Although having superpowers is not a rare thing. People with superpowers, like him, are still very popular in various bases. He joined a medium-sized base very close to the Hope Base. Here, he worked hard to make himself excellent. It seemed that he could get closer to her this way. But when the news of her marriage came, his heart still ached. She was getting married. With another excellent man. When she got married, all the Alliance bases were on holiday. Setting off fireworks to celebrate for them. It was an extremely grand day. But it was also the most painful day for him. He searched his memory, trying to find proof from the past memories that this girl had liked him. As a result, in those memories, there was always that dirty woman, Luo Xianxi. Yes, he was too blind back then. He mistook fish eyes for pearls, and missed the real good girl. This was his retribution. He didn't deserve it. So he began to degenerate again. Whoosh, the fireworks outside the window began to set off again. Yiming looked outside through the skylight in the basement. It's the new year again. Everyone was moving forward. As if he was the only one who stayed where he was. He stood up, washed his face, and shaved his beard. I heard on the news yesterday that she gave birth to twins. How happy. Maybe he should move on. He is the only one trapped in the memory. Go find a job tomorrow and live every day well. It was worth it for her to save him twice. Chapter 343 Every day is a good day. End of the extra chapter. Lin Ran's twins are so cute. Two soft and glutinous meatballs, lying obediently in the stroller. Not noisy at all. Wei Ying's favorite thing is to sleep with them every day. Of course Bao likes it too. It likes the children born by its masters from the bottom of its heart. However, it and Wei Ying will soon have their own babies. Another family gathering. Lin ran. Jiang Chen took the twins, Wei Ying and Bao Zhu, back to the Lin family courtyard for dinner. Lin Zai and Rong Mei also brought Da Huang and Dabai to play together. Wei Ying just lay on the sofa with Bao Zhu. Da Huang rushed over. Woof woof woof. Da Huang's tail swung like a propeller. With a happy face. Boss Wei Ying, I have good news for you. My wife is pregnant with a baby. I want to be a father. And you want to be a godfather. Dabai walked over from behind Da Huang, lying in the doghouse next to Da Huang. Wei Ying glanced at Dabai's belly. Very good. Not as big as his wife's. His baby should be able to be a brother or sister of Da Huang's child. Wei Ying stood up and meowed a few times. Congratulations, Da Huang. I also have good news to tell you. Your sister-in-law Bao Yu is pregnant too. Then our family will have double happiness. Woof woof woof. Da Huang was even happier when he heard the news. He knew. Boss Wei Ying is also very powerful. It turns out that he is going to be a godfather too. Great. In a blink of an eye, Wei Ying's baby was born first. It is also a boy and a girl. One looks like Wei Ying, and the other looks like Bao Zhu. Lin Ran felt sorry for the two kittens. She loved them so much. When the twins started to learn to walk, the two kittens also mischievously circled around them. The four little ones are so cute together. Their parents accompanied her and Jiang Chen. Now their children are with their children again. Da Huang and Dabai gave birth to an only child. The yellow and white puppy is super cute. Lin Zai and Rong Mei don't want to rush to have children. The two of them are always fighting with Da Huang and Dabai to hold the puppy. The family is also happy every day. Every time they get together. It is the most lively time in the Lin family courtyard. Lin Ran, Jiang Chen and others will bring their children and cats together. Lin Zai will bring Rong Mei and the dogs together. At that time, the whole yard will be full of laughter. Now most of the Lin family courtyard is only Lin's father and mother living here. After Lin Ran and Jiang Chen got married, they moved to the main urban area of the Hope Base. Living here is convenient for work. Now Lin Ran is the leader of the Hope Alliance. Even with Zhang Huan, Louisa, and Rong Han, three capable vice leaders, she still has to deal with some things. Jiang Chen is excellent in everything. He has now established his own business empire, doing business on a global scale. Lin Zai and Rong Mei also moved out after they got married. The young couple had their own independent space and their own business. Lin Zai was the captain of the armed forces of the Hope Alliance and was under Rong Han. It must be said that under the training of Rong Han, the elder brother-in-law, Lin Zai became more mature and stable. Rong Mei was always careful and liked children. So she went to be the principal of a primary school in the Hope Alliance. And An and his family moved to their own house. Not far from here, the two families lived close together and often got together, which was considered to be a kind of care. Now Grandpa Zhou and Grandma Zhou are retired, and they only help Zhou Xuejuan and his wife take care of their two children. When they are free, they come to play with Lin Mom and Dad. Because of them, when Lin Ran and his family are not around, the courtyard is not lonely. Grandpa Jiang opened a hospital and is still shining in the field he is good at. The hospital has a lot of things to do and is far from here, but he really likes the Lin family courtyard. He also likes the family atmosphere of Lin's father and mother. As long as he doesn't work the night shift, he will come back here to live. He takes time to plant the land with Lin's father and mother, drink tea, and play chess. These are his rare leisure time. Now Grandpa Jiang has a great-grandson. He seems to be younger. The healing ability can not only heal others, but also heal your own body. Today is another day for their gathering. Dad Lin and Grandpa Jiang sat at the stone table in the yard, sipping the fragrant chrysanthemum tea. In the kitchen, Lin's mother, Rong Mei, and Zhang Huan were steaming plump hairy crabs. Louisa and Lin Zai were playing ponies in the yard, entertaining the children. Bao and Dabai were lying in the yard, basking in the sun without worries. Da Huang and Wei Ying, the two nannies, looked after their little ones dutifully. Suddenly, a warm body came over from behind Lin Ran. Ran, what are you looking at? Lin Ran leaned into Jiang Chen's arms with confidence, watching them play. Yes. Watching them play is like seeing myself when I was a kid. When grandparents were around, they would be taken back to their hometown by their parents every winter and summer vacation, playing to their heart's content in the yard of their hometown. That was the happiest time for her and Lin Zhe when they were kids. Jiangchen. Such days are so good. Jiangchen leaned his head on Lin Ran's shoulder, smelling the comforting fragrance from her hair, and sighed softly. Yes. It's so good. How can it not be good? When the people you love are around. Every day is a good day.